จะขอเลขบัญชีพี่ผมโอนเงินให้ก่อนเลยข้าวยังไม่ได้ใช้เลยแต่ไม่ได้หรอกซื้อก็ซื้อแล้วผมไม่ซีเรียสหรอกเนี่ยผมก็อยู่หน้าคอมเลยจะให้พี่เลยบอกว่าจะให้พี่เข้าทีมไวเบอร์ผมแล้วก็นี่นะ
อะอะไรอ่ะ
ทำไมเขาไม่แข่งแบบ
User was moved out of your channel.
ลากลงไปก่อน
ความลับหลุดนะพี่เอ๋ยนะ
ตายโย
การมาของซายโย
คิดว่าน้องมีประสบการณ์จากไอ้นี่แหละมารอบนี้น่าจะแก้ตัว
มีประสบการณ์จากลอนดอนใช่ไหม
ประสบการณ์จากลอนดอน
วิทย์เจออะไรนะ
คาไมคอปไง
โอ้โห
แล้วแบบ
รู้ๆกันอยู่
ฝรั่งเศสเจอกันอ่ะ
กินข้าวอย่างพี่นี่กำลังกินต้มจืดกับกะเพราโอ้โหกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวไปยังไม่ได้ให้ทายผลเลย ไม่รู้ทันปะ
ว่ะ
แต่ว่าเว็บยังไม่ได้เปิดนะไม่รู้ว่าจะแก้ทันไหม
โอ้กรุ๊ป4แม่งถ่ายยากว่ะ
นี่ช่องนี้มัน EDG ใช่ไหม EDG BBL ให้ EDG ครับ ส่วนคู่ร้อยตีฟกับ RQ โหยากเลยให้ RQ แล้วกันร้อยตีฟ RQ พี่เอ๋ยให้ใคร
100 ตีฟอยู่แล้ว
เฮ้ย RQ ดิพี่อาคงเลยนะ
100 ตีฟแน่นอน
ร้อยตีฟแน่นอน แต่จริงๆคู่ EDG ผมว่าน่าดูกว่า
อะไร
ผ
นะ
มดูคู่ EDG ดีกว่า
EDG เหรอ EDG ก็ได้มา ดูด้วยกัน น้อง
EDG EDG ดิพี่
วันนี้100ทีป BBL Vitality เปเปอร์เล็ก ทำไมคางมันดูเปลี่ยนไปวะ
เฮ้ยผมชอบ UI มันว่ะ
ม้า ลุย Spectre Haven Sunset ว่ะ
EDG ไม่ต้องเปลี่ยนแต่ก็พิมพ์ว่า day 1แค่นั้นน่ะแต่มันต้องสลับไปสลับมาอยู่แล้วไม่ต้อง Force VSU อ่ะไอสัตว์คอมค้างเลยเปิดกล้องทีเดียว อ๋อ เกือบนะ เกือบ อันนี้เรียกว่าเกือบ ทำไมห้องมันมืดจังวะนิดนึงนะเปิดไฟดีๆกันเติมยังเฮ้ยพี่ทายผลได้แล้ว ทายผลใน Discord ได้แล้วนะพี่ RQ EDG วิทย์นี่น่าสวนมากเลยว่ะที่ผมว่า KC มันมาว่ะพี่ วันเนี้ยผมลง KC ไป ทายเลย
อืม
GE กับ MIVR เหรอ GE ไปดิ เอ้ย GE ไม่มี Force VSU ออเกมมิ่งกับ Heretic ให้ออเกมเมอร์Heretic กำลังเมาหมัดอยู่ตอนนี้ ส่วนแต้มอ่ะ เจอพี่กุ้งแน่ครับ พี่ติง เฮ้ย มึงเป็นอะไรวะ มึงมีอาการแล้วตอนเนี้ย J7 ลงปะ
ลงดิ นี่ไง และสโมกกี้ตัวลั่นไม่อยู่
เรียบร้อย แล้วผมมึงไทย EDG ไป
BBL ให้ไวนะทุกคน
ใครแทนอ่ะ Signet อ่ะ
เขาบอกเป็นโค้ดหลังบ้านอ่ะ
ดีเลย
เซิร์ฟเวอร์มันทำผมสีแล้วแบบ
นึกว่านินจา
เออ
อย่าลืมไปทายผลนะครับ เดี๋ยวจะไม่ทันจะเริ่มแล้วมันปิดแล้วเหรอ จริงปะเนี่ย หมดเวลาทายผลแล้วชิบหายแล้ว เฮ้ยเขาบอกไม่ต้องปิดเสียงนี่ ตอนที่ผมอ่านตอนเนี้ยตอนขอเคยเทส
ใช่
ปะ
เหรอ
วันแรก
เอาดี
ใช่ก็เขาขอไอดีนั่นเราไปไง แล้วเหมือน
ใช่
แบ
เหร
บ
อ
ว่าเอาไปลิงก์แบบพวกเพลงอะไรของเขาอะให้มันไม่ติดลิขสิทธิ์อะเดี๋ยวผมเทสเลยวันนี้ผมไม่ปิดเสียงเลย
ลิงก์ให้บอกว่า
จะต้องถามอิงก่อนว่าเอามาถึงเทคฟอนเลย
น่าจะขอไปแหละขอผ่านอะไรอ่ะเนี่ยเอฟลิงเขาขอผ่านอะไรแบบ
ไอเว็บอะที่ให้กรอกอะ
เขาบอกว่าคนที่มาสแตนด์อินให้ EDG แรงเล่นแต่อินนี้แต่ว่าเซนติเนลมันใครก็เล่นได้ ดูซิว่าเราเริ่มแล้ว ส่งพลังให้คัง
ทัวร์ EWC ใครได้แต้มอันดับ 1พี่เอ๋ยแจก 10,000 บาทครับ
เฮ้ย จัดไป
เอ้ยล้อเล่นพี่ โอ้โห
เดี๋ยวเอฟช่วยหาร 90%
90 เลยเหรอโอ้โหเตรียมรางวัลไม่ทันอ่ะดิ My bad เดี๋ยวให้สิทธิ์ไอ้นี่เลย เวลาซื้อของจ่ายคนละครึ่ง กล้องมันดับเหรอกล้องมันมีปัญหา
แล้วทำไมเขาไม่เทสก่อนเริ่มวะ
อีกคู่นึงเป็นไงวะนี่ไอ้คู่นึงก็เทคเหมือนกันไปแหละ
งงจัง
ไอ้เฮียแม่งเทคคู่เลยว่ะพี่ ยังไง
2 คู่เลยเหรอ
อีกคู่หนึ่งก็ยังไม่เริ่มนะเอ้ย RQ มันไลน์อัพใหม่นี่หว่าชิบหายแล้ว
ได้
โอ้แล้ว
มันต้อง
ทายอะไร
ร้อย
ไป
ปี
ไว้
แล้ว
เนี่ย มันเอาไอซานมาแทนใครนะ ไอมอนนะ
มอนหลุดแล้ว มอนฟอร์มอย่างแย่ตอนหลังอะ
ไอมอนมันหลุดจริง เอาไอซานมาจะดีกว่าก็ได้ เพื่อนรักอาคง ซานนี่คนประเทศอะไรนะ เวียดนามหรือมาเลเซียนะจำไม่ผิด
ซานมาเลเซีย
ฟังบอกแม่งเอ้ย EMEA แม่งลองฮิตทุกแมตช์เลยเหรอวะ ที่บ้านกูไม่มีนะเทคพอร์ตอะ แต่ All Gamer กับ Heretic นี่คือ แต้ม 3.7 เลยเว้ยน้อง ไม่กดจริงเหรอ All Gamer ไม่ได้กากขนาดนั้นด้วยนะ มันก็สูสีกับพวกแก๊ง XLG อยู่นะ ได้ลุ้นอยู่นะ
นี่น่าจะเป็นครั้งแรกที่เห็นนักแข่งวาโลใส่หูฟังเอตอนเนี้ยที่ให้ใส่อยู่เห็นปะ
มันคือหู
เก็
ฟั
บ
งอะไร
เสียงเก็บเสียงโคตรโหดยี่ห้อเอท
น่าจะถูกใจใช่ไหม กลับไปนี่ขอซื้อเลย
พวกอันนี้พวกนักแข่งเวทีเคาน์เตอร์ใช้หมดเลยนะเนี่ย
โอ้ยทำ
เสีย
ไม
ง
พ
คว
ก
น
ธ
ดั
นาง
ๆ
คาร
เร็วเนี่ย
ขยั
เอา
น
อ
โทร
ยู่
มา
ตัว
ขา
เนี้ย
ยประกันจังเลยวะ เดี๋ยวนี้มันไปขายประกันกันแล้วไอ้โพรโมชันอะไรแม่งชอบมาขายโปรแม่งทั้งวัน เดี๋ยวจะเชื่อ พูดอย่างงี้นี่อยากสวนได้เลย เพิ่งทำเมื่อกี้ 10 นาที เพิ่งรู้ว่ามันแข่งวันนี้ตอน 6 โมง นึกว่ามันแข่ง 2 ทุ่ม ก็เลยแบบ ไอ้นี่ เดี๋ยวขยายเวลาให้ มัน Tech Pause พอดี เดี๋ยวผมขยายเวลาให้ อ่ะ ปิด 18.30 เลย แป๊บนึงกำลังเปิดให้ครับ วันนี้ให้ EDG ไปครับ EDG กับ RQ คู่แรก มันคุยกันได้เหรอวะ Tech Pause อะ หรือว่าเกมยังไม่เริ่มใช่ไหม มันก็ยังไม่คุยกันนี่หว่า เสียดายนะ Full Send น่าจะได้มา แต่มันโควตามันน้อยอะ
อืม ไม่ค่อยพร้อมด้วยตอน qualify อะ
อืม เฮ้ย กล้องมันก็ใช้ OBS Bot พี่เห็นเปล่า?
พอส เลิกเอาใช้ พี่ถอดออกไปแล้ว
ทำไม?
มัน
รุ่นมันไม่ชัดขนาดนั้นเหรอ?
ไดรเวอร์มันหายอะ
ฮะ?
ค
มั
ื
น
อ
ทำให้คอม
มันเปิด
ระเบิดเหรอ?
มันเปิด AI ไม่ได้ แล้วคอมมันเอ๋อ ๆ อะ
อ๋อ
เฮ้ย In-ear นี่แหละที่พี่กำลังจะซื้อ ไอ้ที่ใช้อยู่เนี่ย ไอ้ที่นี่ใช้น่ะ
ที่จะเก็บเสียงเหรอ?
ใส่โคตรสบายอะ In-ear ในหูอะ เห็นเปล่า?
อ๋อ
วงในบอก BBL 100 ที PDG ไม่พร้อมโอ้โหไม่พร้อม3ทีมหรอก
แล้วแม่งเจอกันเองด้วยนะ
เริ่มต้นทีนี้เขา
กว่าจะขยายเสร็จกว่าจะแก้เสร็จแม่งน่าจะปิดยาวเลยมั้งแป๊บหนึ่งกำลังแก้ให้ครับ
เจอแล้ว คนที่มีปัญหา
โรสอะ
รถ
โรสบอกว่าถ้าไม่เอาเป๊ปซี่มาให้ผมก็จะไม่แข่งเข้าใจไหมจริงๆผมไม่ได้มีปัญหากับเกียร์เท่าไหร่ ให้เขานั่งรอไปเถอะ ผมต้องการชีวิตชีวาในการซ่าสตาร์บอกแต่เป๊ปซี่ประเทศเราไม่มีขายนะครับต้องบินข้ามประเทศไปซื้อมาให้คุณกินนะ
โอ้ยเรื่องมากซะด้วย
นักแข่งยุคนี้มันวางคีย์บอร์ดแบบนี้กันหมดเลย แต่มันก็
วาง
จริงอ่ะ มันวางแบบตรงๆไม่ได้จริงอ่ะแม่งชนเนี่ย คีย์บอร์ดเล็กแค่ไหนก็ชน
แม่งปวดหลังว่ะ
แต่มันปวดไหล่ซ้า
คื
ย
อ
อ่ะ
คนที่จะวางคีย์บอร์ดแนวตั้งอย่างนั้นนะต้องแบบว่าจอไกลๆหน่อยแล้วโน้มตัวมาที่โต๊ะข้างหน้าหน่อยมา
อืม
ทำไม่ได้ว่ะ
ส่วนใหญ่
เหมือ
ที่
นแบบ
ทำแบบนี้
มั
มัน นคือ
ฝื
ไอ้
น
พวกเล่น
ธรรม
เมาส์
ชาติ
ช้าป่ะไอ้พวกเล่นเมาส์ช้า
ก็ไม่นะแต่มันฝืนธรรมชาติมันแบบว่า เหมือน
ไป
แบบ
เปิดทายแล้ว ปิด18ใครที่ทายบอกในช่องด้วยพี่อ้าวแม่งปิดเมื่อกี้มัน
อ้าว
เปิดแล้วมันก็ปิดแป๊บนึงนะบอทมันแป๊บนึงทายผลใน Discord ครับ ผม ยาวปะเข้าคัดซีนอย่างงี้ ให้มันจัดการปัญหา Discord กันเราแล้วกัน ใครยังไม่เข้ามาเลยครับ
เพลงนี้รอดนะ ไม่ปิดเว้ย
ผมปิดไปก่อนแล้วกัน
อ้าว แล้วเปิดมาเมื่อกี้ตั้งนานโดนไหมนี่
มันไม่ชินนั้นเปิดไว้เบาๆเปิดไว้เบาๆแต่มันปิดจนชินไปแล้วดิพี่
อะไรครับเนี่ยทำไมกันนะ สรุปดู EDG คนดู EDG เยอะกว่าดู EDG ด้วย ดู EDG แทน
ใช่เราต้องดูอาคังดิพี่เป็นสม็อกกี้ไม่มาเหรอ
โอคีไม่มา PH รอบนี้ มารักษาแชมป์พูดได้เท่านั้นแหละพูดเยอะ
มารักษาแชมป์เหรอ
พูดมาเยอะแล้วเหนื่อย
PH บอกที่ตกรอบลอนดอนไวเพราะรีบจะมาซ้อมเอาแชมป์ที่ EWC เห็นเขาลือกันว่าตอนนี้เปเปอร์เล็กยังไม่ได้ต่อสัญญาคนในทีมเกือบทุกคนแหละยกเว้นอินวีคนเดียว
เฮ้ยมีมาต่อทีหลังไงใช่ไหม
ใช่เดี๋ยวมันก็ต่อแหละ แค่มันยังไม่ต่อ
ต่ออยู่แล้ว
มัน
เพราะว่า
ต่ออยู่แล้ว ผลงาน
เพราะ
มั
ว่า
นดีอ่ะ
เอาจริงๆนะตอนมีช่วงนี้แป๊บผลงานตกไป
มัน
เรื่อง
มันผล
เรื่อง
งานดี
เรื่องสัญญาก็เกี่ยวนะมันกระตุ้นให้แบบใครจะอยู่ต่อก็ต้องแบบนึกออกไหม
แต่ไงเป๊ปมันต้องอยากต่ออยู่แล้ว เพราะว่ามันมีทุกอย่างแหละแฟนเบสมีเรื่องขอ
เขา
ง
บ
ผ
อก
ล
จริ
งานอีก
งสัญญายาวเจสัน
อืม
โดนทัวร์ลง ใช่เหรอไม่รู้เรื่องเลย
น่าจะเป็นทัวร์เรื่องทีมชาติมั้งไม่รู้เหมือนกันเห็นเขาลือๆกัน คือเจสันมีแต้มทีมชาติเยอะไง ถ้าเกิดลงปุ๊บอะได้โดนชวนเลยไง แต้มจะเป็นอินไวท์เลยแต่เจสันไม่ได้ลงมั้งเฮ้ยทำไมมันไม่เปิดวะสั่งแก้แล้วมันก็ไม่เปิดให้ แม่งไปทัวร์ลงเฉยแม่งกะไม่ให้นี่เลย เหลือจะเชื่อ
ใครมัน
กู
จะ
ไม่
เก่งตลอด
กูไม่
วะ
กูไม่แข่งแล้วกูผิดอะไร
มัน
บ
เป็
อน กว่า
ช่วงเวลาพักผ่อน
เจสัน
สูด
ก็
ด
โดน
ความสุข เหนื่อยมาทั้งปี
ไอ้นั่นไอ้ทัวร์ลงมันมี2เวฟมั้ง เวฟแรกคือฟอร์มลอนดอนกับอีกเวฟหนึ่งคือทัวร์ทีมชาติอะไอ้ฟอร์มลอนดอนผมไม่ได้ตาม แต่แม่งหลอนจริงไอ้พวกเนี้ย
ก่อนดิ
เออ ไอ้เหี้ยคนมันจะเก่งตลอดไปเลยเหรอ บ้าเปล่า มันต้องมีฟอร์มตกกันบ้าง
อาจพัก
หมาย
ถ้า
ถึง
something
พี่บ
ไม่
อกว่า
ต่อ
ครั้งหน้ามันเปลี่ยนมันก็เปลี่ยนจริงนะ
เออ
หน้ามันดูแบบ
something จะพักจริงเหรอช่วงนี้ something ท็อปฟอร์มด้วยเนี่ย
แต่จริงมันสู้มือดีนะ เวลาจังหวะแบบทีมมันมีโดนแรงกดดัน มันก็ยัง
เอ
สู้มือ
อ
มันเดือดมากเลยอะ
เอาจ
ดู
ริง
กับ
นะ มีหลายโมเมนต์ที่ something มันดึงอารมณ์เปเปอร์เล็กคนในทีมเยอะอยู่นะสังเกตนะ เพราะว่า
มัน
คือ
ดู
ถ้า
จอยสุดละ
มันจะมีบางทีที่แบบแม่งโดนกดอยู่อะคน
โดน
อื่น
กริบทั้งทีม
มั
อะ
นแทบจะแบบไม่หืออือเลยแต่มีติงอะไรที่แม่งแบบว่า โป้มืออยู่
เฮ้ยเปิดท้ายแล้วเปิดท้ายแล้วเร็วอีก5 นาทีปิดใครยังไม่ท้ายรีบไปท้ายเลยด่วนๆเลย
ถ่ายเรียบร้อยแล้วล็อตแรก
เมื่อกี้คู่ RQ กับคู่ BBL มันปิดไปเลยผมไปเปิดมาให้เป็น18 ครึ่งหรือขยายเป็น40เลยดีวะ
ใครทายผลอย่าลืมไปทายผลนะเปิดแล้วเดดิส
น่าจะทันมั้ง5 นาทีอะแค่เข้าไปดิสเปิดดิสมากดจบกดเป็น Hall of Fame ด้วยจริงๆก็อยากแจกอยู่นะหาอะไรมาแจกดีวะไอติงสู้มือเจสันโดนทัวร์ลงท่านก็โดนทัวร์ลงทัวร์แมัน ท่านฟอร์มตก ท่านแมันโดนทัวร์ไทยยับเลยในกลุ่มเฟซอะแต่โดนตอนไอ้นี่มั้งตอนที่รอบชิงกับเปเปอร์เล็ก
โมจัดพวกนั้นไหว
พี่เป็นแอดมินกลุ่มอะทืบ นี่ไงมาอีก3 นาทีมั้งเข้าเกมไปกดเดธแมทเล่นเลย
คืออยาก
พแล้ว
รู้ว่าแอดมินเขาไปคุยยังไง ให้อนุญาตให้ปิดชื่อได้
พี่เป็นแอดมินในนามเฉยๆอะไม่ได้แบบว่า ดูแลอะไรใช่
คื
ไหม
อพี่ไม่รู้ว่าปิดยังไงระบบนั้นอ่ะ พี่จะไปปิดด้วยวันนั้นหาปิดละปิดแม่งเลย ไม่ให้ซ่อนชื่อ
ถามจิมินายเลยพี่จัดเลย
แล้วแต่ตอนแรกไม่รีบปิด เพราะว่าจะกะเอามาแคปให้หมดใครแม่งพูดจามั่วซั่วแล้วคือพี่เป็นแอดมินพี่เข้าไป
User
พี่เห็น
joined
ชื่
your
อใช่ปะ
channel.
ฮัลโหลพี่
ฮัลโหล
อันนี้พวกพี่เอฟได้เมลตอบยังพี่
ยังมั้ง
พี่เอเขาได้ขอไปหรือเปล่าพี่
อ้าวอิงขออยู่แล้วพี่รู้
ใช่ผมขออยู่แล้วใช่แต่ปัญหาคือเขายังไม่ตอบ
อ้าวเหรอ
ใช่คือจริงๆเขาตอบกลับมาแล้วไม่ใช่เขาตอบ คือปกติอ่ะมันจะเป็นฟอร์มให้กรอกถูกไหมแล้วมันจะตอบกลับมาว่า approve แต่ปัญหาเนี่ยมันยังอันนั้นยังไม่ตอบผมก็เลยติดต่อกับ EWC ไปคุยอีเมลเขาก็ถามกลับมาว่าได้หรือยังผมบอกว่ายังตามให้หน่อยแล้วเขายังไม่ตอบ
เท่านั้น
อ้าว
รวยแล้ว
ชิบหายละใครดูบ้างวะ เฮ้ยพอดูกันอยู่ จังหวะนี้ต้องบอกว่า ดูไปก่อน ต่อทีหลัง
เขาคงไม่ว่าหรอกมั้งน่าจะไม่ไล่แบนอ่ะน่าจะเป็นปัญหาเรื่องเพลงมากกว่าที่ไอ้นี่อะ
เรื่องเพลงเราก็ปิดไปเหมือนเดิม
ปิดไปก่อน เดี๋ยวนะเดี๋ยวนี้เว็บฟาร์มสกินอะไรพวกนี้มันมาแปะในเมลเลยเหรอ ลงแอดอะบ้าจัด
คือยังไงนะ ส่งเมลมาเลยเหรอ
มันเป็นไอ้นี่ไงโฆษณาในเมลเฉยๆที่มันแปะไว้บนข้างบนสุดของเมลเรา
อ๋อ นึกออก
ไม่งเป็นเว็บพนันนี่ แต่มันเป็นของนอกไงเข้าใจได้
บ้านแดงช่วงนี้บินกันเยอะ เฮ้ย
พี่เอขอพี่ติมมาแดงเหรอ
ใช่
พี่ลงเลย
ใช่หรอ
Match
Hay đi.
found.
ยังไงพี่เอ้ย
แดงไม่ได้ขอ
เอ้า
ไม่แต่ของพี่ขอบ้านแดงไว้นี่ผิดไหมแต่เขายังไม่ตอบไปเฉย
ไม่ผิดพี่แต่ปัญหาคือยังไม่ตอบอ่ะนั่นแหละคือที่ตอบยาก
ไปขอบัตรแดงให้ด้วยดิ
ไม่ขอพี่พี่ขึ้นแค่นี้ไป
ไม่ได้
ไม่ได้ครับพี่จะโดนแบนไหมล่ะ
ใช่เหรอ
คือผมขอไปตอนเนี้ยเมื่อไหร่ได้อ่ะนี่ผม
เอ
ขอ
อ
ไปหลายวันแล้วเนี่ย3-4 วันแล้วเนี่ยและนี่อันนี้คือผมมีเมลคนภายในเขาเลยนะที่คุยอยู่อะ
อ่า
ตอนนี้ยังไม่ได้ตอบเลยเนี่ย
เรานั่งเครื่องไป
คื
หา
อ
เขา
ไลออดจะมี POC คือเหมือนเป็นคนติดต่อ เป็นคนกลางระหว่าง EWC กับไลออดผมมันมีเมลคนนั้นแล้วคนนั้นก็แนะนำคนใน EWC ให้ผมอีกทีนึงก็เลยคุยกันใน
ไม่ขออิงบอกไม่ขอ
อันนี้คือคนข้างในแล้วผมยังไม่ได้แอปพูฟเมลเลยตอนเนี้ยแล้วพี่บอกให้เอา YouTube เพิ่มเนี่ยเมื่อไหร่ได้ ถึงบอกว่ายังไงก็ต้องลงก่อน YouTube อ่ะมันบินง่ายกว่าทวิตด้วย
โอเค
คือทวิตอะพี่จะเสี่ยงไว้ก็น่าจะไม่โดนแล้วหรอกเพราะไงเราก็ยื่นไปแล้ว
ยังไงน้อง
แต่ YouTube เนี่ยไม่
ช่องบินไม่เป็นไรตอนนี้มันเทคพอสอยู่กับเทคพอสจะเลิกเมลว่ามาแล้ว อุ้ยนี่วิดีโอยิงอย่างนี้เลยเหรอเฮ้ยเอามาแล้วชิบหายแล้วเข้าเกมไป
ฝากด้วยดิสูตรเดิมอันนี้
สูตรไหน
อันนี้
แป๊บนึงนะเฮ้ยเอเลสเท่านั้น
เดี๋ยวลกลักไปหมดเลยที่หายแล้ว
ลักเลยผมว่าอย่างมากเขาก็แจ้งหมดแหละ
เห็นเขาจับฟังเสียงข้อเสียงออกเขาไม่รู้ว่าเป็นอะไร
เฮ้ย
กำลังสงสัยอยู่
สาวป่ะ
พิง
ว่าไงพี่เอ๋ย
พิงงั้นขอย้ำอีกทีเดี๋ยววันอื่นเขาจะ
อะไร YouTube
ยูทูบ
นี่กูตาย14บ้าจัด
ที่ดูในเฟซอะผมก๊อปเมลให้ดูอยู่ตามมาแบบนั้นแล้วเอาไปแล้ว
แย่
พี่เอ๋ยถ้า YouTube ต้องมีอันนี้ให้ด้วย
เ
ด็กขอบเบราว์เซอร์
Get out of my way. Grounded. Three.
One suppressed.
Blocking sight. Enemy down. Three down.
Three kills.
Barrier created.
อ๋อให้เอาที่ยิงใช่ไหม
เอ้ยชื่อเรา
ใช่สิพี่
ทำมา80 เท่าแล้ววะ
Got him.
ตกไปละ
เดี๋ยว
อ๋อที่รู้เนี่ยต้องทำอย่างนี้
Suppress it.
เอฟก็ทำให้มันเป็นตัวเลขแบบว่ายากๆอ่ะ
อะไรอ่ะ
Channel ID
ทำ
Blocking sight.
อันนี้เขาพอดให้พี่อยู่เขาผมที่กำลังขอ YouTube อยู่
Reloading.
โอ้ยแล้วเพื่อนอย่างเดือดจากโดนนำยับหมา
กูก็อยากว่ะ รายการนี้ไม่มีขายจับจอให้นักแข่ง เดี๋ยวนะ เฮ้ย
ดูไปก่อนได้ครับ
เหี้ยไม่มีได้ไงวะ
เดี๋ยวเพิ่งกรอก ENC นี่เป็นของเจ้าเดียวกันนี้ปะ EWC ปะ
อะไรนะ EWC กับอะไรนะ
EWC
55,000 เหรียญที่หนึ่งเฮ้ยที่90-2ได้ป่ะ
เดี๋ยวนะ พี่เขาแชร์ในดิสแล้ว
ที่หนึ่ง600,000 เหรียญเนี่ย
ทำไมหน้าพิมมี่มันแปลกๆวะ หน้าทำไมหน้าพิมมี่มันคุ้นๆวะ เนี่ยคิรัวจิตบอยอภิญญา PTC ก็ถูกแต่ไอหมอนี่มันหน้าคุ้นๆนะมันใช่ไหมมันหน้าคุ้นๆนะหน้ามันใช่ปะใช่ท่านปะเนี่ย งงเหมือนกัน หน้ามันคุ้นๆนะไอหมอเนี่ย เฮ้ย ใส่หูฟังแล้วแสดงว่า นี่เขาเอาไอ้ที่มากั้นนี่คือเพื่อกันมองมือเลยนี่หว่าEWC โต๊ะแข่งมันมินิมอลจัดเชียร์รูเตอร์ของแคนาดามันน่ากลัวจัดอะเทนมาดะเอยูโดนาพีมาร์ฟโคลานูบราซิลก็เดือด อเมริกาก็ไชนีสไทเปนี่คืออะไรอ่ะไต้หวันเหรอ หรือว่า หรือฮ่องกงวะ มีสปิริตนิกสปริงออริโอไซมอนตุรกีโหด เกาหลีนี่ไม่มีเท็กเจอร์ได้ไงเหรือจะเชื่อ แต่ไม่เป็นไรเข้าใจได้ครับเอ็นจีอาจจะไม่สันทัดในการเอาผู้เล่นไปลง เอ็นจีเอาลาเกียออกเลยตอนเนี้ยใครจะมาโซโล่แบบยืนขึ้นเลย เดี๋ยวกูลง
มา
เอง
แล้ว
ในโค้ดกูก็เยอะ ให้คนอื่นเป็นโค้ดก็ได้ อินดิโก้ก็มี
ตาจะไหล
SSK ก็มี เดี๋ยวลงไปสั่ง เดี๋ยวพี่ลงไปสั่งน้องๆในเกมเอง
โอ้
ไม่ต้องห่วง
แล้วเวลาได้นับถอยหลังลง หลังจากที่
เพิ่งเห็น
รา
รูเตอร์ของประเทศลิทัวเนีย มีบูมินิบูคอสมารัสอีกคนหนึ่งชื่อว่ากาจุกมันไม่ใช่กาจัก
อ๋อ
นะ
ญาติกระจักแล้วนั่นน่ะ
อ๋อญาติกันนะ
ใช่
กระจุก
น้องชายเลย คนละพ่อ เลยคนละสัญชาติ
เฮ้ยเปเปอร์เล็ก แดนเปล่าครั้ง
เฮ้ย โอ้สู้เลยเหรอ
วิคม
โดนสโมกไม่สนครับ
นี่เสียงเกมเบา
อุ้ยโอ้แล้วเพื่อนมาช่วยไม่ได้
ไออินดีออนนี่มัน
โอ้
ไอเลเวอร์ล็อกนี่มันฆ่าตัวตายเนอะ แม่งโดนบายแม่งสไลด์ออกมาเฉยเลยงง
เต้นฉีกให้เพื่อน
ฉีกเพื่อนก็โดนบายเหมือนกัน
เปลี่ยนจอ
เสียงไม่มีเหรอโทษ
Concon still getting his kill
เสียงมันไม่
despite
มี
being
อะ
up against
เสีย
the
งมันเบา
numbers. And it does come very close considering BBL had the right read on that play in terms of the boots on the
เอาเลย
ground.
ครับ
Right position, right time, the right result, a 1-0. Now, here's where EDG don't have a lot to do. They didn't get a plant. There's no chance to really go for a convincing force buy. Instead, they will have to play this as a full
เอาหน่อย
eco.
EDG ครับ
The main thing for BBL, though, is
สมอกกี้ไม่
they
มา
have
ก็
one
โชว์
pistol.
ฝีมือหน่อย
You do not want to see
Oi.
this
Oh.
be anywhere near a close round.
Oh.
We thought he lost the
ไม่ได้
pistol.
อันนี้
Yeah,
เจอบอมไว้
I guess it's the one player you don't mind losing, but ultimately they're losing quite a bit more. This is getting a little bit dangerous until
Wide,
Rock is there to
เล่น
close
กัน
it
ไว
out.
ดิ
Bit
ชอบ
close for comfort, a bit costly, but it's still their round.
Yeah, I think they lose an SMG, a Marshall, and a Sheriff. It's I will probably pick up the Sheriff. So it's not the end of the world.
อย่าไปจบลาวมันต้องมีเสียงเพลง
Though,
ด้วย
at
แม่ง
2v2.
ของ
There was a
sim.
chance for a Bulldog to end up on the floor. But for BBL,
จบลาวแล้วมีเสียงเพลงนี่มันหวาดเสียวจริง
indeed, 2-0.
ไปเสียงแบ
And
บ
this is where things get interesting.
Yeah,
Coming
Bob,
into the
he is
full
pick.
buy of EDG, LaRock 2 away
Aw.
from a showstopper. Lovers
อุ้ย
Rock as
กูไล
well.
อัพโป
Could
แลน
have
ด์
the
โคตร
finger
โหด
guns.
อ่ะพี่
And those
ใช่
two ultimates,
โคตรโห
เหี้ย
ด
or even one of them,
Gotcha,
can make a big difference in a
Camo.
round where there's so many
Perfect
weaknesses.
website.
BBL have to play this
Maybe
with all
start
those
by
losses
take
in the
one
last
time.
round as a super light buy. Barely
Wait.
anything invested. The Rock already close to death.
Oh yeah, there's a hell of a lot of damage that's already been done. LaRock almost gone, Rose
ยากเลย
almost
วี
gone.
นี้ BBL
A lot of the danger of this
They're
round
just saying
seems to have
Sarchi
diminished.
เสียงปืน
Maybe
เบา
if they
ปะ
can give Loiter a gun,
Bào
that would be
mạc,
nice.
xiềng
But
kèm
no,
cốt
it's
bào.
Concon just cleaning
Xiềng
things
khác
up.
xiềng
Nice
bằng.
work from LaRock to at
Thơm
least
mới
get
đại
one
này.
back, but in the meantime, he was just selling a ruse, a
ทำ
push.
ไมไม่ให้ไอ้เล
Going
เวล
through
ล็อก
to
มา
the
เล่น
other
เจ็ด
side
ไป
of
เล
the
ย
map,
พี่
and Gianni has already
Mấy
seen
cái là
where
lọc cái
Loiter
đấy.
is. His survival seems impossible, but he's managed to teleport back
Xịn.
at least a little.
Previn bought some time. Roses now finds himself a kill. This
Oh,
is
you did
a
make it. Oh,
fantastic
good.
start, but left alone, he'll have to do all the
Good
hard
man.
work himself. One
คัดเข้าไปเลย1
HP
ล้าน
and a Bulldog, a clutch for the ages, and it's not to be.
ถือว่าตัดได้เย
EDG
อะอยู่
sporting a
จาก
few
สภาพ
bruises
ไม่ค่อย
though.
น้อง
They
อิง
were
นะ
up
ครับ
against
ตัว
a very
จริง
light
มันไม่
buy. I
ตัด
think
บัตร
BBL
ไม่เป็นไรครั
can
บ
keep their heads held high, exiting that round, and for EDG, the goal
แต่
now
ผู้ไอคิว
is to
มัน
deal
เริ่ม
with
แบ
the
บ
full buy.
Yeah, they did an unfathomable amount of damage in the first few seconds of the round, and then
ไม่ชินกับเวทีแข่งแบบ
after
นี้เล
that
ย
point. Plain sailing.
เสาร์อาทิตย์น่าจะเปลี่ยน
As
ปะ
you said, this is where if that ult came online
เข้าใจ
last
ได้
round,
มั
it
น
would
เป็น
have
รอบ
been
ไอ้
great.
นี่ครับ
Instead, though, it's come online for this one. Operator for Lovers Rock. That was what I was mentioning about 30 minutes ago. I love his defensive side operator on that neon. Fact is,
โอ้
though,
ยเหี้ยเต็มหน้าเลย
early utility expended and a TP.
โอ้โห
Rock, there's the old pop, but Jenny's gonna snipe him
Oi.
out of the sky. Concon
เกยเร็วชิบหายเลย
controls the site, and
เฮ้ยบ้าจัด
walking through that smoke was a
เมื่อกี้
brave
แม่ง
and
ดีแล้วนะ
bold
BBL
play
อ่ะ
for
แต่มันไม่ได้
Rose.
ยิงกันเลย
Now a 2 versus 5. We won this one in the first 20. A save has to be called. When Lovers Rock having an op as well, there's no way you want to throw this at a near unwinnable situation.
วินนี้
No,
Come
it's
on, come
crazy
on,
how
power
clean that
roll.
was on entry, especially Gianni's
Perfect.
reaction shot just
Yeah,
to be able to
clean.
get rid of that
Hey,
showstopper because it was
Kang
super dangerous on entry. But yeah, Kraven definitely under serious
ไม่แสด
pressure
งว่ากล้อง
early
OBS
in
บอท
the
ไอ้ตัวเมื่
round.
อกี้
And
นี่ถือว่าโหด
I like it from
นะ
EDG.
จับ
A little bit more direct,
ถามว่า
very aggressive in their stance, and
โอ้โห
when you have that
มัน
operator
จัด
set
ไอ้
up
ตัว
on
นี้
the
มา
other side of the
มัน
map,
จัด
the
เพิ่ม
fast pace into A could have caused them issues, but they basically won the round within the first 20
น่าจะไม่แพง
seconds.
ปะไอ้ยี่ห้อนี้น่าจะถ้าอย่างนี้น่าจะ7-8 พัน
ไอตัวที่วางเนี่ยจะไม่ผิดเป็นหมื่นเลยนะ
ใช่หรอ
ไปดูแบบ
2 to 2 is where we end up for EDG denying those weapons. Won't be possible in the end. So at least BBL got out of there sporting what they were trying to save, but that was such a quick round from EDG. It's hard to even imagine from BBL's perspective. And the fact that they popped the showstopper, so it's costly not just because it ruins your economy, but it also takes a very big ultimate out of the round and out of the game for a while. Now leaving 3 players onto pistols. It's still a better chance to win than the last round in a 2v5, sure.
1,298 ดอล
But EDG looks
ประมาณ
set to take the
4
lead
หมื่
here.
นไหม
โอ้
You need a hero play, and
เจ็ด
well, maybe the operator will
shit.
be the one to
แพ
do
ง
it.
ขนาดนั้นล่ะ
Lovers Rock able to dip in, dip out.
แม่งเป็นกล้องที่
Get rid of
เสียบสายแลน
Concon.
ได้พี่ว่าไง
Unfortunately, the additional weaponry not really possible, but they've gambled on the other 2 sides of the map. In fact,
Sia-
look at
Sia-
where
Sia-
Rock is
มันเป็น
already.
กล้องวงจรปิด
Very
ว่ะ
deep positioning, pushing in on that flank. Sure, the
Okay,
rotation
Hito.
to the B side is still
Something
possible, but
Hito.
that's being watched by Kraven, so they at least have
Okay.
information there.
โอ้
And if
ไหลมา
Larocque
ละ
were to keep pushing, he might have a fast flank. However, that plant is going down, and with the time ticking in their favor and still solid
แต่นี่ครับ
weaponry,
ผมสมม
I
ติ
think
ที่ผ่า
EDG is still favored in this spot.
ผ่าฟันคุดผ่าฟันคุดมันเล่นเกมไม่ได้เลย
They
เหรอ
think
พี่
he's here. They certainly know it now. Now he's in trouble. Headshots needed to bail him out. And when Jenny comes to try to save the day, the pistols are doing damage, though. This is an advantage now for BBL, and they know where that last man is. But Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind the showstopper. One man for the kill.
เอาไอ้ตัวหลังไม่ตายเฉย
ถ้าเมื่อกี้
Ends
ตาย
up coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit unlucky. If the showstopper gets the kill, the fact that he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Gianni. But ultimately, that's a low buy
ไอ้
round
โต๊ะ
coming
ที่ไม่
through
มีขา
for
จับจอง
BBL.
เวลาทุบ
The
ที
operator of
มัน
Lovers Rock, that flank from the rock, but also just Kraven buying time. Like you mentioned it, like him able to get a kill or 2 in the
เอ
mix.
อเชื่อเงินรางวัลลง
Important
2 ล้านเหรียญ
stuff.
ไม่มีขา
3-2
จับจอ
Lead brought back, and the economy has taken a little bit of a hit, but the Blade Storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG side.
Well, we've seen this delay on the C site from BBL work pretty well.
Playing
Looks like
it all
EDG want to break through and deal with Kraven, but this time it's not Kraven. Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Initially, Lovers Rock takes the kill. A C-Snake thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage, and the Blade Storm now looking a bit weaker. Sky Hill comes through. Concon's back up to full, but running out of dash, wants to get in. Oh no, he dashes in! It's a crazy play, but it works out. He might die after one, but he buys the space. He breaks the defense and sends them scurrying back towards the C site. Numbers even for now, but the attackers have an easy time.
Yeah.
They're going to change direction, and no matter where they go, they have an advantage.
Yeah, the Seekers gave it away. 2 Seekers
ไอ้
after
แผ่น
you
ตรงเนี้ย
get 2
ถ้าโดน
kills.
การเดียน
Okay,
ยิง
that
มา
was 4 players on the C
ตาย
side. That means there can only be one elsewhere, and it was not B. The wall
Ui.
only just getting tripped,
Ui.
but even still, it's a little bit of additional damage done onto Kraven.
Ow.
However, he still manages to win the fight. Puts it back into an advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed a bullet through the smoke. It leaves it all unto signed. He needs to try and clutch. on his first match for the team, and it's not going to be happening. Lovers Rock closes it down, and again, after a decent back and forth, the recovery is solid from BBL.
It's just a fantastic idea to come out of the gate with that aggression. We so often see it, especially the Season 8, when it comes to the A site. Much more rare to attempt it here, leaving Rose embedded as well. At least trades out Concon. If he's not there, and instead is in front of that jet, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like that, buying a little bit of time, and then winning their fights when it came to it. Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but that's neither here nor there. 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to their defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG have been extremely dominant.
ตอนแรกจะซื้อ
Love
2,000
this
เล็ง
C
ไว้
pressure.
สรุปก็เลยไปซื้อที่ร้าน
I like the adaptation
จะไปดูตัว
from
จริง
BBL to put
เขาบอก
Larocque
ว่า
there.
ตัว
He wants to try
2,000
and
เอาไว้
fight
ใช้
them
ไล
on
ฟ์
it.
ติ๊กต็อก
Utility being sent out to clear him, and he's taking a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in. The stinger enough for Concon to find the opener, and already
เฮ้ย
Gianni
มา
has
อะไรวะเฮ้ย
managed to add another. This C-site execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage. And once again, the players on the other side of the map, I was going to say, really don't have a choice but to save.
ไอ้ J7 มัน
However,
โหด
right
ขึ้นเยอะเลย
now, I feel like Lovers Rock is looking for the classic, I got 1 kill, so, you know, that means I did damage. Bro, you going up rare, leave. You can't leave
He
now.
doesn't have the
ตอนแรก
choice.
เที่ยวมาแล้ว
before,
เอาไอ้นั่น
but he
มาแทน
can't
นี่คือ
now.
Have to stand his ground. The good thing is they don't know
ไม่
he's
ไป
here.
ฝึก
It
วิชา
looks
มา
like they're going to slip right past him. So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar, perhaps he'll get to keep.
เฮ้ย
He's not going for
EDG นี่ชอบล่านะ
ninja, surely.
แต่เราได้แบ่งคนไป
Won't
เฝ้า
work.
ไซด์
Not with sign. Oh my God, he is. He's trying it. He's going to try.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time, and no one's close by enough. It's going to be a spam from Signed. Has he got it? It's so close! No way! Lovers Rock steals the round away!
เชี่ย EDG มันเอาอีกแล้วพี่
I can't believe we just see someone 1v5 ninja defuse on the first map of the tournament.
มึงไปเฝ้าบอมหน่อยวะ
can't
เพื่อน
believe it.
Even as he was running towards the site, I didn't believe that's what he was doing, and they all left. Tom.
แล้วมันไม่ดัน
Why
CG
did
ไป
they
เช็ค
all
เลย
leave? The Vice Flash doesn't give you info. They just left him. Oh, what a disaster. Well, somehow this man's sticking around for 1 extra kill's giving him the round. 5-2 we go.
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that. That's utter madness. And well, there's the 1 extra kill. It's at the beginning of the next round. Nice work from Gianni on the trade, but again, some weaker weaponry in play here. Obviously, it's kept through from the last round. I can't believe they didn't leave 1 stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down.
I can't believe he won that, man. I can't believe he went for it even just that
โคตรลงเฉย
was crazy.
ตกใจไปหมดเลย
EDG's got to be kicking themselves. Then you come into this round, a man down already. BBL changing up their buy setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site. Left these players isolated.
ทรมานนะเนี่ยโฟกัส
And now
ลำบากเลย
EDG
ปวดฟัน
are
ไม่ไหนเมื่อกี้น่าจะปวดหัว
calling
นะ
the freeze. They've waited for 27 30 seconds.
ปวดหัวเลย
Make a move. BBL have waited as well. They
ส
are
วอกกี้
still
ผ่า
stuck
ฟัน
in
คุดอยู่
position.
นี่ตอนแรกปวดฟันดูเพื่อนแข่งอยู่ปวดหัวแทน
With the Vice wall covering his back, he doesn't care. They left C completely open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble, and it's paying off for now.
โอ้โหพี่ทราย
Pretty hefty advantage.
ยิงประตูโอ้โหไม่
The second he tries to
แต่
enter
เข้า
the
ใจ
site,
นะ
will
โค้ช
trip
ก็
the
คือโค้ช
wall.
อะ
And
แม่
even
ง
then,
ยังไง
it
ก็มัน
seems
ก็ไม่
like
ใช่นักแข่ง
there were players watching it.
ตอน
Instead,
เป็นนักแข่ง
they've
เก่าแม่งมุมเป็น
reaggressed,
มันก็หายไปอยู่
look
ดี
to try and push behind, finding that there's nobody towards
รั่วเลยนะครับ
C side of the map. We'll gift them a plant. A little bit gambly, but when you're in
เข้า
a
ไซส์อย่าง
2 versus
ส
4
วย
situation, you have
เหลื
to
อ
try
5
and
คน
take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there
เพอร์เฟก
in
ต์
a
ลาว
matter of
ในร้านแล้ว
seconds.
แต่แบบอะไรวะ
Yeah, that door swings open, and they're already on their
เพื่อน
way.
เพิ่งวาง
Showstopper
ไป
popped.
ไปเคลียร์ในบอมอีกรอบ
Larocque searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears them apart at least
คนทุ่ม
for
เท
the first 2.
ถ้าไอ้ลอยต้ามันออกเร็วหน่อยนะ
BBL, they're continuing on this crusade 6-2.
คือยิ
What
ชู
should have been at least a fight back from EDG guaranteed. This
อย่า
game
หาย
has
มีครั้ง
become
ที่3นะ EDG
much
นะ
more one-sided. Of one little
กลายเป็น
mistake.
เกมจากเกมต้องสูสีกลายเป็นตอนนี้แบบ
สู้ยาก
แม่งสู้ยากเลย
The diffuse delayed so they can get the
คนโดน
operator.
ทุบ
It
ไปยาก
has been
นะ
having
ปล่อย
impact.
ไปแม่งยากหนัก
Those early picks coming
ต่อ
through
อะไรอะ
from Lovers Rock have definitely been causing them issues. I do like the fact that we're seeing both Jenny and
ไอ้มึง
Kangan
มึ
at
งจี้เวลา
times
ให้มึงรู้ว่าโค้ดลง
really look to put the pressure onto that
ไอ้เหี้ย
operator.
จี้ก่อนดูนี่
It
ว่ายัง
has
ไง
been problematic to try
เนี่ย
and
เดี๋ยวเจ
deal
นจี
with.
รอดูเลย
Either way,
BBL คนใหม่เป็นไทยรัฐ
โค้ดเมน
Solo
ด้วยไม่ได้เมนเซนติเน
the
ล
attack now
ก็
have
ต้องมาเซอร์
themselves, but of course they've got plenty of credits to play
เข้า
with.
ใจ
They
ได้นะ
lost
ไปเล่น
around
อย่าง
with
นี้มันก็
5
เหมือน
players alive. That
แก๊ง
is
อะเก็ตป่ะล่ะ
a rare
เอาคน
occurrence.
เก่งไปดีกว่า
It's whether or not they can start putting the rounds on the board, and again, they go towards the seaside, and this time
พยายามดูลิงก์นี้ที่ผมส่งไป
ไหนครับ
พี่ว่ามีอิมพอร์เตอร์อยู่ในรูปป่ะ
อิมพอร์ต
โอ้ย
ห
หมุนวะ
โอ้
หมุนวะ
เลเวอร์เอาอีกแล้วนะเลเวอร์
คำหนึ่งแปลกๆทำไมมันคนกลางบนมัน
In their way, shouldn't delay them by much.
อีกที
Still with nobody
ดีเฟน
having
หนึ่งที
a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to
กลาง
put it
บนไม่
through.
น่า
And
รู
the
ปมัน
time
ไม่
wasted, Cravens
คนละคน
over
เนี่ย
that
นะ
gap. Look at the TP though by Loida. It's huge.
Importer.
They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him.
Wow.
It's another story. Chichu.
EDG
Well, he found 2 to close out the last round before he
Alright.
died. This time it would be enough. Take it across the line. He's going to use his ult just to be safe in grabbing that spike.
โอ้ยได้เล่นนะเนี่ยเวลาเยอะ
Yeah,
จัด
it might even work as
เล
bait,
ย
though.
ต้าคิดมากคิดว่า
Because
ชิชู
you
มัน
could
จะวาร์ป
almost
ไปเอง
assume that he had it already.
ที่ไหนได้วับเก็บ
It's a
สบาย
very, very long rotation back from Loiter.
พี่เห็นจี้ที่มันห้อยอยู่ปืน
Time will be
VCT แชมเปี้ยน
Chichu's had an opportunity
lao
in
chi
that
vậy.
position. I think the only problem he might
แค่
have
แต่
is
ถอด
starting to
Eating.
doubt where his opponent would be coming from. You go, okay, but why is he taking so long?
ไม่
Is
ได้
he
เล่น
gone
นะ
all the
อย่าง
way
เงี้
in
ยหนึ่ง
towards
เนี่ย
our
ต้องเข้ามา
spawn?
ควานหา
He gone all the way around the
เมื่อ
back.
กี้ออทัมเห็นนี่น่า
He
จะ
sat in the corner,
Force
basically
advantage,
just
right?
trying to cover off
Maybe
as
force
many
advantage.
angles as possible. Timing
Ui,
ticking
cái
away
mình
now
phải
for
đi hết
Loiter, and in the end for Chichu, it's all
Cái tôi
too
bị mẹ nó đang
easy.
chạm mấy phát
3
ạ.
kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
เฮ้ยเสียดายไม่มีคนพลิก
Big
ซินแวนอยู่
clutch.
มันโหดมากเลย
For Chichu, a much needed round for
Cái
EDG
mình
as
có
well.
thể
As we
đai
said,
cái
after
cancel.
losing that
Còn phải hồn mà
5v1
mình
ninja
biết.
defuse.
ต้อง
I genuinely can't I can't remember the last time I saw a ninja successfully found. I think in the last year
Not
we've
in
done
1v5.
one
แต่ถ้า
attempt.
เทียบ
Not
เก
in
มเสร็จ
1v5.
มัน
Not in
เก่ง
1v5,
กว่า
absolutely not.
Never.
And then you think about
แต่
I'm
รู้สึก
I'm
ที่ผ่าน
including
มา
regional
ที่
games in
นั่ง
that.
คิด
Then
นะ
you go
มีคนหนึ่ง
to
ที่ดรอปหนัก
an
เลย
international
EDG
stage against a team
อา
like
คิวแต่
this.
ว่าที่
Yeah.
มอนอ่ะ
That is
It
not the
doesn't
kind of
happen.
mistake that
Sudah.
happens
ห
at
ลุด
this
แล้วก็
caliber.
หลุดทีมไปแล้ว
ได้มาถึงขั้นหนักแบบ
Crazy stuff
ทั้งสเตจเลย
already
ที่ผมรู้
happening
สึ
for
กว่า
the economy. A little bit rough. Well,
พี่ว่ามันเกี่ยวกับการที่มัน
Gianni,
โดน
the
เปลี่ยนโล
showstopper
บ่อย
has
ๆ
worked
เดี๋ยว
out
ไป
this
เล่น
time, and
ดูเอลเดี๋ยวไปเล่น
the wraparound looking to
อัน
come
นั้นก็
from
อาจจะส่วน
behind.
หนึ่งแต่ว่าสุดท้าย
The
แล้ว
ไม่ไหว
Olsen
เนี่ย
pad the
ความ
gap.
สามารถ
Well,
คือ
Kirk
นั่นแหละ
Cunning's
ก็คือ
up with 2.
ถ้า
คนเก่งมันทำได้ไง
ถ้ามันมีคน
Loiter
ที่
in the
เก่ง
old
กว่ามัน
ball
ถ้า
bang.
มันทำได้ล่ะมันก็นั่นแหละ
เออ
Kevin
คนเฟกเก่งๆกว่ามันเยอะแยะ
decides he doesn't want to
Game
face
at the
into
pit
the
leg nói
Kankan
tao ní.
operator, and honestly, that's
เออ
okay.
ว่ะ EDG มัน
I
ก็
don't think many
ถ้ามัน
people
ไม่
do.
พลาดไป2-3 ราวนะมันก็ได้เยอะอยู่นะ
Started Nico
แต่ว่าแมป
low
บุก
by
ไปเลย
round, a little bit of aggression, sure, but once
Đẹp
you
lòi
meet that
hả?
operator,
Bạc
it's time to turn. Nice attempt by Rose
Game
to
nó thủ
play
tỉa
sneak
hai bên
peek
nhiều
you
quá,
like, but
tổn
he's
lệ.
been caught and now all onto Craven. Guardian got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the first one tap under his belt, but signed puts an end to that. 6-4 now. EDG with a chance to equalize still at the
อยากรู้
halftime.
ไอ้สแต็กจะไปอยู่ไหนวะ
Yeah,
มีภาพ
he's
ไปเจน
looking
จี
like
ป่ะพี่ว่า
ไม่
especially after the
ผมก็
1v5
คิดว่าไม่นะ
potential
จ
for
ริงๆมัน
BBL
ไม่
to
ชอบเอา
run away with this half, but
เอาคนที่มีนี่อยู่แล้วอะ
that potential is slowly slipping. Of course, on a regional standpoint, EDG are normally
Yeah.
incredible on that
คือถ้า
attack side,
NG
so
จะ
I'm interested to
จะอัป
see
เกรดอะต้องเอาเด็
they're
ก
going
ให
to
ม่
have that same sort of
Ờ,
caliber
không
on
phải
defense.
cậu.
We've
Ông
only
Pan
seen
địch
them
mày
play
đó,
the
ok.
defense
ยก
really
เว้นถ้าแบบ
versus DRG, who they lost to both
ไป
times.
เอาเทคเจอร์ไปสั่ง
Of course, it's
แต่มัน
hard.
ก็
to-
ขาดค
โอ้
น
ย
สั่งเนี่ย
โวยวายเลยนะ
ตาเกียร์เดลไปก็ต้องหาคนสั่งต้องดู
These
อะ
players, even without
คนสั่งต้องยิง
ถ้า
ด้วยดิ
ถามแทนลาเกียก็ได้อยู่นะแต่ก็
ใช่ถ้าเทียบกับ2 หมัด 2
and
ค
we're
น
going
นี้
to see
ว่า
this early aggressive
แตกน่า
start.
จะโอเคกว่านะ
แต่เล่นโซว่าได้นะ
เออ
From
รู้สึกว่า
Rock.
แตกโอเคกว่า
And actually, he's going to
แต่ส่ง
continue his
ของ
pushing,
ได้
but
ด้วย
it's
เล่นดี
almost
ได้ด้วย
worked out as bait
เล่น
for
แฟลชได้ด้วย
Loiter.
Oh, it's a great
เอ้า
power round.
ประตูปิดไม่ทัน
แทน
On
ลา
a
เกียถือ
tear
ว่า
of
เปลี่
these
ยน
last few rounds.
แล้วเมื่อไหร่เขาจะ
He's
เอา
found
ไอ้
the
โฆษณา
rock.
ข้างล่างออกเลย
ก็จะยาวทรงนี้
But
อยู่ยาว
EDG
อยู่
เฮ้ย
ยาว
คนคุม OBS เขาหลับแน่เลยว่ะ
เขาไม่ได้เขาก็คงไม่ได้ดู
position.
ไว้
Rose is gonna
ไม่รู้ว่ามันปิดหรือเปล่าโฆษณาไว้ก่อนแล้วกัน
There's a
ชิว
wall
เฉีย
in
นะ
front
ปิด
of
แล้ว
him.
นี่ไง
And
พี่
some
เอ้ย
thorns
เสียง
to
พี่เอ้ย
his
ส่ง
left.
ถึง
It
นะนี่
might draw the eye of the rest of the squad, but they won't see
จริง
anyone
ๆก็ปั้นใหม่
fighting
เลย
them as they go through. They're suspicious, but
แต่จริง
Rose
ๆปั้นใหม่ก็ได้นะ
lands
แต่
two
ปี
in
ห
a
น้า
row.
รู้สึก
A quick double the
แต่ต่าง
spike.
ก็ลดลง
The wait till that wall
มัน
comes
ก็มี
down.
เวลาให้ทำอะไรอยู่นะปั้นอะไรใหม่
They can retrieve it, but not without a fight.
แต่ก็
Rose is still
ใน
guarding it in
ปีหน้า
that
ก็มี
corner,
ถ้าไม่มี
and
ที
he'll
มอื่นก็
catch
จะมีลง
Con for
ก็มีทีม
7.
ลงอยู่แล้ว
The lead
อายุมันยัง
locked
ไม่เยอะ
in
ข
for
นาดนั้น
halftime.
26 ป่ะ
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much done from
ยัง
that
พอ
corner.
ยังพอเล่นได้
Normally
อยู่
I expect that to be a
Yeah,
one and
I'm
done.
with
Of
one.
course, EDG were
Welcome
focusing more on the
GG
timing of
Buster.
getting over the wall.
ไอสัตว์กู40
And because of that, they walk through. One's looking his way, the other's obviously clearing the other angle.
ทำลายสถิติ
That
ไม่
player
เอา
doesn't hit, he gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the IGL
มัน
of
ก็อาจเป็น
BBL.
แบบนักแข่งที่อายุที่สุดใน VLR ต่อ
They now look
TG
to
อะไรเงี้ย
Come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol in
way.
second round
Yeah,
under
that
their
you
belt. It's kind of what's expected.
มันจะอายเปล่าๆเพื่อน
But either way,
เฮ้ยไม่มี
operator waiting for Kankan. He knows that a player is likely already crossed. It's Rose currently
พี่สาย
holding the
พี่สาย
operator,
อันติ
allowing
นะ
Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now
มึง
kicking
มึ
into
งจะไม่มีแผ
a
นแบบ
double
ว่า
of
เอาอัน
players.
ติให้เล่นหน่อยเหรอ
All going to be baited.
พี่สายครับ
เก็บไว้อัพเตอร์แพร์หรือเป
So
ล่า
go back
ไอ้
to
เหี้ย
the
มัน
C
สิ
site,
มา
which
วินสุ
as
ด
of
ท้ายแล้ว
right
เพื่อน
now is completely open.
after
It
pair
does
back.
look like BBL is
รู้ไง
setting
ต่อ
up
ไป
for
ไม่
retake
ไม่มี
though.
จังหวะให้ได้ใช้เลยต้อง
That
มี
it
เน็ต
does. I
ดี
mean,
ๆแล้ว
they've got 4 players having
เออ
pushed
ไปอยู่
up
ตรง
on
นั้น
A.
แล้วรอกด
A
เฮ้ย
lot of space
ให้มัน
taken
วางไม่
there.
ทัน
The whole idea is to just fight this outside.
แล้วแม่งเดินคนแรก
This
ไปดัน
attacker
ที
side of the map. And the
น่าจะ
idea
ไม่ได้
from
กดแต่วินนี่
EDG is to do
ถ้าเดิ
the
นตามใน
exact
ก็ตามนั้น
opposite.
นะ
They go
เฮ้ยสบาย
to
เดิ
the
น
top. They
ไป
go
อยู่
to
ก
the
ลาง
โอ้
defender
เจอสี่
spawn,
กลางไฟ
taking
ดิเนี่ย
that as a
กด
nice
ติ๊กเกอร์
foothold.
กดติ๊กเกอร์
Seekers
กดให้
go out and tell them where to look. One player towards water. That's going to be nobody searching for the kill, trying to make this uncomfortable for that player.
กดสวนไป
And now
น่าจะเคาน์เตอร์
มันอ่านมาอยู่
the
แล้ว
ult going through. No
Ah,
more
yeah.
thorns. Sorry for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to
That makes
slow
you
down
sure.
this. So BBL going to run straight through. Already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand. And now Signed and Chichu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets, but they found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chichu. And Signed is there
อ้า
to
ว
close
ไม่มี
it
ตัว
out.
เทรดเฉย
There will be
เลยว่าล็อกอุต
7
ส่าห์สไลด์
to 5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but EDG not that far behind.
No, another
cut เหรอวะ
great
ของจริง
round
ว่ะ
coming out from Chichu. I think you can put at least 2
The
or
last
3
5 rounds,
ต้อง
he
ชูไป
was
ชิชูเลยเอาไปสี่อะ
You could put at least a few
ดูดิ
down
ทุ่ม
to
เท
him
จัดอะ
individually.
เอากันหมดเลย
Just even the spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't
โอ้
even
แต่
get
มุ
it
ม
to
นี้
half.
สแปม
I think at
โค
that
ตร
point,
โคตรดีเลย
Loiter already knew
แม่งแบบมุมเดียว
that round was over. 7-5, a decent recovery, especially when you consider there was a 1v5 ninja defuse in the mix and you didn't win the pistol. I think that's not too bad
ถ้า
for
ไม่พลาด
EDG.
ไอ้
You know,
ราว
often
ที่
we
คู่
talk
บอ
about
ก
the pistol rounds
น่าจะ
in a
สลับกัน
situation like this,
7-5
7-5. You're like, oh, the pistol made the difference here. That's what gave you the leg up. Now the 1v5. The 1v5 ninja defuse is what gave you the leg up there. That's tough. But for BBL, the lead by 2 indeed. It's something to work with, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Mistakes from EDG allowing that ninja defuse through. That's a flash in the pan. I think this team is only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. And that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming in to stand in. You think about Zeiss. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around. But as the days went on, as the weeks went on, he started to grow more and more into that position. The team identity looked better. Started to feel how to call in the game, and the team knew how to play around him as well. And that's exactly what I expect to see here for EDG. That Signed will become more and more integrated into this roster over
เห็น
games. That
ลูเตอร์ตุรกีแล้วมี
on-stage
คำถาม
experience
ใคร
is
ไอเจล
vital
อะ
for
พี่เหรียญนะ
any top-tier player. And so he's coming in here with these guys. And I don't just mean on-stage experience
เห็
as
น
a
ลู
player.
เตอ
I
ร์ตุร
mean
กี
with
แล้วมี
your team,
คำถาม
right?
ใครไอเจ
Yeah,
ล
of
อะ
course.
And he's coming in
Wood
here with
อะ
a chance to build that day by day. Already
Hey,
looking
man.
pretty good.
Yeah, I
มีอัล
think
ฟา
it's
เจอ
also
ร์
fun
ลา
as
ล็อก
well
เหรี
when
ยญ
you do
ซุด
have like
บูท
a coach
ซอ
in
ฟ
the mix. Because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a
น่าจะ
tactical
เหรียญ
pause
อะ
for. So
Yeah, for
it
sure.
can give you
ที่
additional
ไม่
value.
เก็ตเอเมอร์มา
What
เลย
you
อะ
lose is Smoggy, who's an insane player. So it kind of
มาทันแล้วช่วงนี้อะ
I'm not going to say it's a full positive. I think there's some
Absolutely not.
pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game. And of course, you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just popping off at the moment and going into the defensive side. We'll have to wait and see what they have on offer. As said, when it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the attack side where they shine. But a lot of the time, they dominate that first half so much that we don't actually see that much of their defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 17 and 8. by the way.
Genuinely,
อย่าง
it's
มา
the
ก
last 5 rounds, excluding one.
แต่
I
พอมา
remember
เป็น
he
แบ
got
บ
like a 2K
พอเป็นแพ
out
ท
of
นี้
4.
EDG แม่งกลับ
Then
มา
a
พังงา
2K
ดเลยเว้ย
clutch.
ใช่
คิดว่าลูเตอร์
Close it out as well.
ลูเตอร์อเมริกา
Chichu's
มี
having
มี
a
วาลิน
game,
กับ
man.
อีธานอยู่ในทีมเดียวกันอะ
7 to 5 though. Pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Like you said, we're gonna get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C. 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded for the late round. I like this idea, and it does look like BBL are late going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door, and that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door. And that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's
I
going
did
to be
alright.
taken down, but the trade's at least
Mang-
favorable for
Mang-
EDG.
นั่ง
Yeah,
รถผ่านแล้ว
he did
แวะมา
pretty well there.
แวะนิดนึง
Getting out of that
คุย
with
หน่
a
อย
kill and then
อุ้ย
setting up
แวะมาซื้อข้าวแกง
Chichu.
แล้ว
I'll be
ซอย
honest, he doesn't need much setting up.
Chichu
He's
มัน
just managed to right click a guy down to
อีก
8
ขวาให้หัว
HP
ไปหนึ่งนัด
through half of the
แวะกิน
bullets
ข้าว
hitting the
ก่อนกลับ
wall.
เลย
Yeah, that's how the classic works.
Right.
There you go. That's all you need.
I was thinking that. I was like, I'm pretty sure the wall ate most of those shots.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
saw his health bar disappear. Like, oh.
Well, look at the control though. Kraven's managed to get them into the A.
ฟูลรีเทค
The thing
ป่ะ
I
ครับ
like
อันนี้
from EDG though, they've grouped up. Bar one
Ball
player.
retake.
That one player's Con. I'll allow it.
Safe enough pair
โอ้
of
โหแล้วแม่ง
hands. He's on his
เจอ
own.
ลิฟต์
Yeah.
สามค
I'll
น
certainly be believing in him. Plant coming through for BBL. A man down
แหม่
and
แม่ง
a
ดุ
lot
นะ
of HP missing
ได้เล่น
on
นะเนี่ย
Loida. He's going to try to be the snake in the grass, and I don't think they saw his pistol. There's
เช็ค
a
เช็ค
jump
นะกระถื
scare
อมีด
for signed. But they're still hunting him
Oi!
down. Jenny, oh, as
Red
reliable
light.
as he's
Red
been,
song.
it seems like Lloyd has hit another level in this pistol round. Already 3 kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only
พี่
one
สายกูถือ
left
มีด
on his team alongside him, but never
พี่สาย
mind holding the
พี่
side
สาย
proves
เลย
easy.
เฮียจะถือ
For the Vice, it is now
ไม่คุย
8
สื่อสารกัน
on
หน่
the
อยวะ
board for BBL, and an injection of rounds in this early half could make this a
เดินมาสี่
very
คนแม่งเดิน
dangerous
ไปเช็ค
series
ด้วย
for
กันก็ได้
EDG.
Yeah, that's both pistols under their belts as well.
พี่
And
ทรายกูชิวจัด
I agree with you. I thought that Loiter would be dead to rights. The fact he gets 2 while on 8 HP, that's the defining part of the round.
Oh,
If
yeah.
he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto the remaining players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kraven a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights.
เอาใหม่ไม่เป็นไรข้างๆแม่งเสือกโค้ด
8
พูด
to
ไม่ได้
5. Lead extended.
อย่างนี้ถ้าเป็นในสมอกกี้นี่ไม่น่ายากว่ะ
Loves
ผมว่า
rock
มัน
with
ไม่น่าประ
sniper
มาท
back
เรื่อ
in
ง
his
ถือมีด
hands.
อะ
One
อย่างน้อย
more
ได้
you
ยิง
need.
สู้อะเข้าใจก็ในมุมมองผมนะเรื่องของการถือมีดอะไรมุมแบบนี้ผมว่ามันไม่น่าจะ
Loves
ไม่
rock
เขีย
with a sniper.
ถ้าเป็น
ไอ้
นัก
ส
แข่ง
มอกกี้ปกติ
Nobody-
ด่านนี้
the
เล่นอะไร
sniper
นะ
being
เล่นเลสป่ะ
the outlaw, but
มันมี
nobody
การระ
even
วัง
having
ตัวอยู่แล้ว
shields.
Bring them down.
Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct.
น่า
Nobody
จะส
does
ลับ
have
ใช่
big
ใช่ใช่
แล้วเจเจ็ดไปเล่น
ถ้า
ไปเล่นไว้
ถ้าเลส
Well, technically, I said nobody
ถ้า
has
เลสจะ
shields.
ไม่ใช่
so
เจเจ็ด
I'm
เอ้ย
incorrect.
จะไม่ใช่สโมกกี้หรือเปล่าจำไม่ได้
I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant
Okay.
สมอก
player on
กี้
the
ผม
defensive
คิด
side
ภาพ
has
ไม่ออก
shield
เลย
on.
ที่
Try harder.
Sorry,
Keep
yeah,
it
my
in
bad.
that, yeah.
I thought he had a shield.
Wait,
beside
How
his
many
name,
only some
and it
key
definitely
within
wasn't the
way?
fact that his
ไม่ได้
name
แล้ว
is
ว่ะ
nobody, and it's
น่าจะอันนี้แห
ไม่
ละ
ได้ไม่ได้เล่นไว้อะ
something, someone, and
ไว้
nobody.
น่าจะเป็น
God
ที่
damn
โชว์
it.
หรือเปล่า
ใช่ใช่ชิคชูแล้วผมจำไม่ผิดเหมือนกัน
สโมกกี้
ผมว่า
สโมก
It should
It's
be
a slap
a
blow.
clean up, but the
Hey, hey, Sam,
weapon he
bun-
comes
bun-
up
bun-
against
bun-
is a sniper on the other side, and in the hands of Concon, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
ไม่ต้องคิดเยอะจบแล้วไอ้เหี้ยจินนี่จับไว้
Looking to come
พี่
in
โช
on
ว์เล่นโอเมน
พิกชูเล่นโอเมนอยู่
that
แล้วเป็น
flank
จินนี่จับ
position,
ไว้
but
ครับ
it does seem like the
Jenny
attackers have
Shi.
now sort of
Jenny Shi.
realized that
Tap white.
Flash has let
Tap
Rose so
white. Tap white.
blind,
Tap
but
white.
again,
Tap
a
white.
corner
Tap white.
unchecked. I think he's got
Tap white.
almost all of his
เอาตัว
kills
จิน
from
นี่
corners
จินนี่ฉีด
unchecked
มันก็
so
เล่นพวก
far.
นี
He
ออน
got 3 from one corner.
เป็นดูลิสต์อยู่แล้วนะแต่ก่อน
That's a fourth. I
When
think he may
Concon
only
laying
have
down.
5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Concon in the back from the
But he's
corner on
not-
C
he's
long,
not
so he
there.
actually did get all of his kills from corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
He's just
ทุกคน
hiding in
ตำแหน่งเดิมหมด
corners the entire time.
ยก
An
เว้น
easy
แค่
cleanup
จิน
for
นี่ฉีด
BBL though, and now is where we basically need to see
นี่เอา
the
ทับ
break
กำลัง
back
นั่งดูแล้วปรบมือให้
from the side of
สำหรับ
EDG.
ผู้ช่วยโค้ช
Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much
ตก
recently.
รอบเลยป่าวะ
มันเป็น
ไป
อย่าง
ดับเบิลอิลูมิเนชันในกลุ่ม
In fact, too much might be an understatement. We haven't seen them play
เอา
at
จริง
all.
ไอ้มันเป็นผู้ช่วยโค้ช
Yeah,
น่าจะเล่น
there's
ละเอียด
something
กว่านี้หน่อย
poetic about seeing the IGL
ไม่หรอก
only
มัน
getting
มัน
kills
มัน
from
เสียเรื่องมุม
positions
เป็น
of,
ไปแล้วอะ
of
คนต่อให้เป็นนัก
outplay.
แข่ง
Hey,
เก่า
you gotta
มัน
be
ไม่ได้จับ
ratty
นาน
I
sometimes.
do like that.
ๆมันต้องอยู่ในแบบ
Kind of how he
บ
should
ริ
be
บทของ
playing.
การเล่น
Well,
ทีมตลอด
for
มันจะ
BBL,
รู้เว้ย
double digits if they can take this
Let's
round.
see
They've
if you can-
invested
ต่อให้เก่ง
decently.
ให้
3 rifles, a
หยุด
Guardian,
เล่นไป
which
อะ
is another rifle. I say rifles, I mean these ones. The big boys. Vandal up
Oh,
close,
hello.
not good for nobody.
Honeycomb
Caught
on
pulling it out.
timing pass.
Moida gets an
Nobody
easy opener.
had a murder.
The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course, Chichu not going quiet just yet.
มันต้อง
good nade
เสี่ยง
for the
ชีวิต
cover.
ขนาดนั้นเลย
Equally as
เกิด
good.
เลยครับช็อตนี้
Yeah, over 4 HP.
Nice shot already
ก็ยังดี
onto
ไม่พอ
Concon as well.
ดี
Leaves
เจครับ
just 2
ไปเจอกัน
standing.
แบบหน้า
Dave call already.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice. Now, it's interesting the position of that Vice Wall for Sign.
คิดว่า
It
เขาจะ
feels
ไม่
like
กล้า
they're
มา
leaving
บี
him
เลยนะ
boxed in on his own setup.
Top.
Again, that's quite a common thing to do with a stand-in. The problem is, one of the normal positions for that wall is on B, so that you know that somebody's walked through. It's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest. Rose has gone down to the spike. Well, He was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffuse earlier. You have this round as well where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
Of course he is. Of course he is. I haven't seen them stand up all too much so far, but
ผมว่าไอ้คู่เนี้ย
There's plenty
ยืน
more
ใส่กัน
reasons to
ยิงศพไม่โดน
exactly. There you go.
มันไม่ใช่ศพ
that one. That was a great hit. We've planned out a few of these for the day, so
Oh
don't
yeah,
you worry.
definitely.
What's next on the script?
ตอบมันเลิกยืนแล้ว
10 to 5,
เลิก
BBL
ยืนแล้วเกลียด
in a very good position right now. They come into
เอ
this.
อมันอยู่ใน
we spoke about it,
อยู่ใน
EDG
โซนตัวเองก็น่าจะยืน
favorite,
แหละ
they'll play with the stand-in.
น่า
To
จะ
be honest,
ไม่ยืนใน
I'm
อิน
not
เตอร์
complaining with the
แต่วัน
stand-in.
นั้น
Top down,
โด
it's
น
looked a little
ด
bit
ราม่า
massive
ไป
in some of the rounds.
ไอ้นี่เลยอะเตรียมเจียมเลย
We
อะ
still need to see them wake up. Very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle.
ไนท์สิ่งเดียว
That's the other problem. That wall's getting tripped for free. Once that door goes up, and it looks like BBL definitely posturing for this A hit. They've allowed EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the bait. They're ready for Kankan's push.
ไอ้สกินเมื่อกี้
Yeah,
มัน
he
ก็ดู
might be
ยิ
a
ง
bit
ดี
more of a
ที่น่ารัก
surprise. The flash.
Oh, timing.
no! Signed. Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a
เฮ้ย
player
บี
ready
แน่
and
นหนา
waiting.
นะ
Jenny has his nade primed again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in.
Yeah,
And
Bน่ะ
there's
แน่น
the man of the moment, Chichu with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed. He's got himself an additional weapon, but there's Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots. But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest, and that allows for that rotation
เซิร์ฟเวอร์วิ่งตามไป
all the way back
ส
to
บาย
the other side of the map and a post plant.
Oh, Lover's Rock almost getting caught. But he's on the right agent for it. Quickly
Yạc
able
lời
to
แบบ
slip
นี้
away. Back to the C site.
ดี
They know the outlaws lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside, spots one, maybe even two. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida as the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around. They double swing, take Signed down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot.
ลอยต้า
Team against him.
BBL
A shot landed by Loida confirms it. A big lead for BBL. And honestly, I'm surprised to not see like a pause coming through from EDG, even just to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those games where you're just kind of going like, okay, let's go with the flow. Let's learn a little bit of our own weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I don't think you'd necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched, at least by 1 or 2. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. A push it towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. Tries to TP
โชว์ไป
away.
ทำงี้โชว์
And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Nice shot by Kankan. But we need another to pull them back into this round. The other problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much about rotating that player through, about moving Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah.
Right in the nick of time as well.
I think that obviously Signed great work on the timing on the flank, but the big player in this round is Kankan. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction, but then he starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time. And that's the moment that gives the Signed the opportunity to strike. 11-6. A break back after 4 in a row. But is it the first of many? Or a blip?
Oh, Rock having no look when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4. Damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper lands for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything
แม่ง
at
ถือ
this
ของ
one.
ไว้แหละบอม
Even in
ต
the
กมั่วซั่วหมด
No room for error. And EDG, well, EDG
Oh,
were
Lord,
making
what
an
did they-
easy meal of it, but now
ถ้าไม่ได้
signed
เก็บ
in
หน้าบี
Chichu.
3-4 ตัวนี่ยิงตัวเดียวเลย
One away from the ult on Loida. He can run, take the orb outside C,
เก็บออฟ
and
พั
then
ดอีกไป
plant
เลย
with ease. This has turned into a much more dangerous round.
ชิชูไปรอแล้วครับอ่านขาด
It does seem like this has been thought of, though. Look at Chichu. Chichu is so ahead of the game. He's so ahead of it. He's so
แล้ว
ahead
แม่ง
of
ไม่
it.
เปิดห
He
นามเลย
knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes with a plant, you thought he had a big brain play, Loiter, but Chichu's brain is even
เปิด
bigger.
หนามตอ
Was
ดเกาะ
there
เพื่อน
way before anyone would have expected it.
รั่ว
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been putting in a shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map. He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half, if not for him, and it would have been a game over. Although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have cancelled that. But 4 rounds left to go. The gap's starting to narrow a little bit again. But the thing is, in the back of my mind, it is any moment that BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
Couple of ults here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless. You know, get rid of one of Laroc's weapons, but Khan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but
Nice.
it ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far, but they need him to win this one.
Crept up, got Rose. The first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, LaRock caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so far. But the win now fills his sails. Again, a necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this. And yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols, yada yada. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a little bit more shaky after you full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end. Well, you mentioned timeouts earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the pressure. And I think they know, as we talked about in this group in general, you're playing up against EDG with the standing. Still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the opponents look any easier on paper. Full force RQ, 100 Thieves.
เพื่อนโดนยิงตายเลยนะมึงถือของยืนตรงที่เพื่อนตาย
To see whether or
แล้ว
not
ปาแล้วพอพีคไปเสร็จเลือดตัวเองเลือดน้อยนะที่แบบไป
Hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it. You can't have prepped anything going into that map. You start to feel pressure.
วันนี้เจอใครว่าให้ EDG กับ
For BBL, we already mentioned it. Winning this map, having Ascent up next. It could set
วันนี้
them
ขออนุญาต
up.
ขึ้นหัวแถว
Knock this out of the park
ด้วยทีม
2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there. Or how high up the power creep can go as we get later into this series. But I see the fist bumps from BBL. Their timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game. He said, lights out for Chichu.
ถ้าได้เหล่านี้คัมแบ็กเลย
Matching his performance as well. Certainly had his fair share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's
ยิง
that
มันเสีย
underdog
ละ
story. It's
คน
because
เสีย
they're
มาเยอะ
behind
มาก
and he's been the one
ถ้า
fighting
ไม่
back
เสีย
in
วิน
for
กู
them.
บอมตัวนี้น่าจะเสมออยู่
And on this
วิน
team,
กู้บอม
that's
กับวินเนี่ย4-2เมื่อกี้
Well, even after 3 rounds in a row, it's going to be an operator with no shields coming into this round for Khan. So definitely a little bit more vulnerable. Okay.
อยู่ดีก็คน
See you later, LaRock.
all because of that clutch, you know?
ยิง
They have the
แข็งไปแล้ว
confidence to spray otherwise.
อย่างนั้นเลยเหรอ
People would have thought
ยิง
that
เหมือน
nobody
รู้
was
อะ
there, but not nobody. Khan in position,
ถ้าเวลาหลอกเขา
waiting,
นิ่งจังอะ
had a teammate to support, but in this case with an advantage already,
เขา
he's
ทิก
going to
เกอร์
fall
แล้วเขา
back.
ไม่โดนหลบเลยวะ
อุ้ย
Another
clang.
pick for Khan.
Yeah, but
This
hit
time
why-
the trade is there. It's Rose quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all onto
โดนมุม
Kreven.
โดนมุมเดียวกันแล้ว
More to find. The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that
เฮ้ย
nade is hunting him
คลีนจัด
down. He stands reasonably close to it, and okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. A player up top. Good
What?
flash. And now a 1v1. Surely not for Kreven. But the spike is down. And Jenny is protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kreven playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kreven, it's been so long, he doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
มีอย่างเดียวคือเมาส์แบตหมดครับที่เจนนี่จะแพ้ครับ
A single bullet needs to be a headshot. Gianni will be there to close the round. It is close to an all-time clutch for Kreven with 5 HP, but it is still the streak of rounds going. Now again, it's incredibly costly. Already on the back burner, just getting an operator into the round. You see why they got the operator, because of how fast Kankan is.
ช็อตที่ยากก
The
ว่า
snake in the grass this time flips to
ยาก
the
กว่า
other
ที่
side.
จะไม่เช็คใช่ไหม
Gianni
แต่แม่งก็ไม่
having
เช็คจริง
another big round on the Rays. Of course, as said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's
โด
him
นมุมเดียวกับเรา
swapping
เลย
back
พี่
to it.
แต่เรายังยิงเช็คไง
ไม่เริ่ม
He's looking fairly
อ่ะ
comfortable.
จริงไหมเนี่ย
Good work by Jenny. Just sat in the corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kreven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But for Laroc, that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny, not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper. And he finds Laroc. How? I don't know how he survived. Got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL. Okay, they'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. But the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Weaponry dissipating. A heal onto Gianni as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated. The other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player
ไม่
there.
หลอกแต่ว่ามีวอร์ใน
Now
ที
for
ครับไม่โดน
Kreven,
หลอก
he's
นะ
walked
Ui,
straight
tộc.
back into the hands of Kankan. That
พี่โรสเดิน
operator is
อยู่
still
บี
in
ครับ
hand.
ไม่ได้ไปกับเพื่อน
อยู่บีครับเพื่อนหายหมดแล้วตอนนี้
พี่โรสกำลังสงสัยว่ามันทำเชี่ยอะไรที่บีวะ
Might get one for free.
Enemy down. Where are
The second player would be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Kankan is. Knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well, this is a team in the form of EDG that looked completely deactivated. They were making so many basic mistakes going through that first half, even a little bit here. But we always knew it's a matter of time before they wake up. I was starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down and another timeout. The second for BBL being called and quite quick succession as well, as they're finding no answers to what EDG are putting out.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers of sort of what I was talking about in the next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards the center? It's like, well, if you can have Kankan with an operator on the defensive side, he might just kill everyone. And that's kind of what he started to do, like lightning fast reactions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of Chichu up the top of the board. Gianni started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed,
อันนี้คือเขาลือกันว่าที่เป็นเปเล็กเคยได้แชมป์มันเป็นเพราะว่าเจอเฟนาติกคือมันแย่งกันที่สองไม่ได้แย่งกันที่หนึ่ง
two pauses in
หรือว่าเฟนาติกชนะเนี่ยเพราะว่ายังคงที่สอง
you
ต่อ
could
ไป
see that BBL are really feeling
ก็คือ
that pressure.
เฟนาติกกับเป็นเปเล็กที่เจอรอบชิง
If you
คือแย่ง
let
ที่
this
สอง
map
ไม่ได้
slip
แย่ง
away from such a massive advantage, I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close.
2 ทีมนะ2
I think it is within 2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, took another pause. So I think it is literally 2 pauses in 3 rounds.
Round 22. A 1-round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game. Second wind, but it's Kankan to fall right away. Laroc said no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage, though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. The classic, trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with one, but still a man advantage for BBL. And now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must-win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed, the stand-in, the coach in a 1v4. And with the credits desperately low. Not today.
Now listen, maybe he'll be a replacement on the main roster if he wins this one. You can see him already leaving to the other side of the map, fleeing for the save. 12 for BBL. At long last, it felt like an inevitability 6 rounds ago, and yet it has been a good streak from EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. Like you can't
That was
use
a big ult dump.
3
พอพี่เอ๋บอก
high
คัมแบ็ก
impact
ให้
ults
EDG แพ้เลย
in one round. And okay, sure, Laurent got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chichu.
ไอ้มุมนี้ผมเห็นใครๆก็นั่งนะ
And okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything other than slow one player down at least a little bit. But it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No operator on their side. In fact, it's Lovers Rock. Now, they do have a Blade Storm. That's going to help, but there are definitely pieces missing here and there. And an immediate 4-player aggression. Kankan 1-for-1. The nade won't quite kill off Loiter. And after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Kankan's dealt with. Chichu still alive and with the TP as well. He can move to this A site if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read and the push coming his way. Now a lot of utilities making its way in. And in a moment's time, you're going to see Lovers Rock looking for that opening on the up for Sign. Oh, I think he's going to walk into it. Oh, no! Lovers Rock walks into him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The danger averted. 12 to 11. Going the distance no matter what.
ก็ดี
So I mentioned it. You get rid of the ultimates. And that round in the last one might have not gone their way. And that is not how they would have hoped for that one to go. The individual stepping up. That's it. Signed. 12-14 right now. He's holding his own within the server. A man that was playing in the Ascension system last year. So it's not like he is way out there of a player who's not ready to jump into the server, but it's still a lot of pressure going up against BBL. Some of the best aimers you'll ever see. And while they're going to try and play off that now, Lovers Rock immediately with an opener. The trades were going their way, but they're signed. He's now leveled up 14-14. At OT, well, it almost feels inevitable at this stage.
Loida might be able to get some work done, but nobody is sneaking up on his left, and he has no idea. Great shot from Nomi. Signed on a 3K. Overtime, locked in, EDG. I can't stress enough how out of this game they looked at a certain point. The mistakes they were making were unforgivable. Like for BBL, I could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side. And now that EDG have tightened up the game, it's looking a whole lot better.
I want to go the other way with it. BBL win both pistols. They win, I think, 2 rounds off of straight BS, and now they've gone to OT. This is a choke and a half. Like they were
พอพี่เอ๋ยบอกว่า
and now
สายแม่งยากกว่า
they
สาย
are
แม่ง
in
ยิงไป
overtime. Like the
3-4 ตัว
pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. If they lose from here, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into a set then with a
ตี BBL เก๊กันเลย
quasi advantage you might have thought of for BBL earlier, that hometown hero when it comes to the 82nd province of
EDG
Turkey.
เล่นเหมือนตอนเจอเปเปอร์เล็กเลยดันเนี่ยเห็นนะที่มันสู้
Come
ห
in
น้าซี
after a
โร่
loss like this, and I'm not sure that
Hey,
matters at all.
ELG
Confidence will take a knock. For EDG, a slow start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success for the defense. So they wait, and now push comes to shove. And that was very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him.
Okay,
That's a bold play.
คุ้มอยู่ตายเป็นการตายที่คุ้ม
Come
อยู่
with an attack side operator.
อย่าถือมีดโอ้โหมันชอบ
He really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and
เปิด
raring to
เปิด
trade
ตัวหน้า
him.
บีเปล่าตัวหน้าบีอ่ะ
Walk back, not going to be caught.
ผมว่าไอ้ทรายนี่ก็แค่รอคนเปิดตัวแล้วก็
They
ซัด
have left their opponents with little to no information.
ไปอัปเปอร์
The corner being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there. Rose is already dead.
สวยอยู่ครับ
They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant, an advantage extending even further. The lead looking like it's going to be taken. And who but Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it. And it is all but over. 13-12 now. EDG, after being at an insane deficit, now on map point.
And even this defensive round, it doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on in the extremities, the early fights that were going their way every time. And now, the shoe's on the other foot. It seems like EDG have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge deficit and delete all of those silly little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's also what you expect from a squad like this. As said, with this stand-in, I expect them to get better and better. With every map under their belt, I didn't think it would
แต่
be
ลา
every
หลอกนี่มัน
half
ไม่ค่อยหลับ
under
เหมื
their
อนกันนะ
belt.
เอาจริง
A
มัน
chance for 4 team
เออ
to
มันเล่น
close
ดีอยู่
the
นะ
map here and go
มี
on to a set
level ถ้ามาก็
EDG's
คือมา
map
เลย
pick, and
แล้วหลับ
often
แล้ว
a hometown map for any
BBL เนี่ย
Turkish
ไอ้ดู
team.
สเตเบิลสุดแล้วไอ้ลาห
Go
ลอก
in there after
เกม
dealing
เหลื
a
อก็หลับ
blow
บ่อย
like this. That'll
แต่
be
ถ้า
a
มาก็
huge
มาเหมือนกัน
advantage.
อะทั้งทีมเลย
I think they just noticed he knifed the prowler. It might be Concom at the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go the other way.
กันอยู่ EDG แม่งเอาเลสมาอยู่ C คนเดียวนะ
The attack side
มันเบรกได้อยู่นะเลสอะ
gonna try
ตอน
and
แรก
take back that space towards C.
เปิด
Concon in
Ui.
position once
Ui,
again.
ủa,
And
phải
of
còn
course he
mình-
doesn't
Lốt
miss the shot.
พี่โรถเอง
Leaves them a man
โอ้
down.
โหกล้าเล่นจัด
And the C side
อ้าว
เตอร์กระโดด
he's
เข้ามาส
failing,
โมก
but
อะ
with the opener onto nobody, that definitely makes things
The
a
A
lot more
player ตาย
interesting. The A
คือ
side is
ลำบากเลยครับแบบ
completely
นี้
under their control. Before they'd had
แต่มันยัง
sign
ไม่เข้า
เย้ยแต่ง่ายอยู่แล้ววินนี้ชิบหาย
on that side of the map.
จะง่ายอยู่แล้ว
It's given BBL a
โอ้
pretty
ดี
good
ไม่น่าเลย
opportunity.
ว่ะ
ได้พื้นที่เยอะอยู่
Plant coming
EDG
through. Going to be onto LaRock, still 2 away from that showstopper after the plant. And look who's sneaking his
Ui.
way in. Chichu's gone for the spam.
เอาแล้วภาพตัด
It looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Concon. He shoots, drops his weapon,
Ui.
and goes in for the fight, but that's not going to work. And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is tied up, and Nico
Nobody.
BBL not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get
Hiding
another
off on
chance at
here.
that defense.
ต้องนับเช็คหรือ
Back
กระโดด
and
ดู
forth
วะ
continues. A much needed
ต้อง
one
ดู
as
ว่า
well. I feel like that
ห้าวหรือเปล่า
resets this into an even
ไม่มี
playing
รีเพลย์ด้วย
once again. I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map after it coming all the way back
รี
to
เพลย์อะไร
overtime.
ของมันวะ
But it
งง
seems
วะ
like BBL still have some fight within them.
เวลามีทั้งเยอะทั้งแยะ
No surprise that Concon's invested back into that operator once again. The defenders looking to re-aggress towards that seaside, but Concon is waiting. This time not missing the shot, but he has missed 2 players already on the walk-up.
คิว20 แอสซิสต์
Same space take from BBL this time without the season
เล่นแบบ
play.
เดิมเลยว่ะ BBL อ่ะ
A little bit of a different
แต่
layer
มัน
to
ก็โดนเทค
hopefully
หน้า
allow
B
them to push through to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house. On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused. Spike outside A. A jump spot that they're
หายละ
hearing
แล้ว
every
ซีดันออก
couple of
มา
seconds. But
แต่
they
ไม่มี
don't
ใคร
know
หัน
about
เลย
Rose. BBL are setting traps on each extremity. Finally, Lovers Rock
หายแล้ว
has
ไม่ได้คอนโทร
walked
ล
up.
แบบ
He's
ไม่ได้
here
เล
and
ยเลยตอน
steps
นี้
into B now. He knows the play, and they are none
โอ้ย
the wiser.
เอา
The showstopper.
หรือว่าล็อก
That was a huge
ทำหมูห
play,
ก
perhaps round winning.
ดี
BBL are going to have to find something else to fight with.
He can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The paranoia is perfect, though. That's the advantage.
ดูพี่โรดเลยยิงเกับหมดแม็กกับเมื่อกี้
Nobody waiting in position.
Yeah,
Kraven, however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory. But still, Concon and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot. An uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round coming out of the side for BBL. They need one more attack side round, and they'll finally close out the map that they started.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the blowout victory that it looked like. A complete mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at EDG's play in the second. For BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round. Finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. We could see that door swing open and an immediate challenge at the C site.
Swap up.
อุ้ย
Where we've seen Sign playing a
Nobody.
nice shot from
พอแล้ว
nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Gianni's just waiting on the cross.
ไม่ได้ไม่ได้
All too easy for those initial
เออมาเช็ค
openers.
ไป
And losing 2 personnel off rip
ผมไม่มีผิดพลาด
You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody over on the EDG side if they're going to turn this
โอ้โห
round
คัง
back.
ได้โพซิชั่น
Yeah,
ข
they
นาด
have
นี้
to trade out the mistakes made by
ว้า
BBL.
เอ้ยโล
You're just about going to
1
survive
HP.
that on 1 HP.
Okay,
มึงอย่าเอาสไนด์มายิง
I
ก่อน
say Concon doesn't miss.
No, he
มึง
doesn't.
ใครจะยิง
He
กูยัน
got
ชีวิต
shots.
หน้าเลยเนาะ
And now Sign waiting on the side. Flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't swing. He plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now dropped and Signed under pressure from that right side. The off of Lover's Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there. 14-14. Another overtime needed.
Yeah, just bear in mind, guys, this is map 1 of the entire tournament. It feels like
เจ
we
อ
could
ไอ้
be in
หมา
for
ล่า
the
เสียบ
long
หมา
haul.
ย่างนี่คือ
I have to
ควร
wonder though, how the hell
Dude,
did
you want
nobody
to
get a
on
kill
the
and get out when 3
เป็นพวกไก่
players were looking at him? What
F
the
จะกินห
hell
ม่าล่า
were
แล้ว
you
รถ
thinking? Then
ขบวนใช่ไหม
shift walking through.
ไม่
That was
ผม
like
เอ
2
อ
seconds
ผมลง
later.
มา10 โล
Where do you think
แต่ว่า
nobody's
กินไอ้
gone?
นี่
And it wasn't even
Broccoli
him. They've
sia.
got
No,
another
they looked, they
teammate.
looked, and they're like, oh, no.
บรอกโคลี
Nobody's there.
เราต้องกินผักเวฟ
บรอกโคลี
14
บรอกโคลีมัน
14.
โปรตีนเหรอพี่
บรอกโคลีล้วนเลย
Concon Orb survives,
เด็ด
but
ไม้
not been purchased up
Banana.
on the other
อยาก
side.
ลองกินเหมือนกันนะ
Seeming like both teams have now found their
ถ้า
rhythm,
มา
but
กินกับหมาล่าแล้วแม่งอ
only
ร่อย
one
นะ
can take this
มี
map
มี
over
มี
the
ไป
line.
เคยกิน
Map
อยู่
choice
ร้าน
of
เป็นห
BBL.
ม่าล่าแบบบรอกโคลีข้าวโพดอะไรเงี้ย
Definitely
Really
feeling a
like-
little bit more tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less
จริง
fast-paced
ๆถ้าเป็นพวกบาร์บี
rounds,
คิวหรือหมาล่าเสียบไม้
patient
ผมชอบ
stuff, and this has been a big point of
Oh,
contact.
but you might
Kreven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a
Okay.
regular occurrence of
Like-
just players
ไก่กับเนื้อ
picking a timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
เอาบีไปเลย
A minute on the clock. And EDG still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, dangers averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before from
Paranoia.
BBL. The jump spot's there from Loida.
He just
sees them and
swings.
hits the paranoia.
แล้ว
but
มุมนี้
instead,
อีกแล้ว
he
ยัง
swings
ไง
out wide. Now
เฮ้ย
goes
โรส
down. Rose
คน
has
ดี
to
คน
have
เดิ
a
ม
sensational performance. It's a bit shaky. Could have been two. Unfound.
ยอดจริงๆ
At
วัน
least
เนี้ย
for BBL, it's just a
He loaded.
one-man disadvantage, and they've got the
ต้องได้สัก
rotates
สอง
in
ใช่ไหม
just in time. Lovers Rock
เออ
and Kreven are here
Yeah,
to hold the line.
Oh
The
my
early
God.
flank from Larocque, but Concon
Rock
just
against
keeps
Foul.
ripping them to shreds. It's EDG with the lead
Wow,
again,
that's
and
a-
another
Wow.
chance to close this out.
It's just been getting better and better as the map goes on. Like we've been saying, it's a lot of the time it's been one and dones. This is him finding a player with a classic, walking into the site with an operator,
ตั้งมันไม่
finding
เปิด
another
ไอ้นี่เดียว
couple, and then
bullet
closing it
casing
with a blade
เท
storm.
เซอร์
The better this guy gets, the scarier
Don't put it.
things become. By the way,
ไม่
you
เห็นกระสุ
remember
น
when
ตัวเอง
Chichu was like miles ahead of the
Yeah.
top
มัน
of
มี
the
ช่วงห
board?
นึงที่ผม
Concon
ปิด
was
มันก็
third.
มันก็ดีนะ
15 and 15.
สุดท้ายก็เปิดอ่ะมัน
So
เวลาสเปรย์
he's had a little bit of
ถ้า
an
พี่ไม่ชอบสเปร
awakening.
ย์อ่ะ
Yeah.
A small
ผม
amount.
ว่าเปิดอ่ะดี แต่ถ้าพี่สเปรย์คอนโทร
And
ล
it is
เปิดไว้
scary
ดี
to
กว่า
be in BBL's camp right now. The attack side having to be mounted again. That spam was decent.
เกือบ
Rock
ตายนะ
tagged up. No more bullets fired. He'll survive that engagement.
Oi.
Oh my god, Lover's Rock is
Well,
going so fast. And he's caught Chichu completely off guard. And another under Lover's Rock belt.
Man,
How has
let's
he
go,
gotten
buddy.
away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be
You
found.
can't-
This one not quite caught off guard. And that makes it even more impressive. Concon, yeah, he has had an awakening. But this might put him back to
อะไรวะ
sleep. A 1v4
จะจบก็ไม่จบ
with an op. You gotta think he's got no chance.
Yeah, I'd say so. Doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the additional little bit of tickle damage. Like, I think he's just waiting to say, okay, surely someone gets greedy. Someone starts looking and hunting for an additional kill. They do not. He's still going to get one. Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat padding at this point, and eventually Lover's Rock will close out with a 4K. It's almost identical to the last round. A duelist with a 4K closing out the round, and we are about to head into round number 31. Map 1. The entirety of the tournament is going the distance. But eventually, or at least I hope, we do have to find a winner.
หายละ
You'd think so. Well, Tom, we've had some long games in our past. We've had some lengthy affairs.
Yeah?
เป็น30
BBL
ราว
one
พี่โร
of
ส
them.
ตายไป
Yes,
26
they
Not
were.
this iteration of
มี
it.
ชีวิตรอด
But-
4 ราว
โดนพี่เอ๋ยจี้รัวๆพี่รถ
I'm hoping they're not going to do that,
Make
yet,
a lot
especially
more
with the Senk
door,
coming up next. The opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but not going to see ourselves a timeout taken, a chance to talk through with the coaching staff once again. Of course, Key was pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback from EDG, and
เอาทำบอกเล่นเลยมีโค้ชอยู่ในทีมอยู่แล้วสบาย
it's now whether or not he can find that little piece of
เรื่องเดียว
magic.
คือให้กำลังใจ
We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds that sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side, and with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this stage. And well, thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work overtime. And LaRock going into OT has bought a judge.
Naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well.
Rebloy.
Now, if
Love
Jenny
it.
hasn't just hit his
Cockney.
desk, I think that's what I heard, and I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have the OT round kick off right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Krev, and he's stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted, but the blind was good in return. Krevin's found himself too. Signs surrounded is dealt with.
เอาแล้วไงแล้ว BBL ขึ้น
on
นำก่อน
16.
Yeah, I think that might have actually been a coach adaptation. They've been walking into that smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes you've had IGL Rose in that smoke, waiting for them to come through. They killed him. This time you just put a judge there. You walk into that smoke, you're dead to rights, and then they have the players ready and waiting. Solid paranoia coming through from Loiter as well to help out his teammate. And then Kreven just landing the shots as he always does. 16 to 15. As said, we've seen these constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need a defensive round from EDG to keep this one going.
But Concon's been the one to find success, and again, he's walking about, pushing up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing, he will wait for
he
them to
does
walk
miss.
in, but this one, an uncharacteristic miss in a very crucial round. He goes in for more and misses once more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big player, the top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lover's Rock finding
GG.
sign seems to have sealed the deal. The A site, the plant on its way, and nobody in Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's at a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
It's still so tough to break in on. Flash ready and raring to go. On the other side of things, the walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind. Chichu made it past. Loiter's position though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peak, and that's what they've done. Chichu once again, his opponent TP, and they are gonna turn it back. The time looking like it's going to be enough as well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
I said it. And nobody's
แม่งไปยิง nobody กันหมดเลยเมื่อกี้ไอ้ nobody แทงหมดเลย3 ตัว
Again and again, he is digging deep for this team. Everyone talks about Concon, and for good reason, but this guy's been the highlight. Look at him go.
He went quiet as well, though. That's the crazy thing. He had like 20, or was it 17 kills in the first half.
Yes.
Went missing for a bit and then goes,
ไปกันต่อ
oh, you guys need me again. Cool.
It was like those last 5 rounds of the second half turned it up to another level to keep him alive, and he's done it again. Map point. And up against BBL going into Ascent. God, that could be series. But now, EDG, they get another chance at this attack side. Fight straight into C. They're wasting no time on this run. Indeed, wasting bodies because Concon, he's found his first already. Rolls, catches, catch the wraparound. Jenny's left on 7 HP somehow.
เราได้แผน
Maybe
ครับ
it's Loiter's turn. Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it. And it's left all onto Lover's Rock. This is not the gun you want to have in
เป็น
this
สไน
scenario.
ยากเลยโดนนัดเดียวตายด้วยถ้าเป็นเวนดอล
Well, nobody's there to close it out. And swings and roundabouts once again. The back and forth of this game. Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe Jenny just survived there. Rose was on his tail. Jenny was blinded up, looking the wrong way, took a few shots, not even knowing from where, and ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows that should have been his kill, but also knows this map is slipping away now. EDG 17 to 16. It's a matter of time before we see 2 in a row.
ตายไป28แล้ว
The same overtime.
ดูไอ้
That's
3 ตัวบน
very
ของ
31
EDG
technically, but
กับ
there are
3 ตัวบน
differences. You know what I mean?
มันยิงทุ่ม
And
เท
for
กันจัด
EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Con early last time. And this time another missed
อย่า
shot.
ลือท่าหลบ
But that was a harder one.
Oh, already a much
Big
faster
run.
paced take, but it's a
Just bait.
ruse. It's a bait. They're pushing them in towards Signed, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Chichu also with Paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post plant once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 4v5, sorry.
Oh,
Let's even things up once again.
That was what should have won them the round. Leaving Lovers Rock behind Rubble, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it. And now they can the way back to the side to find value with the up breaking through. But he finds it in the points.
เหลือพี่โรส
It's Rose left, and not for long. EDG, they dug deep and delivered map number 1.
It's insanity. I
Pilot
don't think I've
back.
ever seen anybody with an operator get that many kills with that position. It makes no sense.
แล้ว nobody มันไปเอาเลเวอร์ล็อกได้ไงวะงงว่ะไปอยู่ตรงนั้นได้ยังไงวะ EDG ว่ะไม่ดีแบบนี้ทำไมไม่เอาเป๊ปซี่ให้พี่โรสกินเนี่ยต้นเกม ดูอีกคู่ครับ อีกคู่มึงคือเบาเซอร์มึงเป็นอะไรลักหนาเนี่ยฮะปิดแม่งให้หมดเล
ส
ย
รุปแล้ว BBL เอาสแตนด์อินมาครับ
อันนี้คืออีกคู่ก็ยังไม่แข่งเหรอมึงกด
อะไรนะ
เดทแมทเหรออีกคู่ก็ยังไม่แข่งใช่ไหม
ใช่เขาบอกว่าคู่ยังไม่แข่ง
กดเดทแมทเดี๋ยว
โอ้ยคู่ยังไม่แข่งจริงว่ะ อีกคู่บอกว่า will be back soon แต่ไม่มาแล้ว
Match found.
พี่เอ๋ยถ้า EWC เขามาจ้างให้พี่เป็นไอ้เนี่ยเป็นพิธีกรแบบเนี้ยนั่งโต๊ะแต่เป็นของไทยอะไปไหมปารีสอะ
ปารีสเหรอ ไปดิ
แล้วพี่จะนั่งคุยอะไรระหว่างแมตช์
ขอนี่ด้วย ขอคอมเขาข้างๆ Watchparty ใช่ปะพอจบแมตช์เดี๋ยวพี่ลุกมาแล้วไปเข้าไอ้นี่
ยังไม่เริ่มเลย ยังไม่แข่งเลย
จริงเหรอ
เออ
เอฟปกติเอฟกินพวกน้ำโซดาแคล0ป่ะ
แคลศูนย์ตลอดเลย
ที่มีน้ำอ่ะพี่เพิ่งไปซื้อมาวันนี้โคตรดี
คืออะไร
ขวด15 บาทขวดโคตรใหญ่ยี่ห้อนี้พิมพ์ให้นะ
ปวดใหญ่
มีรสลิ้นจี่
มันเป็น
กับ
น้ำ
แอปเปิ้ลเป็นสปาร์กิ้งโซดา0 แคลขวดละ600 มิล
มันจะต่างกับพวกโค้กไงพี่
ก็ซ่าๆเหมือนโค้กแต่ว่าไม่มีแคลอรี่อะ
โค้กมันก็ไม่มี
อืม
แต่ผม
แต่โค้ชมี
ตอน
ครับ
นี้
มี
ซีโร่ไม่มีเลยซีโร่
อ๋อแต่เหมือนซีโร่
Night night.
เดี๋ยวผมชอบโกดคุโรนามิชิบหายเลย ไม่ชอบแล้วไอ้เฮียยิงไม่โดน
Poison's gone. 3.
เฮียแฟดนานด้วย
I gotta wait.
อุ้ยเชอร์ลีฟใหม่มันเสียบโคตรแน่นอะ
Smoke's resonating.
Headshot. I gotta wait.
Teaming up.
อ๋อ
So close.
เอ้ย ใครวิ่งไปนู่นวะ เอ้า
Be faster.
The hunt begins. Reloading.
I gotta wait. Yikes.
ไปไหนกันหมดวะ
Be faster.
ไอ้เหี้ยมองไม่เห็นวะอยู่ไกลใช่ไหมเฮียมีคนนั่งดัก
Smoke's resonating.
Cutting their vision.
Not your best. Here.
My ult's ready. 4. Who? Get out of my way!
Here's a heal.
Four.
แค่ปิดเสียง
Enemy kill.
ปิดอยู่
อันนี้โดนแน่นอน
โดนแน่นอนเลยอะ
ยังยังไงก็โดนแน่นอนเลยเพลงอันนี้
Muted.
4.
Teaming up.
อุ้ยผม
Yikes.
ตัวไอ้เจ็ตไป3 ตัวอินเดโลเลย ยิงไป50 ตัวหรือจะเชื่อ มายัง ไม่เชื่อลิฟต์ใหม่ของดีอยู่นะเนี่ยพี่
จัดแต่เซตรอบอ่ะเซตนี้เซตที่แล้วจัดทั้งเซตไปโหดเซตนี้จัดทั้งเซตอีกไม่ไหว
จะไปจัดเชอรี่เพิ่มไง EDG มันเหมือนแรกๆมันเมาๆปะพอหลังๆเหมือนมันเริ่มได้วอร์มปะ
ใช่เพราะถ้ามันไม่พลาดวินกู้ระเบิดอะ
จบนาน
จบนานแล้วใช่
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in the second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been banning it. But Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, you know, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Okay, but this could be what we want. Okay, so Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset.
Exactly.
That's what we want to see,
There's a
people.
plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. It's so weird, guys. It's so weird.
All right,
Let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select. As again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks, because I want to know what is going to happen with the sub situation, and if they're going to play in a different role. So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was Rose, but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has, it's very easy to do something like that. To me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock because none of them is scared of the other.
And I think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator. We see it slowly come to a stop as Kang begins to activate. For me on the side of BBL, if he's able to be consistent, he can do so much work for them, but he can't afford to fall off. We start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor, winning the 2 pistols, some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse, the ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the agent select coming through.
Oh, a chamber!
Yeah,
Okay.
it's getting spicy for EDG.
And the
on that
sage!
chamber. And I love the sage here.
I love this!
See, no, you asked me, Kukuka, do you want to see them play standard or do you want to see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that.
I
They're not
love
afraid.
this.
But on the side of BBL,
Sage, oh god. Okay.
ที่ชูเศษว่ะพี่นี่ละครั้งมันไปแชมเบอร์อะไรวะเนี่ยแอดเซน
เดี๋ยวแล้วฟินิกกันหรอตาย
ตัวเปิดอย่างตัวเปิด
หายละไม่เป็นไร เมื่อกี้ถือว่าสอบผ่าน เขามีที่กดเอฟเฟกต์ไม่น่าใช่นะนั้นน่าจะเป็นพวกซาวด์การ์ดของหูฟัง เฮ้ย เนี่ยท็อป EDG โคตรคุกอะ
forcing that overtime time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes, 34 rounds, but get the job done.
เอาจริงๆก็แอบยากอยู่นะ EDG เจอคอมนี่เจอ2 เซนละ
That is exciting. It's changing things up, as you said. It's been banned. Ascent has been their ban, and now showing up with something new that maybe BBL won't be prepared for.
And it's also the change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race on Lotus. Now he's on the Omen, and it's going to be Signed, who is going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot, looking forward to what Cheech is going to be doing and how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage. Especially for them on the attack will be to force the players from BBL outside of the site, just play for that plant and then just play for the post plant. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know though, from that post plant, how aggressive they're going to be.
All right, here we go. Already 1 map win here for China as a region. They only had 2 map wins overall all of last EWC. Let's see what happens here. We're going into a set, EDG and BBL.
Alrighty, it's time to get into this map number 2, Tom. If the first one was anything to go by, well, it was, I think we might be in for a long day. But Kukuka says he wants to see a blowout for EDG. A one-sided affair from start to finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA traitor
แม่งเปิดเพลงแล้วไม่เปิดเสียงเกมไม่ได้
ยัง
ดี มีความยิ่งใหญ่อยู่ We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out. But it's Kankan.
ละครั้งก็ไป2แล้วก็ยังเพลินกับเพลง
Finding another as well.
ดีเจแม่งก็มันไม่เลิก
Entering in towards the site, but it seems like Kankan has them covered in the pistol.
มึงยังอีกเหรอดีเจเฮ้ย ผมนึกว่าครั้งจะเล่น76แบบนี้
This is the start you're looking for. Look at Kankan already sneaking up behind. Could even be a knife kill being.
เฮียโดนลิขสิทธิ์วะเนี่ยเฮ้ย
Said he's going to grab the easy one. Confirm the kill, 3 under his belt already. And it all to do.
หรือว่าผมไปเปิดของอันอื่นวะ
And proves to be 1-0 for EDG. And this pistol gives a lot of value to this EDG side, as you heard from Big Time. this first half is going to be crucial for
ไอ้
BBL
เชี่ย
playing the
ข
double
ยาย
side
ใหญ่
team.
แม่งก็
Look, we've seen over
ชอบ
time
ค้างอีก
and
ไม่
things do change as different metas
เป็นอะไร
evolve,
เนี่ย
but I think especially with Deadlock, that double sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. Missing some pieces, sure. But when you do get onto the side, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the
เจบอกกูไม่ผิดแป๊บนึงพี่หลอนจัดเลยหรือว่าต้อง
But
กลั
I
บ
do
ไปใช้
agree
โค
with
ม
him
วะ
that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to normally with a Phoenix,
คุณ
you
เนี้ย
expect
มั
it
น
to be more attack
เดือ
sided,
ดดีว่ะ
but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also
เล่นแทนส
you've
ม็อก
got
กี้
a
อะ
chamber and a sage,
ต้
both
อง
of
เดือด
which
แทนเพื่อนหน่อย
are
แล้วข้างแม่ง
always
ชอบเล่น
pretty
สไนด์ด้วยโอ้โห
deadly when it comes to that
โอ้
defensive side.
โห
Already Kong has managed
เลื้อยดุ
to walk into their spawn.
เรียบร้อย
Of
เลยอย่าง
course,
งี้
this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collab.
โอ้
It's going to be
my
a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already, though, getting towards that
ทรายเอาฟา
tour de
ฟาร์มอีก
force,
สอง
which is a pretty scary prospect. And another ult that's building up now is the run it back.
Of course, Concon is the one to make that play, a weaker weapon in play in the form of Marshall. A very clean round for EDG, but I understand BBL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works. Concon really sealed the deal without any danger exposing his teammates to any. Now,
แต่ว่า EDG ได้แชมป์ EWC
first two rounds
เรียบร้อยครับมีคนตกงานแน่นอน
a little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A buy for both teams and a strong
ผ่าฟันคุดอยู่ดี
third
รู้
round
ตัว
for
อีกทีก็
EDG.
ต
I
ก
mean,
งาน
this
ซะ
is a
แล้ว
bonus, sure,
อยู่
but
ดี
a
ๆผ่า
bit of
จบ
credits,
เอ้า
and they've got
คนว่างงานเฉย
McConcon already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away.
สวอกกี้อยู่ดีก็อีเซไค
You need to be careful. That's a little over aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with one.
Yeah, had the
ใครดี
dash
ครับไม่มีโอ
available.
เมน
That's going to be enough to allow him to
บอส
escape.
เฟกอ
And
ยู่
now the contact, I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing now. They have that barrier mesh put into play.
มันโลจัด
Even still, though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of
ถ้า
players.
บู
That
ขึ้นมานี่ตัว
definitely
หลบ
makes things
ขวา
a
แฮ
little
ก
bit
ส
more
แปมหัว
uncomfortable
ได้
on
นะ
that side of the map.
ข้างใต้ด้านขวามัน
Oh,
ไม่
it's
มี
going to
กำแพ
make
ง
this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players into position. That's the other problem. Now, 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think LaRock will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack
พี่
side
โร
to
ด
get
ยังไง
you
ครับ
pushed, to
เลิ
get
กลัก
you
เลิ
to
กลัก
or to get
ม
you
อง
to
หน้ามองหลัง
rotate. Rose,
He has to get something.
there's 3 players on that catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It should be free, and he gets nothing.
พี่โรดพี่โรด
It's been a problem.
พี่โรดมันจะเอา
He's
เป็
been
น
in
ห้อง
good
ไป
positions, but he's never been
หัว
finding
เขา
the
ว่าตอน
kills, and
นี้
because
พี่
of
โร
that,
ด
they're going the other way.
พี่โรดไม่
Danger.
ชื่อพี่หลุดแล้วตอนนี้
A little low on time, but they're going to get past all the
Let's show up
utility
in.
before that.
เราแผ่นทันด้วยครับ
A problem, and also they've got Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with a lurking Concon wrapping around the back and the re-swing as well. A nice
ไม่ควร
attempt
ผมว่า
from
เราเนี่ย
LaRock.
ไม่ควรแพ้เลย
In the
ยิง
end,
ไอ้ BBL
it
อะ
doesn't even
ใช่ปะ
matter.
มันคือราวของ
Great read from
BBL แล้ว
EDG.
อะ
The
ได้
second
ได้
they killed
พื้น
Rose,
ที่
they
แบบ
realized
แม่ง
why would he be
แม่
there?
งหมดจด
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much
จะเน้น
noise.
อยากเน้นซะหน่อย
Instantly they direct
ไอ้
themselves
โนบอดี้
towards
หัน
me.
มาเช็ค
What
เฉย
would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles
การมี
into
โค้ช
the
อยู่ใน
lead.
ที
A
มเหมือนแม่ง
3-0
ทำเอาทุกตา
start
เลย
and a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially
th
with
ต้องล
the
งไปแข่ง
second
ไหม
round
ฮะ
being clean. They have a lot of credits built up, and if this is clean as well,
A lot of credits. No
Very close to
ultimates
max.
used yet because they didn't get.
แต่
to
ไอ้
them, so now
KX
they're
มันเปลี่ยน
built
ไลน์อั
up
พ
for
ป่ะ
this
นะพี่
round.
ไม่ได้ตามเลย
There
จำได้
you
ว่า
go.
เปลี่ยนมาแป๊บ
Run it back just to try and send it through
Okay,
some of that
sure,
utility. Early
Check
pick
logs, check
coming
logs.
in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreben's only going to get the one, even still trading back into it. slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side, then they're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage. And the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
เขาบอกว่าร้อยที
really
จบ
glad
แล้ว
they
ไม่มี
used
ส
that
ตรีม
run it back to avoid any
เอ้า
unnecessary
จริงปะเนี่ย
damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Kreven there. He should have even gotten more, and then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey,
บุกไปสี่
they had a lot of wiggle room to work with
สอ
because
ง
they
เซ
had
น
a lot of
ทรง
credits
แย่
built
จัด
up.
BBL
So the important thing for BBL there is yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad a bit more modest. But the downside is EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
Which one?
Exactly.
With him, it's all three. Oh. The Rock. Annihilation is available. But it's picking a time to use it that will be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top. Then use the Annihilation. Tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward. And Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work. And although it's taken a little bit of time to get going, this one will be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B, you also have a push in B as well. And then that Deadlock utility not only helps on a main where they run out into a Sonic Sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee up for Loida to slam dunk at home. And then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off Laroc's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much more direct take. Again, though, that sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear LaRock. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage. And sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
ผมแม่งกันเหนียว
Look
จัด
where the bodies are.
เมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ดู
Not
แฟด
only are
แฟด
they
นี่มัน
behind
หมด
the
แล้วใช่
wall,
ไหม
but there's 3 players ready and waiting for that res to come through, or for another body to come through that
And
show.
mid is covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lover's Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated.
เดี๋ยว
So
ร้อย
he's
ที
set
มัน
up
เพิ่ง
and
แข่ง
waiting
ไม่ใช่เหรอ
for
พี่
มีคนบอก VLR มัน
could be enough.
ขึ้นจบแล้ว
They also know that they're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of sight, he can just ignore it, or at least try and
เมื่อ
wait
กี้ผม
out
เปิ
a
ดเพลง
little longer.
ได้
His
เปิดเพลงแล้ว
teammate in
ดนตรีมัน
position,
ขึ้น
and
อะ
he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL.
ไม่ถึงช่องห
This
นึ่งนะ
time, well, I'm a little happier to
Obviously
see that it was
back
Lover's
full.
Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lover's Rock, not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, what, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
Yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get the
I think
kill.
it was about 50% conversion
La
rate,
lock.
so which includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny. It's
Look,
been
he's
a
the
rough
leader.
day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind, back behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the
แต่คู่สอง
qualifier.
ถ้าแข่งบน
Rose
เว
was
ทีนี่
dropping
คนน่า
20
จะ
like almost every map.
ลืม
It
ล่ำอ
was
ยู่
definitely a
โควิดกับ
standout for this squad.
ทำไม
And that's the thing, right?
ฝรั่งเศ
BBL
ส
have a lot to fall back on because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that Ascension run through the Tier 2 that like, oh, all of these guys, the young guys on the team are going to be in BCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people were like, oh, even if they make it, even if they get all the way through, Rose is going to be on the chopping block. He's old, he can't aim, and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was, that he had that extra gear to shift to.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to see that here today because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss. But Lovers Rock, the man who replaced, quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that family. And the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds, like not just, okay, you're looking at a scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side. And that sets you up wonderfully for rebuys. If you want the operator, you can have the operator. And I think for EDG, it's going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly. But this round, not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, Headhunters on Con-Con's basically an extra rifle every round. Raz Online for Chichu might bring Con-Con back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
So your strategy is basically pass the wheel. Pass to.
oh, I know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay, but I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a
ที่
second
โดน
one
ช็อก
here.
ด่า
And this
ที
was the idea from
แทบมองเท่ง
Kreven to have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but playing this very, very slowly. Initial contact on B. B players now from the defense in that direction, but this wall's going to cause problems.
โคตรเซ็งเจออย่างงี้เอ้า
Oh no, it's
โคตรเซ็ง
in fact, it's going to cause
เป็นอย่างนั้น
problems for
ไป
BBL. Although
เซ็งเลย
walking up to it to have a little look.
เอ้า
Oh my,
พี่
okay,
รถ
maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than doing any damage. Con-Con
เดี๋ยว
with
ว่า
two
ข้าง
Kreven.
เก็บ A
He's
หมด
trying
ไซ
to
ส์
save the
อะไร
day
อ่ะ
though. The problem though is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there. Yeah, I
ไม่
was
ได้
about to
ถูก
say
ไม่ได้
that would just be sending that player into the wolves instead. Space is being taken. Con-Con's
30 วิครับ
retrieved the gun. The res
จะ
is
โรเทตไหน
available, so maybe he
รู้
could
ที่
play
จะ
a
โร
little
เทต
bit
ตรง
more
กลาง
aggressively, and he's been spotted rotating in towards that A side. But being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
อ้าวมีปืนคู่ครับได้เล่นอย่างงี้
So no
ไม่รู้
chances
ว่า
for
ล็อกโล
Raz
ด้วย
and
มี
plans
วอลไหม
come through.
ใช้ไปแล้ว
Goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split. An op on the retake as well. Lovers Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle and find that shot with the op. His target right down below. It will be Con-Con in hell that he's searching for. The barrel's been spotted. He knows now that there's one there. Kreven's trying to pull them out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lovers Rock there for both of the
โด
final
นเห็น
kills,
ก่อน
but
นี่
a big round from Kreven gave them this chance.
Oh yeah, they should have been
ไม่เล็ง
dead to
นะ
rights. Was it 3 picks going the way of the attack side in quick succession? 2 for Con-Con. His lurk timing was perfect. Nobody then wins the fight, and then Kreven just
อยากเห็น
turns
ช็อต
the
ข้าง
round
ๆ
on
ยิง
his
ตัว
head.
สอง
Mr. Impact himself saving them once again, and it's going to be at lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG.
ทำเอาเหรอพอดหรืออะไร
Obviously, what we can say is
Big
it
port,
doesn't
okay.
matter too much because we've seen what they can do in the second half on a on a defensive side. But I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have won.
สวยละ
the EMEA stage, but he started to get better towards the end, and I think we're seeing that now, leaning more, even more so into the operator, and especially on defensive sides, I think he's a force to be reckoned with.
Nice little angle as we saw the boys get ready to get back into the game. EDG setting their seats up, gave that same aura as like the Space Marines suiting up. And this could be a big battle for EDG. It's been a struggle up against this defensive side the last 3 rounds. A lot, oh my goodness. A lot of control for BBL in the passive plays. They've walked out with the operator. Lovers Rock finds one, and he's scot-free out of there.
มันดันออกมาอย่างนี้ได้เลย
ไม่
เหร
ต้
อ
องใช้แดด
That's
ด้วย
a beautiful
ชิวจัด
start to this round when so much of it has been about sitting back and waiting.
No smokes.
Now they take it to them.
Okay, they got
เอา
smokes
หรือ
again.
ชุบขึ้นมา
แต่ว่ามีชุบครับ
Rez baited out, but no control gain. Normally you might send a player in, they get traded, res them, you have an advantage. In this
โอ้โดน
case,
ว่ะ
no advantage whatsoever
โร
other
สจะ
than
ได้
the fact that you
แจ้งเกิดแล้ววิ
really
นนะ
just smokes. And more so
อ้าว
far,
กูจะเข้า B
been a rough map for Gianni. He was looking very good in the previous. However, this is a different task, and Loiter has gone walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful from BBL. Walking up behind, Lovers Rock also then finds another pick.
แต่คอม BBL มันโคตร
The remaining
กันเหนี
two
ยว
are in
ใช่
some
มันต้องกัน
serious trouble.
แล้ว
I think the
EDG
net
ไม่มี
catching one
นี่
and
ด้วย
The
ไม่มี
Rock
ตัวฉีกด้วย
finishing his prey.
คือเล่นง่าย
A
อ่ะ
very different face after that timeout, the breather that we had a moment ago.
ต้อง
Of course,
8-4 เป็นอย่างน้อย
wasn't a
BBL
strategic
อยู่นะตี
conversation with the
ครึ่ง
coaches,
แรกอ่ะ
but this is the read the players had. We want to play a little bit more aggressive, get back to how we like to play the game. And as I said, after finding
3 เมาส์
3 rounds in a row off the back of passive play,
ในที่สุด
I don't think EDG saw that one coming. And
ออกทาง
after the
กด
first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one coming. Nor should they have.
Is this? I can't remember if they took one in OT. Is this the first tactical pause we've actually seen from EDG?
They did take one in overtime.
Okay.
I believe.
regulation,
Oh, actually,
then.
it could have been because they get them back in
Yeah,
OT,
yeah,
so
yeah.
it could have been BBL again.
Yeah,
You're right.
I think we
I'm
didn't
not
see that
certain.
one. We definitely saw like 2 from the BBL side, but
During
even when they were
regulation,
very
we saw
far
2.
down,
Yeah.
I don't think EDG took a single one. But after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the manner which they're losing them. Like losing picks to the operator, irritating, using a res to get it back, irritating, and then being full flanked, like a player managing to push all the way up A. That's a problem, and it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play the attackers want to make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this, well, now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to me rather than going in with your own plan. So we'll see if they're going to manage to fix that. Of course, again, weaponry is going to be a bit more of an issue in this round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with, bar if they can get an extra orb for signed.
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
Well, barriers
Oh,
up again
oh, yeah,
after
yeah.
the timeout. Round number 9. Someone that detect.
แต่ต้องรอรอบเวที
Flash. Well done for Sign
He's
to at
going
least get
again.
them around that corner, but this madman is going in
อุ้ย
once
สุด
ฝืน
จบ
จั
คนฝืน
Too much.
มันฝืนเกิน
a little bit too much.
It's
He's
an eco,
punished.
bro.
มันเสียเหลี่ยมไปแล้วไงมันยัง
This
แบบ
is again
ยังเลย
exactly.
รี
It's
คิด
against
อยู่
pistols.
มันน่าจะเอาแท็บมาไว้ตรงกลางทั้งอัน
โลด
Rose, if you're a madman, they've allowed
โอ้ยโหกเลยช็อตนี้
What is happening in this game? BBL need to tighten up the gameplay.
ไม่เป็นไร
They're done pushing
บิง
up
ช็อตมาให้
short against an eco. They're making
Yo,
every
wong BBL
cardinal
ulit,
sin,
no?
every mistake in the book.
ตัวจริง
3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just. Okay, never mind. To bed. Never mind.
Oh, we
He's
know.
at least going to be dealt with, but still the advantage for the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh, dear.
พี่โรส
Okay.
And that leaves Craven on this site
Ooh,
alone,
the bear.
under serious pressure, being rounded on by the ultimate, and he goes
Okay.
all the way behind, hoping that maybe the second fades. I don't
Lit
like his
it.
target selection, but I do mind just about everything else.
เจอคอนแทคกันเข้าแบบงงๆ แล้วก็เดินออกมาเสิร์ฟ
No matter what. So
คือ
I might
ไม่มี
as
อะไร
well kill a guy
จริง
that
แค่
won't
โฮ
come
อยู่
back.
เฉยๆอะ
Like, it makes sense.
มัน
The right
หา
call.
ทำมากเลย
But yeah,
Hey.
this, I think just call a timeout if you're BBL. Because what the hell was that? You have.
เดวส์
I can't believe a triple peak.
คู่แรกครับคู่แรก
Also,
Not three
the
players.
third one,
3 peaks back
like,
to back.
if, okay, I still don't like it, but if he was full HP and
Yes.
he goes for the third one, I'm like, that was silly.
But he had
but
his dash on, so he was like, screw it.
he had 45 HP, I
Yeah.
think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round. Like that's crazy.
to do
try and
that,
attempt it.
to then push short as a response after to also leave the space during that fight for a mid flank to then push short. It's actually the short push is probably just the right play in response to everything else. He just lost the fight.
Did he
เฮ้ย
see
เฮ้ย
the smoke? No way. He did.
ปาจัด
Okay, well, that looked like a really cool play and a cool setup, but it hasn't worked.
คนช่วยหรือเปล่าทันอยู่
Jenny's
นะ
just
ช่วยทันอยู่
traded
นะ
it himself.
เหมือนเป็นโอดินช่วยด้วย
Back from
สบายครับ
in a 3 versus 2 setup. That was a
Yeah,
crazy
แบบ
opening
นี้
from BBL to go aggressive like that in B main. The cloudburst blocking the op, and yet they find nothing for it except a
เมื่อคุณหา
disadvantage in the
ทำมาก
end.
เกิน
This
ไป
time, early aggression favoring EDG. And now EDG just sitting back. They have the advantage. They have the spike. There's no need for them to overthink this. And as time ticks on, the chances
จริงๆคอมมันไม่ควรต้องมาหาทำอะไรอย่างนี้ด้วยนะ
continue
คอม
to
แม่ง
increase.
แค่กันเพชรซีในไซส์ก็โหดชิบหายอยู่แล้วมีแท็บสองแท็บ
ใช่คอมมัน
แล้ว EDG ไม่ได้มีตัวที่แบบว่าโคมคามเข้ามาพี่งงไหม
Revan, though.
ออก
The odds of you winning a
บอก
3v1 on the
มัน
side
ไม่มีตัวฉีกเป้าอ่ะมันแค่
maybe
แบบ
not for him, but very low.
ง่าย
Whereas
ที่ BBL แม่ง
opening up,
หา
playing
ทำ
it
มันเอง
together, that makes things at least a little bit more
ๆเลือก
interesting. Step
ถู
will
ก
be
ไฟ
hard.
ดิ
Rose at the
เฮ้ย
back of the site.
เอ้า
Teammate just
สวยละ
waiting for the push, and it seems like nobody was watching it. But do they still expect Rose to be here? They absolutely do not. And
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
where the
Joe, Pilot.
IGL could strike again. We talk about him getting
Oh,
kills
Pilot.
when the players' backs are turned, but hey, he has to put himself in those positions.
Exactly. He keeps getting his way behind them, so you can't really fault the guy for
แม่งยัง
it.
ไม่ทันเคลียร์หลังไซส์เลย
Wild attempt here. Just doesn't work out, at least to start with, because BBL want B main aggression for 2 reasons. 1, to kill them, to fight them. And 2, if they're not there, if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go scurry into the A site when they hear all that
Okay.
noise. And they'll go into not just your
คิดว่า
Cypher setup, but your Deadlock setup as well. They had both Sentinels positioned there with full utility online.
Let's play.
Instead, EDG met them on the push.
อ้าว
Found success
Oh,
early on.
dear.
That's a nasty little spam from
อยากจะ
Rose.
เชื่อ
You'll love to see it. And the Phoenix down and out already. This is the only duelist that EDG have. We talked
ว่ะ
about
คอม
their
โบนี้
inability to get up and over some of these traps to get by them. And now your ability to fight through them
แย่แน่นอน
massively
BBL
nerfed.
บุกพร้อมแบบบุกแย่แน่นอน
Hand off.
รอโดนเลยอะโดนตอนนี้คือโดน EDG ไป5 วินนี่คือเยอะมาก
He just going towards the switch, but almost used as a bit of a bait. A lot of players are known to be here at this point. And it's the
อุ้ย
jump across.
แรก
I
ยัง
like
เป็น
the
คนละหมัด
attempt.
ไม่โดนเอ้า
Quite quick. No?
สวยจัด
Nobody
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 on the
ย่อมมา
ball.
ทำอะไร
That's
แบบนี้
definitely been seen. They know that
เจ
they're
อ
trying
ชิ
to play
ชูก
peekaboo
ดดันครับ
around the window, but
คอมบี
Pichu hasn't dropped off. He is still waiting
Ow.
just to see if he can find a pick.
Brock's just walled short.
มันตีดีนะ EDG
The
อ่ะ
walk-up
มัน
on A main.
มัน
It's
กดดัน
no
หน้า B
surprise the
แล้วแบบ
wall's
ว่า
there, and Concon's gonna
โยกไป
go
เล่นกลาง
exploring it.
Pichu goes again. It's like the 5th pick over the top.
BBL แม่งไม่มีแท็บ
And
กลาง
Louis
ทุ
Tool
กรอบ
is just sat there looking at the window like the whole round. Like, yeah, but I know you're up there.
Oh, they've
no.
turned away at
Hey.
the wrong moment.
Oh.
Lloyd has been caught with his knife out. The smoke up for Rose. If he walks through this, the timing
Oh.
would be crucial. Concon's being so
พี่โรดออกมามอบแน่ดู
patient. The
ทรง
trap
แล้ว
thrown
The trap's
down.
gonna-
It's Rose's time to go, and there we go. Striking from behind again. Rose just keeps on doing it, man.
โรดได้วอร์มมือ
Crazy how many just backstab kills he's actually
It's
getting.
wild, bro.
Like, that was just well played. He hears the trap. He goes, okay, well, no one's going to be looking at this now. So I'm going to run through.
But
Even if he died, there was enough time that his teammate would be able to deny the spike anyway.
It's the fact that he waited because he knows it
อ่ะ
has
มัน
an
น่าวิ่งออกไป
activation
CT
time.
เลยนะ
So when
มี
you
ปื
throw
น
it down, you're often going to wait a second to be like, does anyone
Yeah.
push? No, okay, I can go. And then he comes out just as it's activated. You even heard it. It started to tag him, and he stepped through the smoke and took his kill just in time. Great play by Rose. Smart player. And that's the thing. See him hit these heights quite often. For BBL, early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just
สง
posts
สัย
on
จบ
the
ที่
angle.
5
It should be good night and sweet dreams to Concon, and that it will be.
He's been the major danger. Teacher's gone a bit quiet. And a 7-5 half looking more and more likely from 4-0 down. This has been an impressive recovery.
มุมนี้แม่ง
But as we stated at the beginning,
ยังไง
BBL
ก็ได้
struggled on the attack side.
มัน
of
น่า
this
จะ
map.
โดน
Definitely
เช็คบ่อย
won't be
นะ
a
เพิ่ง
death
เล่นกันบ่อย
by
จัง
any stretch of the imagination.
คนชอบลืมอะไร
Maybe
นะ
just a little bit. If he had lost that fight, I might have left.
เพราะเมื่อกี้โรดโดนหันมาสวนตายทำไมวะเนี่ย
But nobody
Hard.
We saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately, he is on the attack. And he has 45 seconds.
แต่ไลน์อัพที่มาแข่ง EWC นี่ ไม่มีเจมส์กินเอาซานมาแทน
Here, not really going to be beneficial to save at this point.
ใช่คือไม่มีเจมส์กินเลยเหรอ
ใช่มีมอนอยู่แต่ไม่มีเจมส์กิน
โอ้โห
It doesn't really
เลเทะดิ
He does.
เลเทสเลยดิ
บอสไม่อยู่ เรียบร้อยดิ
ยังไงก็โดนร้อยทีกันนั่นน่ะ
And the A side. And there will still be 4 players.
ใครเก๊ครับ
7 to 5 at the half.
BBL เก๊ครับ
Big
สแตนด์
recovery
อินลง
from
หนึ่ง
BBL
คน
indeed. But this is why when we saw those first, like the third round especially, go the way of EDG, we're like, this is a danger. Because they've already built up a lot of runway, and with just a little bit more chiseling away, they've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive light.
Yeah, I think it's more just the manner. Like, if you go, okay, you're going to get 5 rounds on your attack side with this composition, they go, yeah, all right, that's not too bad. I'll take it. If you go, you're going to win the first 4, and then from then onwards only get 1, maybe not so much. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed that they didn't at least level up at the half, but I think for the side of BBL, like, this is the bare minimum, but I've never really been convinced by their attack side. You look at them when they, even playing in the qualifier versus Na'Vi, a 9-3 defensive half, they then lose the attack 4-8, but that's enough to win the map 13-11. They did the same versus Heretics. You get a
เขาบอกว่ามีเจม
9-3
ส์กินนะ
defensive
แต่ไลน์อัพ
half.
ใน VLR ไม่เห็นมีเจมส์กินเล
You
ย
lose the next half 3-9, lose in overtime. So their attack sides in recent form have been weak on this map. And I think up against the Sage and the Chamber of Kankan, who is hitting, it's going to be much harder going into the second
เนี่ย
half.
มันขยันค้างมากเหรอ
Clear sports a spawn here. Asuna still sitting in.
This is
ว่ามีเจมส์กินแต่ไม่มีมอน
find a whole lot more.
มันต้องมีเจมส์กินไม่มีมอนดิ
แสดงว่าไอ้ VLR มันใส่ผิดมา
คือตาคิวไม่มีเจมส์กินนี่โอ้โหไม่มาดีกว่า
ขนาดนั้นเลยไม่ว่าเนี่ย นี่มันรีเพย์ไปถึง
Side
นี่
and
เหรอ
Lovers Rock becomes a pinnacle part for the side of BBL because he needs to be getting the sort of entries in towards the site. Like they don't have a lot really to set him up. Post plant, beautiful stuff. Like they've got so much available to them in post plant. It is quite difficult, almost like the old school Jet, where it's like dash in, throw a smoke, try and kill someone. If not, hopefully get traded. That's the plan.
Defensive side, not holding any sight. Instead, looking for a mid battle. Yeah, in the same boat, but showing a lot of patience, so much so that EDG will have to reset hold extremities. Of course, they're allowed to do this because they have a Sage wall inside B main and a chamber trap covering A main. So if this was a quick push on the extremities, they'd have the info and they could instantly get behind them. That is a big pickup, though, by Lovers Rock.
Yeah, that was an attempt from Kankan to avoid the drone. He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the player expecting him to do it. Signed. Or time is going to be everything. It's a quick trade.
แต่มาคนละนัด
For BBL, that's okay. Keep the man advantage alive. And now they head into the site of Gianni. Playing Jenny.
That he is.
Wait.
Paranoia, that's great.
Oh.
Too caught by it, but of course it's a narrow laneway.
จบเลย
The Rock just
timing
spams away, taking it with ease, finding the plant, leaving nobody in Chichu. Other side of the map, miles away, and they're going to be delayed even further. If they decide to come in through heaven, there's a wall waiting for them there. You just saw LaRock throw that up. They shift contact up. Clock is going to bleed quicker.
This is the problem. Like even in a pistol round where you don't normally have all of your utility, It's just so much time bought. The net is going to do the same. They have to take the time to remove it. Paranoia then does the same. And it is just easy pickings in the post plant. An opportunity maybe, but no. It is LaRock who's going to be able to get 4 kills. And that's so much more important than you might realize, because one of the few real entry tactics they have is the Annihilation. That ultimate is so irritating to play against, because say you're a Sentinel, or say you're playing a passive position, there are so many, especially because you can bounce around the Jenny, maybe clear another spot at the same time. And if you get someone, it's going to be very awkward to try and fight to get them safe.
But it's just so much better on the attack, I feel like. At least thinking of all the times we've seen it used. If you use it on the defense, what are the chances that guy's alone? It's so rare. Always there's someone there to shoot it. And yeah, you can follow up on the kill afterwards, of course. That's a different thing entirely. But when you come to this half,
แต่ถ้าแบบนี้ BBL มาแบบหน้าให้ BBL อ่ะ
one guy, and while you're breaking him out, everyone's rushing you. So it is a really good tip of the spear. Great. Big upside for BBL.
เรียบร้อยคลาสสิก
To a classic, which isn't a great start,
โดน
but
คลาส
that
สิก
was
ไป
one
ที
of the
ช็อกดัด
pistols, of which there is
เฮ้ย
another.
เอ้า
รัวป่ะ
He definitely didn't expect it to be stood in the open.
พี่โรด
Yeah, but didn't he pull out a shock dart when he saw him? He saw him and then went, hold on, I can get this guy. Old-fashioned, medieval style. What the
มันก็ดู
hell?
บุกยากนะขนาด EDG เป็นอีโคแล้ว
EDG มันจะโอเวอร์เลอร์เพจแล้วมันจะซื้อ A แล้วไงเนี่ย
10 HP
You know what
and
that
dead.
is?
ผมไวแล้วครับ
This is a man of honor.
BBL
If they lose this round,
อ่านขาดครับตรงนี้
หายแล้วเวลา39 วิ
He got
เสก
healed
หรือ
as
ทะเลาะ
well, so
ปะ
he's not even low anymore.
มี1 ลูกด้วย
That's tickled me a
โอ้
lot.
ส
Good
วย
paranoia.
ไฟเบร
เอา ไปแล้วหนึ่ง
To LaRock, still going strong. Spams through, doing a lot of damage, but nobody's still standing. Another
Oi.
soft time, and he gets rise.
Enemy kill.
เชียบโนบอดี้ what the
Free
fuck
kill, not so free. There is 15 seconds.
ไม่ทัน
Can
เลย
they make
จริง
it?
ใช่ไหม
12 from market,
มัน
maybe
จะให้
just
deadlock
about
ทัน
10.
ทัน
Yeah. They're good.
Yeah.
Down to the second, but
Night, night.
it works. Nice cross
They're
coverage
both
by
low as
Lover's
well.
Rock. Yeah, that's why he needs that kill. And even getting aggressive.
แล้วเลเวอร์ออกไปเสียเหลี่ยมโดน
I
โนบอ
don't
ดี้ยิง
mind it that much, but the timing is awful. Nobody adjusts.
เสีย
คือ
เหลี่ยม
รู้
เนี่
เลย ยว่าลายเดิมมันน่ะโนบอดี้เห็นก่อนเมื่อกี้ไม่
Like,
ตาย
this
แน่
is still winnable. This is
ยัง
still
ไงต้องกดอันติครับ
doable.
ถ้าจะชนะวิน
But
นี้
he's so low. 50 HP effective.
โอเค
Does he
รู้
take
ตำแหน่ง
a tag there at least? Still not gonna pop that ult. But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate and the spray. So close. 20 HP
Just let
left
him die.
unsigned, but it's
Just
enough.
let him
and
die.
he's
Just let him die.
die.
โอ้โหมันใจร้ายเยอะปล่อยโนบอดี้ตายเลยเหลือตั้ง8 วิ
Come on. You're lucky to be alive. I need to defeat. What is going
seconds
on?
left.
แทนที่มันจะกดตอนนี้ได้ยินเสียง
Don't show the rose one, please. Please don't show the rose one. I just don't. Okay,
Oh,
thank
we
you.
didn't- we
Thank
didn't
you to
show it.
our replay ops.
โดนช็อกดาดไปที
See you later, bro. He's giving him the
I can't
orb.
believe he just
Give him
left
the
him
orb.
alive.
Giving him the orb.
That's so kind of him.
Yeah, look, and because of that,
But he's 2 away.
two
Yeah.
away.
เฮ้ยหมุน
ตาหลอกเดดล็อกกดไป18
I hate that you also spoke it into existence. He didn't quite get, I think you said 4K. He ended up with 3. But nobody was definitely the difference maker. Very nice. Okay, a molly kill early on. And then the swing out. Oh dear.
เอาเว้ย
LaRock is still hitting. LaRock
มี
is
แต่ลาหลอก
definitely
นี่แหละ
still hitting on this attack side
ที่
half.
เป็นได้เป็นตายทีมตอน
Those
นี้
are weapons recovered now. 2 rifles in the hands of these attackers. And a push up into window. Lover's Rock.
น่าได้
It's
2
a
ครับ
little long on the first, but he's left nobody. Desperately low. 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. He'll at least can come through in a while. Now it's needed by both. Chichu's just swung out. 58 HP and a heal. Priming in his back pocket.
ออ
And he
ทาม
didn't
เนี่ย
care.
คน
He
ดี
took the risk, and well, it's almost paid off. 1 more man to deal
Ui.
with. Look at this from nobody.
แล้วถ้าขึ้นไปไม่เจอรู้ใช่ไหมว่าทำยังไง
The
ไม่มี
fight
เสียง
here
ดรอป
could
ล
have
ง
been deadly, but instead, they're the ones with the surprise position. LaRock might think that they've fully left, but they are standing close by,
อ่ะหลอก
ready
บอก
to pounce.
โอสายอ้อมขึ้นมาไม่เจอ
Soon
ใคร
as
สัก
he
คน
tries to plant. Seems like LaRock is just...
โอ้ยากจัดอ่ะ
In fact, he's taken so long that they now second guess whether he's even... That's just changed.
They'll hear him. They'll know. At least giving himself a little bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to land as well, so slows them down at least a little bit.
แต่วาง
Gives him additional information, looking to try and wrap back round behind them, but nobody's aware. Doesn't quite connect the shots. 14 health, and he's managed to get rid of another. Leaves it down to a 1 versus 1, him versus nobody. And
เฮียนี่แต่แม่งทุ่มเทอยู่คนเดียว
เอาจัด as it stands, and he is dragging BBL through these rounds.
Yeah, he started that with a sheriff. 2 players pushing him in the smoke, and he finds both blinded as well, nearsighted. So he saw the second guy. First one hadn't got a clue. Just saw the kill feed light up. To win this out in the end as well. Yeah, Chichu was quite low and probably shouldn't have ran there without his teammate. It was a mistake, a silly one. But especially with Larock, 14 HP.
Rose 22 and 8.
Expect that to be how it went. Now, BBL stepping inch by inch closer to a map 3. Would have been a 2-0 that they're encroaching on. A round away. Times. Facing off against pistols, this should be double digits.
ใช่เคเว่นนี่แหละBBL เขาเสียของมันนี้ครับมันจะแบบสลับกันหายวิ
เรียบร้อยเมาตาย2หลบกันไปหลบกันมายากเลยวินนี้
Ult through for Larock. Hasn't found a target just yet. And when he does, it's the ult that's caught. So if they can break it out, great. If not, he's going to come back. But look who's sitting, patiently waiting. Beautiful play for Larock.
ว่าคนมีปืนไอตัวมีปืนคืออยู่ในแอตติไงไอตัวปลอมอ่ะโอ้ยดีจัดเอ็ดไป
บวกไปอีก5หรอก
เมื่อกี้บวก4เรานี้บวกไปอีก5 27ละโคตรดีสุดเลยตัดใจดีจัดอ่ะ
Especially considering it started with a Hunter's Fury picking off 2, leaving weapons to be
BBL เปลี่ยน
recovered
ตัว
as
แล้วตัว
well.
จริงลงแล้วครับผม
The run it back used, Larock catches it with the
แบกหลัง
ultimate,
หัก
steps in, kills the teammate, waits for the ult, and finishes out with all 5. A generational play from this man. 15 is the highest kills on the server, except for him, who's on 27 on the deadlock. Not someone you expect to see drop in the 30. Of course, he is someone, but not an agent that you expect to see drop in the 30. Although, maybe he won't. Lovers Rock and Kraven already down. That's a big start for EDG. Remember, the last round was an eco. And a res online as well. There's plenty of safety nets for this defense.
To be honest, though, I'm looking at...
พี่โรสตื่นว่ะ
But also, Larock still
เฮ้ย
standing.
พี่โรส
เฮียรักไก่
เอาดี He's been having a bit of a rough game, but
ที่ใครเล่นนี่
to bring it back, even once again. Yenny though, re-aggressive with his teammate. Rose has been spotted, looking to almost be the hero on his own in this round. But he's out with him.
J7 ก็ตื่น
That's a wake
ตอน
up.
นี้บุลด็อก
4 kills for him now. It seems like we're just creating a highlight montage.
Yeah, it very much does. Whose turn is it next? What a play by Jenny. As you said, he had been a little quieter compared to that previous map, but
yeah.
Oh, that's one way to wake up. You think about last map, nobody found a clutch, and all of a sudden he was playing the game again, found his rhythm. It'll be the same for Jenny. 3 rounds behind. But on the defensive side, you know, finding your footing. We saw it from BBL, 4-0 down, and then they dominate once they crack the
อยาก
code.
กินหัวใจไก่ย่าง
This is dangerous, but a TP at least available to get out of there. Never mind. Concon's
ทำ
being
ไมคุณถึ
deleted
งไม่
right
วาร์ป
away. Overstayed as well.
โดนทั้งวาย
I'm surprised.
เออ
It's almost like the opposite.
ลืมไปว่ามันมีวาร์ปอะครับ
About with the Rock, like
ทำไม
you
เรา
kind
ยัง
of
ไม่วาร์ป
expected him to struggle a little bit more on the attack. I expected to see
ปืนจั
a
ด
lot more coming out
ยื
from
นหน้าเอ
Concon
ง
on
เดิม
this
ครับ
defense, but let's be real, he's been missing.
Quiet. Here. He'll be brought back into the round.
Welcome
Given a
back.
second chance, a second lease of life. The B site, I was going to say give
Okay.
it up. Jenny has taken the TP
Back to the game.
from the shadows straight to the B site. Sat on the back, he's going to be caught immediately. He was shot, caught by a drone, hit by an ult as well from Larocque.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it into the cocoon because they took him out so quickly. A 5 versus 4 now, and the retake needed for EDG.
Yeah, this is a chance to sit them right back down. After a big round from Gianni already, the swing coming back through, clearing back, but Loiter adds another to the pile. Nobody's at least
โอ้
done
มันดี
well.
สแปมโดน
Blade Storm and the Judge are definitely going to be difficult to break through, but that time has been ticking now.
มันไอ้
Still
นี่เรา
4
มุมโด
players
นส
within
แป
the
ม
site, and
เพ
maybe
ราะทรงนี้
EDG
มัน
should make
ไม่
this
เล่น
a
แล้วมันรอ
very
ตัดแล้ว
costly
รอตัด
round by locking them in, but I don't think BBL are really going to care that much. They've got some spare credits they could still purchase.
สองดูเอล
And it's actually more damning if the defense were to lose all their weapons. Instead, though, nobody cleaning up alongside Loiter for the other side. And an 11th round now for BBL, and everybody goes down on EDG.
ให้โดน
I'll be
กี่
honest,
โด
I
น
don't think that was worth it.
เฮ้ย
No,
พี่
no, maybe not.
ด่าน
I mean, it
โคตรโหด
looked
เลย
damn
EDG
close to
ซันเซ็ต
being a clean and clinical closeout. They could have had all 3 players left alive with nobody having that quick 3K.
อันนี้แมปใหม่
Loiter
มันให้
just
แข่
did
ง
a
กัน
little
ให้
bit
เลย
too
นี่
much
ใช่ไหม
at the end. Kept Phoenix in position, stopped that rotate through market, so he's got to go through main, and
โอ้โห
instead,
ถ้าเปิดให้เล่นนี่
either way,
คา
because
เล
he
ย
doesn't
นะ
have the time, he's caught by the spike. Big damage done. G struggling now to put the credits together. A couple orbs found, nobody, but he's still 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, and there's not really any positive to write home about for this defense. Yes, the AWP and Concon's hands, but he's been slow. He's not been hitting the way that we know he can.
Get to see that superstar value.
สะบัดมือสะบัด
Moved
มื
and
อ
shot at the same time there. Very uncharacteristic.
เฮ้ย เอ้า
Well,
ไอ้โอ้โห
trying to slow them down on the other side. Concon
หายเละเทะเลยนะ
has to escape. Nobody's getting shock darted into oblivion. He's almost dead off that.
โอ้
And now Chichu under pressure, and well,
เอ้า
he's at least had a
เดี๋ยวรอ
teammate
เฉย
save
ชิ
him.
ชู
Healed back up at least a little bit. Loiter's done well once again. Concon's found absolutely nothing, and Chichu becomes the man who has to deal the damage, and it is only the one. A flash here, not going to hold any value with still being walled off. With a long rotation coming back. Look at the gun Gianni has as well. That is not the gun you want in a retake.
Well, unless you break that door and catch a guy up close, completely unaware.
ไม่มีแบบหวังผลเลย
Previn is here, patiently waiting. And now he's been spotted. This is a little bit dangerous. Dodges the flash up close, though. Great work, and Loiter comes through to help out Larocque as well. Yeah, they realized Krevin's in danger, and they came to his aid.
Did that flash make it out of the smoke?
I'm thinking now that I see the screen get slightly blinded. It might have went behind him, or it might have stayed in the
ซั
smoke.
นเซ็ตนี่
I think it
คั
might
น
have
นี
stayed
ออ
in
น
the
ด้วย
smoke.
Yeah, that was my thought process as well, because
ไม่
I'm
น่านะ
not sure Loiter did touch that at all. I think it
I
was
thought he
just-
stepped close enough
ครั้
that
ง
it
มัน
went
ไม่ได้
behind
สาย
him, but
นี่หรอ
yeah,
โดดฉีก
now seeing it
สาย
again, I
สาย
don't think
โห
he
ด
even got blinded
สไลด์ยิง
temporarily.
No.
Or partially.
And
So.
I do think that Signed did get blinded, which seems impossible unless it was still in the smoke. But you know, only partially blinded. I think you could still see as he came out. Lover's Rock, though. This map has delivered on the side of BBL. We said that they might struggle when it comes to this attack side. It's been anything but. Larocque is having one of those performances once again. This is a man that, if you are a fan of BBL, you're probably a fan of Larocque, and if you don't like BBL, you probably hate Larocque because he is horrible to play against.
ทรงเดิมเลยเจมกินแบก
Waiting, even just taking the flash. This one did land.
Oh, he's under pressure.
โอ้ช็อตตีมเนิร์ฟแล้วน้อง
Super
ยุก
sub
แล้ว
for
ช็อ
two.
ตที่แดดมาเนี่ย
They've got
อั
a
พแพดหรือเปล่า
5-round
มัน
lead,
ต้อง
though. You
ชิด
can
ตัว
see
แล้ว
BBL
เดี๋ยวเนี้
are
ย
Oh yeah,
feeling
they
a little
definitely didn't
too
choke one of those in the
confident.
last map.
Yeah, it's not like EDG have been streaking around, so why not? Give him one. See what happens. Make it interesting for the viewers at home. Now, it's a little brazen for sure, especially against the low buy. I mean, just straight up a mistake, but wanted to close it with style. And now, hard work, sweat and tears to get them across this line in round 20.
EP potentially being set up. Wall has gone down, and that leaves Chichu isolated. Already getting caught up. Of course, has the heal, but it's not going to save him too much. He's also been pinged. Well, that makes it a lot easier. An opener into the site. Loiter taking some close ground, and with the weaponry still in
สู้
favor
เลย
of this
Oi.
attack side, they're going to re-aggress alongside the ultimate.
Một
It is a
lời.
slam dunk
Kèo.
for BBL, who will take map number
ไปกันต่อ
สัญญาโคตรดีครับจีสวยจริงสวยจริงห้องน้ำก่อน
เราไปดูอีกคู่ต่อปะ
Far feels like he's
and
getting
big
almost
time.
every single
And
important
y'all,
frag
you talked
that there
about it.
has to
This
be.
is
But the mid split begins once again. Cushy getting the pick onto Asuna,
แล้ว
but
เวลา
Timotino
ขยาย
stuck in
จอ
B main. Vora denying anyone from flanking him, and Timotino turning around, getting the 3K. What an insane round by Timotino.
To play with his food at this point, the jet op on the defense is well and truly taking over the game. There is no recourse here for RRQ, who since picking up the pistol have hit a pretty big dry spell. 100 Thieves, nice adaptations are all over this. They very much understand the pacing that RRQ are bringing into this game. The operator is having ridiculous impact. The drone is always perfectly timed. And now it's up to RRQ to go back onto the Sheriffs and see what they can fashion for themselves. Just try to avoid getting 9-3'd at this point.
Yeah, Asuna now with that third run it back of the half online. He's not going to be.
What the fแป๊บนึงนะมันปัญหาเยอะจังวะวันเนี้ย
อ๋อ EDG
Out of the site here, Timotino's arrived to the party, and it's another flood and a shutdown from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight and there's 4 players just running
ผม
at
รีบอ
you,
สเซอร์
3 of
บอ
them.
สเซอร์มันกระโปง น่ารำคาญมากเลยเป็นเฮ้ยอะไรแค่ขยายจอ
Man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that. The drone, the IGLing, all these setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. Bit more of a singular approach here. But Timotino straight down the peak in towards Tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, Chemkin very low on HP, separated from the rest of the team. This is Xferro just running through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xferro caught on the cross, now into a 2-on-2.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here, but the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher util. They know that they don't have any information here unless they just use their bodies to peek. And now over-rotating into that A, going to go through that cat. But both players from the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know anything yet. It's going to be a 2v2 retake.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in it for the time being. Just have the Hunter's Fury for this post plant, and bang, bringing at least one dark cover into the retake here as RRQ up to play on site.
Kind of crazy they're playing on site with the Sova ult, not using it as their winning condition, especially because of the time taken by 100 Thieves here. But this 2v2 retake, Crazy Guy spotting, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turtled up, bottom side. They get the pick, but Cushy ends it. And RRQ finally another round. to end this half.
Yeah, look, a big dry spell. Got to give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves for how clean their defense was looking there. They made a lot of nice mid-round adaptations. It felt like they were always on top of the information game. But RQ, especially running through a brick wall with that Veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable 2-on-2. A nice pivot back towards the A side gives them at least 4 rounds on this attacking side. That's not terrible given the comp they're playing. Now they're going on to defense with, you know, this double Senti comp. There's still potential here for RRQ to get this one done, but the pistol will be very important with how far behind they are.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1, Sage on the other side, going to use that wall probably off of noise, off of contact, or just off of a timing. But for these players from 100 Thieves, they're also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here. And it's looking a little bit interesting. Now, again, 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's very North American, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever...
Actually, the North American meta right now is 1 ghost and 4 sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like a, you know, fanatic Gen G look from back in the day, just buy like 3 sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages, though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the bandit has been a lot more prevalent in Americas over the frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think I've seen it that often. But for this team, I feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat, really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into the mind games, into the mid rounds, because they're just so good at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning as a team and being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timotino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing a lot. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half then. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself. There's 100 Thieves getting ready for some A main control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that A main. And Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Asuna, he's walking up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is able to get in. Right click, a 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timotino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A main. I've got Timotino
มึงยังไม่ปิดเพลงอีกเหรอ
to walk out onto this A main
กูดีเรา
line.
แข่งแขวนเมาส์แล้ว
RRQ a little bit here. So they wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timotino. He is waiting. RRQ just playing this cheeky little high-low now that they've cleared out middle, so he's definitely going to have to peek into 2 players here.
1v2, the high-low is not going to get punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ. They've now won both. But 100 Thieves, they have some rounds to work with here. Beautiful, really good reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost that tree space. They knew they lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into A main. And then they punished as well because that spike got dropped. And all of a sudden that retake was so much harder for 100 Thieves. They didn't really have a plan to go on the flank. Just letting Timotino try to go for a pick off that Cat. Now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jemkin on the line, waiting out that
มอนโดนดรอปไปแล้วครับ
at least trying to find the timing straight through it.
มอนโดนเตะไปแล้ว
Paranoia. Oh my god, crazy guy.
กำลังเพลินๆเคซี่กาย
At least able to deal with the Phoenix who was going for the orb. Finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest batter in the works, thrown in by 100 Thieves who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage.
วิสานนี่ดูดีเลยเนี่ยโหดอยู่นะ
through for an RRQ who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
ดูเธอสอง
round
ดีอยู่
going the
Do me
way
impact อยู่
that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it comes to these rounds, not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage wall went down unbreakable with those
ดีไอ้
pistols.
เอ็กโฟโลมันเดิน
essentially.
มา
But
ซ่อมให้
now,
ค
แบ
รับ
งแบงมัน
three of these
แบง
players for
น่าจะเข้า
RRQ
ไซด์
are
ไปเลย
looking
เมื่อ
to
กี้
be a little bit aggressive towards this B main.
แต่เอ็กโฟโลมันเล่นดีขึ้นนะเนี่ยเล่นดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆตั้งแต่นู่นอะ
off the back of Zan's contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveballs and up close gets
ผม
nothing.
เล่นดีผม
That
ไม่
is
ไป
a
เล
bit
ยครับรุดเลย
outrageous. Timotino with the opening pick and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these two duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing now. Just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of re-aggression from RRQ, but it looks like that re-aggression is actually towards the other side of the map.
ทำไมนักแข่งเดี๋ยวนี้เวลาชอบคิดว่าเวลามันมาทำหน้าบีแล้วมัน
RRQ players
มันต้อง
gambling
ไป
the
เอ
wrong
ง
side.
Yeah, this is just no nonsense stuff for
แค่
100
มันแกมเบอร์
Thieves.
เฉย
Minimizing
อัน
all
นี้
the
มัน
risk
มัน
with
แก
a
มเมอร์
nice
เฉย
drone
เพราะว่า
timing. In comes the dash onto
มัน
switch.
บินโบนัสใช่ไหม
Timotino posting up on the spawn side.
เหลือ4
RRQ
คนด้วย
Gamble is stacking on the wrong side
มัน
of the
เล่นมี
map.
ฟอร์ไม่ได้แล้ว
But if anything, now on the bonus, just looking
ก็
for
เลือกที่จะแบบ
a couple of
ตัดสินใจ
guns
เล
in
ยว่าคน
damage
คอ
as
จะแกม
Xfero
เบิล
closes in on
จะ
this
แกม
B
เบิล
main
บอมไหน
flank.
Trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend
อันนี้
anywhere.
รอตัด
But
ทำลาย
three
การ
of
เงิ
these
นราทีป่ะ
RRQ
เนี่ย
players playing for exits actually towards this spawn side. Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick, but this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding,
เดี๋ยว
re-hitting,
เรามาเขาโยก
waiting
กลับไป
for
ดู
any
อีก
aggression.
คน
They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get one or two of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
Sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense. Oh, giving that frag over to Asuna does get himself the run it back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just a domino effect all kind of fell down. And 100 Thieves now in a very strong position going into the first gun round of their attacking side.
Yeah, lots of rounds to work up, but this right here, that was really nice here. Asuna immediately getting the pick onto Xfero, denying any of those exits was really nice. And then run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin, who's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back. And the really quick A split coming in from 100 Thieves.
Great cages in from Cryo there. Not able to allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero tacking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Cushy high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post plant.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the veto, but Bang here, going to put a smoke down at the right time, walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but Xfero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for a pick, and Xfero actually getting 3 through that smoked tree.
Yeah, evolution off the back of the defuse as well. That's a really nice retake for RRQ here. With only 2 guns kept through in towards this next round. 100 Thieves should definitely go for the reinvestment off the back of that spike plant and have a chance to at least damage or reset the economy here of RRQ. Definitely not done yet. This game very much hanging in the balance.
I think 100 Thieves had a really good idea here, especially speeding up after that first pick, getting that split on lock. But the problem was just crossing into that site. They didn't have anything because they used those cages towards mid to deny Jemkin. And Bang, of course, didn't have any smokes left because he used that initial one towards mid and then another one towards that tree so they could cross. So it's really, really interesting to see how they've managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out, taking that swing, taking their ones and the timing. But Jemkin going for a B main pick here, but he's not going to find anything because Cryo's just playing super passive.
Got a lot of value out of this Cypher utility, has to be said. Both teams kind of exchanging control of the mains, at least initially. Out comes the wall from Crazy Guy, who will play on top of it. Cryo just biding his time for the time being, while the rest of his team lies in wait inside of A main. 100 Thieves just tickling this A site. Still kind of undecided, but they did force out the interceptor there. So that's a very, very nice little dart cover shock dart combo.
จดเลยจดเลย
It does seem like the offense now heading back to meet up with Cryo as they know the Sage Wall is going to go down relatively soon.
And this is what we were talking about, where the defensive side, it's going to be so important how they use their util because there's so much delay. And 100 Thieves, they know that, so they're just waiting. Really good timing on the wall, though. You can see all 5 of these players grouped up already. The smoke is going to come down from Zan, but the contact play, there's only one of these players here on the side of RRQ. Sage to hold down sight, and the drone comes out from Vora.
Slow ult from Crazy Guy, but he's very much on his own. Nice pick onto Asuna as he gets tagged. Will he get spammed on through? No, Zan has joined him on the site now, courtesy of the From the Shadows, and they're going to tuck themselves in nicely with that bunker smoke. Paranoia out. One exchange by Zan as 100 Thieves try to close in and clear out backside. Nice pick from Bang. Zan goes down as well, but Cushy at least able to trade one back.
3v3 retake for RRQ. Jemkin with the operator just holding, trying to get a pick on anything. Whiffs on Cryo. The trade with the headshot is insane. And the evolution ult online for Xfero here. He's going to try to run into that site, but they don't have anything else to clear. And 100 Thieves, they're not giving them any of these peaks. Timotino holding that cross, gets the pick. Xfero gets the pick on Cryo. 2 gets another one. 1v1 versus Vora.
Gripping up on the line now. Vora, beautiful little jiggle peek to give 100 Thieves double digits. Xfero very dangerous in those clutch situations. Definitely have reset RRQ. Really fought hard in that round considering the circumstance. Honestly, Crazy Guy was very much left on his own. Zan does a good job to try to keep on the outside of the map with the right time, but unfortunately, I think the call from 100 Thieves was just a little bit too good. Xfero makes it more interesting than it probably should have been.
เวลาปรุงก๋วยเตี๋ยวผมใส่แค่พริกป่นกับน้ำปลาพริกป่นคือแบบช้อนสั้นคูณแบบใส่ไปพี่แล้วก็ใส่น้ำปลาแล้วเป็นน้ำตกน้ำคุกคิกกินไปได้ไงวะเมื่อก่อนแม่งมีความอร่อยเลยกินเพราะว่ามันติดเลย
Really matter. Timotino getting a pick onto Jemkin. They're just going to keep overextending here, recycling that Sheriff onto Xfero. They're gonna, onto Zan. Kushi, I can't speak. This is your team, that's why.
Yeah, that's all right. American names are a little easier. I understand.
Is it? Say Timotino 10 times fast.
Timotino was only
เคยเห็นที่เขาบอกว่าออกมาพูดว่าแพนเมนมันพูดว่าอะไรนะ
Timotino before he got himself a
เชื่อมัน
pick
ไปจับ
inside
ถ้วย
of
ไปแล้วอะไร
A
อย่างเงี้ย
so 100 Thieves looking good. Xfero on the other side of this though, Sheriff in hand.
มันไม่รู้ดิเวลาตอนมันเหมือนเป็นบรรยากาศคุยกันในทีมอะไรเงี้ยนี่มันโหดจังวะ
Oh my god.
Timotino to dash straight into the side there. As such, 100 Thieves. A little bit tentative, but they'll get the spike down nonetheless. That's a nice Hunter's Fury for Vora.
Dude,
พูดว่าอะไรขอ
Xfero's
ข่าว
on
แม่น
fire
ยำ
with
แค่
these
แชท
picks.
น่าจะ
His
มีคนไป
fragging
อ่าน
potential is insane, and he's just constantly been getting his 17 and
ถือว่า
15 for him. But they've all been really impactful. I think, granted, the last couple rounds, he's just been alone in a lot of these fights. But it doesn't matter, because 100 Thieves, they've almost secured this round. 4v2, 2 pistols on the line here. Zan trying to get one before he's going to shut it down, and Cryo picking off Kushi. Now, 11 to 7.
ทำไมผมเห็นสกอร์เป็น 13-7 วะ
onto those guns. You're going to be back onto that buy round.
ว่ะ
He said it in the last map. There were moments where he was a little quiet. You think back to the first map. Second half, he was a demon. In the first half, he was good. I mean, it's funny because you'd almost say he was quiet in the first. It was 15 and
โชคดีที่ผมไม่กินหวานเด็กๆนะไม่งั้นผมอ้วนกว่านี้อีกนะ
But for him, that's awful.
ไม่รู้กัน
That's the
UI
worst day
มัน
he's
พัง
ever going to have. The guy's got such a high ceiling that seeing him anywhere near the floor.
งงเลยเปิดมาไอ้เหี้ยมึงเล่นกันเร็วจังวะ 13-7 แล้วเหรอ
The ceiling is so much higher. Don't worry, BBL haven't had this one just yet.
Premonition.
We do it backwards.
We will tell you who's going to win the round and then we show you it. Even though in the last round it was wrong. But, you know, you can't always get premonitions right, you know? You go to a Mystic Meg and sometimes they'll say, you know,
แพนเมนพูดว่าเพื่อนใจเย็นหน่อยผมรู้ว่าผมทำอะไรอยู่
letter of their name
เคย
being
ชูถ้วยมาแล้ว
M,
นะ
maybe
ผ
the
มรู้ว่า
second
ผม
being
กำลังทำ
M,
อะไร
and you go,
ประมาณ
no,
นี้
unfortunately he's still here.
บอก
ไม่
ประ
คว
มาณ
ร
ให้
พู
เพื่อ
ด
นให้เพื่อนเชื่อในการตัดสินใจของมัน
You
นะ
didn't see where that was
No,
going,
I
did you?
didn't.
Thanks,
I
Mitchell
really
McBride.
ก็ถือว่าเลือก
Tom's
คำ
just
พูด
bodied
ได้
me
แป
to
ลก
start
ดี
out this round. That's
ก็
fantastic.
แปลกดี
First pick,
ถ้า
first
พี่เป็น
blood
คนใน
for
ทีม
me.
พี่ได้ยิน
As we
แบ
move
บ
towards
มัน
the A
เข้า
side,
ที
a
มมา
little
เจ
bit
อ
of
อย่างนี้
split
ก็
here from Chichu.
ก็แปลก
Spike
อยู่
spam
นะ
back in the other direction, but it's Chichu cutting off the rotations. No one's challenging him from the left side as well, but Kreven's got the angle on lockdown. Now moving towards A. These
เฮ้ย
players
เดี๋ยว
have
นะ
lost
EDG มันติดใจเลยเศษแชมเบอร์
the
เนี่ย
leg of their attack. The smoke that went down on short for a moment kept that player back, but now we see him walking forward, looking for the battle.
Running out of time. Well, so many angles left unclear. One of them is still that backside. They're doing
เหมือน
well to
EDG
find
จะ
his
นำ
back,
อยู่
though.
ว่าปืน
Nobody
มันดู
doing
เป็
a
นโบนัส
fantastic
มาก
job, but there is still the judge in the darkness, sitting, waiting, biding his
โบนัสลาม
time.
EDG
Lovers Rock is going to
เอา
clean
เหี้ย
things
โดน
up.
ดั
A cost around, and there you go. See, I told you.
That's
Premonition.
It. This is the problem. Sometimes, Tom, when I'm rubbing your crystal ball, I see the future. I get visions, of course, but it's like silhouettes in the fog.
Which is better, mine or Clinton?
I haven't. I'll have to do some more research on that.
Due diligence.
More groundwork there, and we'll.
ซาน
we'll
นี่
get
เคย
down
เทส
to the
ทีม TS
nitty-gritty
พร้อม
of it.
PTC แต่ไม่
a little
ผ่าน
bit
โอ้
later
ไม่
on.
ใช่
Rapid with the comms.
แค่ไอ้นี่ตก
Definitely
งาน
getting
แน่เล
into
ย
this one, of course.
ใคร
We know that
ไอ้คอนโทรลอ่ะ
this group's going to
ค
be
นจับ
tough.
กล้องคนทำ
EDG
ยูไอ
have
อ่ะ
already shown that you give them even just a little bit.
โอ้ยไม่
They're
ตก
able
พี่
to start coming
มันก็
back.
แก้
Lovers Rock, he just
งั้นผม
loves
ใช้
to
คำ
stick
ว่า
around
ว่า
just
แรก
a
อะไรอย่างงี้
little bit
มัน
too
ผ่าน
long.
มา3 แมปแล้วมัน
Maybe
ไม่ได้
that's what
แล้
the
ว
name actually means, because he loves to be a rock, stay in the same place.
It could be, yeah. I would say it's almost definitely what it means, Tom.
Good.
Where it's come
I'm
from.
glad we're in agreement.
เฮ้ย มันไม่นี่
Let's
ดิ
never ask him.
มันไม่ใช่ทีมของไลออน
How
ใช่
about
ปะ
this? Drone destroyed.
ไม่ยอมไม่ยอมไปเรียนงานเขา
ดูละหลอกละหลอก
Still, they're not pressuring him. He's behind the wall now. The vision comes back and he's ready to fight. Finds himself 1-3 in the end. This guy, unbelievable performance all series long, and he's done it again, man. You just can't doubt him. They hit that paranoia to deal with him, but the Viper Wall gave him enough room to just wait it out.
It's just he's got some of the shakiest aim, but like it's so accurate in the way he does it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Insanely high sense.
Most of the stuff he does, 9-1. As I said, we're in the first series of the entire tournament, and this man already has 2 aces. So I think it kind of tells you the form that he's come in. One of the brightest sparks
อันนี้
in
มัน
Turkish
คอมเดิม
Valorant.
เลยนี่หว่า EDG อ่ะ
Still incredibly young.
Tôi
There
cũng
is a
cảm thấy
massive
chai rồi.
career ahead of a lot. Rock, no
พอ
doubt.
แชมเบอร์มันเล่นสไนใช่ไหม
Ahead of this
แล้ว
whole
ก็
team.
พยายามคุกคอมให้เป็นแบบว่าเล่นแชมเบอร์เป็นกึ่งดูเวลิตอะ
Wow, there was
Hey,
no
Angel
need.
lasted a long
ว่า
time.
ทำมันบ้า
actually,
จ
to
ริ
be
ง
fair.
ๆ
Rose, Rose could probably go to at least 40.
Rose is like
บางครั้งก็เดี๋ยวจัดให้
23. Like
บางครั้งไม่ขัดอยู่แล้ว
Ancient man. He's up there with you now.
Oh yeah, no, we're definitely the same age. I'm not like 8 years
มัน
old.
ไม่กินตับหรอได้ไหมมันมีกินอ่ะ
What you're not knowing at home is Tom did just shed an actual tear. I've just seen it hit the table.
No, that's sweat from the bald head.
เออ
Polish it in
กลัว
between
ลองแผล EDG ไหม
the series. Well, EDG picking up pace towards the B site. Run it back is online. Need to break that wall first, and then Phoenix is going to come sprinting through. Delayed the play, though. It's delayed them way too much, so the guys in market, they get isolated, dealt with, deleted, and now Sign doesn't
BBL
stand a
comeback
chance. The
thing.
Hunter's Fury honed in on him. Another round for BBL.
Yeah, they were taking so much damage. I think it was genuinely through their own problems because they put a wall down to section off the angle they could get caught from. Then they just get absolutely owned by the snakebite, holding them into the corner, and then they start getting spammed out and obliterated by Rose. 5-1. This defensive side looking impeccable thus far from the side of BBL. And we're yet to see some of those superstars on the other side really wake up to the table. Chichu was one of the major reasons they were able to get through map number 1 with a victory. He's yet to get a kill.
But remember, he was missing, and then he was found in a big way.
แผนเดินคอนแทคอ่ะนี่เจอซื้อออกมาเดินจบแล้วป่ะ
The same story here, but not a more tragic ending. A little bit of damage traded out. This isn't a strong round for EDG, so of course you're going to send your headhunter to try to find some picks. Chichu's got the rifle as well. She said slower game for him, but They clearly still believe after what they saw in the first map especially. Second.
Not ready yet.
But the problem is they're pushing in. Still a minute on the clock, but they have to get past Loida. Paranoia is going to buy time. Smokes are online as well. That Paranoia was almost way too late. In fact, it was. Jenny managed to slip past. Luckily, though, Rose is finding 4 people in aiming. Big picks across the board. And Chichu, really? I really didn't think he'd put the rest through, but now it looks like a great idea. He's tagged Lover's Rock to 28.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of desperation, but if they can make it work, they can make it work. Lover's Rock desperately low, but they've only got 25 seconds. The flank coming through from LaRock. He does go down eventually. Chichu with no friends left to play with. And the cross is definitely not going to be easy. He's got 15 seconds. If they just tuck in the corner and don't just wait for him to plant, there really is nothing he can do from this scenario, and that's exactly what Kraven does. It is another round onto the board, a little bit shakier in the middle. But again, we're seeing the step up of the IGO. We mentioned it. He has a couple of bad maps, and then you see what this man could do. An impactful 4K. And I believe that, I don't know if it does or it gets very close. He might be on the same kills at this point as LaRock.
อยู่ดีมาเล่นแชมเบอร์2 เกม
โดนทำจับใส่กุญแจมือ
Yeah, there you go. 10-3 from Rose. And you look at the first map, even the second.
บอกไม่เป็นไร
the guy was only
น้อยแล้วก็
killing
ยังมี
people
กำลังใจ
from behind. He was struggling even then, missing a lot of shots. Like, it looked messy. And we talk about the value he brings even when that's the case. Oh, that's brutal. Con looked like he was far enough forward. Great sidestep coming through from Loida. And he's made the TP up top. Lover's Rock finding one in mid, and Loida's even re-smoking this. They're not going to expect him to be here. That's not an ideal fight for Lover's Rock. They've just gotten the man advantage back in the neutral territory. B-side certainly looks under threat. Kraven's trapped. He's been taken by the Collector.
It's back. Leave it even, but Rose once again strikes LaRock in the corner. They're walking backwards into his angles as if he needs the help, and nobody. Oh, he's got to try and sidestep, and he will. Plant available, but look how fast the flank is. I don't even think he's going to have any idea that someone could be here so soon, and well, not quite the cleanest, but he had so much time to find that kill. 7-1 from a very close first map that could have easily gone BBL's way to what is looking like a dominant finish. 7-1 in the lead, and I'm yet to really see anything that makes me believe EDG are going to turn this around.
Well, that's the crazy thing. Again, we talked about EDG with the stand-in. That definitely knocks them down a peg. But for BBL, in my mind, you're looking at the first map slipping away like that. I think it's already over. They bounce back to a relatively dominant map too. Like 13-7 is nothing to turn your nose at, especially not against EDG, especially not on their map pick. And now they come into this one, and it looks like Rose has got some performance enhancements. Like, I don't know how he's bounced back this quickly, map to map. Same stage, same setup, but a different man, it seems. 7-1 now for BBL. EG struggling to get off the starting point.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the next game we see them, if they might go back to the comp from the first map. Obviously, that was clearly based on just it being a stronger map for them, but we're yet to see the signed Phoenix show too much. But also, it's more so the other players. Like Chichu was great when playing Omen, has struggled elsewhere. Gianni as well. Haven't really seen too much from him on the Omen. Maybe a swap will have to happen, and it seems like speak into existence. Chichu's gone again. Lover's Rock. Okay. He has been caught. His mid pushes haven't had too much success. A little bit hit and miss. Dead though. EDG have got it even. But you look at the ultimates that are online, and they've got to be careful. They don't end up walking into LaRock.
มันค่อยคล่องตัวเอาละครับปั่นป่วนไปหมดแล้วตอนเนี้ย BBL
Finding his way behind A.
หายละเหมือนมีคนโดนตัดขาดอยู่คนเดียว
It's a very passive
หล่อยยากจัดหล่อยต้องเอา
They could have walked past it, but they didn't want to risk taking a fight with it online. But it does give the indication that maybe there's a bit of trouble brewing for Loida. So he goes running up, takes that space, and now regroups with his teammate. A nice adaptation to being surrounded like that. And now they can pincer from both sides on the retake. That's very early.
I think it's just to have it primed and ready. Oh, it's not pretty. He's caught the ult. That's not
ideal.
มันแก้ดีเนี่ยออกไปเบ็ดแล้วก็
No,
เบ็ด
he's gonna break
โอ้
it
นี่ไง
free, but instead no Loiter strikes. It's a quick, well,
เจอ
doubles
ลอยต้าแก้อี
technically,
กทีครับ
but it's more so just the impact that it had. Another resurgence in a round that looked like it could have gone the way of EDG, and instead they survived with 3 players.
That looked like a really good idea from EDG. The openings were there. The TP for the flank up, the split through mid.
ปล่อยต้าเลยวินนี้
I do, and I understand why they break the sensor, because again, if that player peeks and you're stood there, you fire one shot, you are dead. Both of you, you're getting stunned up and gunned up right after. And so instead they break it to run through. But that's when immediately Loida goes, oh, they're behind me. Well, I can't just stand here and wait. I can't even go spawn to retreat. Gotta go forward. And, well, it worked wonders. 8-1. I'm gonna scrub my eyes to even believe what I'm seeing. BBL winning the series was on my cards. It was possible, but not like this on a third map as well. Still plenty more rounds to play with, but
ลายสตัน
EDG
มัน
they need to find their footing extremely quickly because they are slipping and it's a long way down.
Denied by the early utility once again. Weaponry is not great in this round. They have some rifles to play with. They've found some space for Kankan in mid, and the Rock playing on the edge of the smoke is definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No trade for him just yet. He's still in this smoke. They still need to clear him. Surely they're not expecting him to be anywhere near this close. Instead, he goes swinging out. A second kill in a spot that looked like a death sentence. And now the operator honed in on the angle. Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. BBL continue their run, and it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
I can't believe this. Every round I say it, and every round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock getting this much impact? He seems unkillable in the first few fights. Everything's working for BBL. Rose has entered another gear, even with LaRock showing up. He's still just one behind him. And for EDG, everyone's gone missing. Chinchu is putting out belters, 4Ks, everything you want. Konkon's had more than a few rounds where he was dominating. And yet, this attack side has been quiet. Even as hopeful as I was about the comp, they've lost 2 through the wall. And there's no stopping BBL. The push continues and pushing up to 10.
That round took about 15 seconds. That was one of the fastest rounds I think I've ever seen. That was just a full all-in fight. And they dominate it. The initial from Loiter, and then they just continue their aggression. And this has always been the most terrifying thing with BBL is the moment they're confident, it's not like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit passive. No, they keep running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and riskier plays, and they all pay off. 8 rounds in a row, looking for an 11-1 defensive side half, and unfortunately, it feels like EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
Hunter's Fury sent through here from EDG, a desperate attempt to open the round, blind fire, nothing found, and the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen 2. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play, and they'll find themselves more than a few. A 3 versus 2. After that initial fight, the ult at least sidestepped. LaRock won't be finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
They at least know he's behind, but looks like him and Kraven are almost setting up the join. Lovers Rock popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk. Know exactly where their opponents are, and even having to just drone to try and clear some of these closer angles. The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is utter domination. A singular round. It was only their bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
Hard to really believe the series we've had so far. For BBL Ascent, like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against the Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed. The Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose and LaRock I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we've given them access to the internet in between these games, because they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this BBL performance. Got players popping off across the board. You've got utility perfectly placed to just create disruption. I think we've had a load of paranoia assists. Flanks have been perfect. I think all of the Viper utility as well. Like, okay, maybe not the most kills Kreven's ever going to have, but every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his snakebite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills
เห็นคอม
that
แล้วปวด
Lovers
หัว
Rock has
ว่ะ
had.
EDG อะ
It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just
ตอนมาเล่น
doing
คอมเก่า
it.
ที่
He
มัน
has
ตบ
been
ได้เป็น
just
เป
as
เล็ก
annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately,
จริง
it
ๆถ้า
just
ดู
feels
ตาม
like
ประ
there's
สิทธิภาพผู้
nothing
เล่น
to
ของ
break
EDG
through all of that utility.
ไม่ควร
on
นะ
the
คอม
side.
เดินช้า
คอมแบบนี้
No player
เอ
that
อ
can dive in.
คือถ้า
The
มันเป็นทีม
Phoenix
ที่แบบ
hasn't worked.
คนแม่น
The
ๆ
later
ช้า
looks,
เล่น
even though we
ช้า
have seen aggressive rounds
เก่
at
งๆ
times,
น่าเล่น แต่นี่มันแบบโห
they
ดู
can
แต่
walk
ตัว
into
ดิ
Konkan's angle
เออ
and seemingly
ไปเล่นพวก
eliminate
เจ็ต
him.
นี
It
ออน
has
อะไรอย่าง
been
เงี้ยของมันดีกว่า
ใช่
uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
Not at all. On any map, to be honest. Like, coming here to Sunset, it felt like even with the stand-in, we're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG. That timeline is utterly ridiculous. 11-1. The Rock 17 and 5 rows. More importantly, 16 and 4.
Well, look at Loiter. 12, 5, and 16 assists. Yeah. And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually
He's got a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoias, yeah.
A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round. Now all they need is this pistol. That's it. Pistol round. It will be EDG having to force... Well, I guess even if they win the round, they are going to force. But yeah, no matter what. And they will need a flawless defensive side.
Oh, they're certainly not in a rush. Towards Conkan now. The slide forces him back. See the confidence. Not quite there. Stick around in his rows. Takes one.
มีคนเช็ค
Sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position. Right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight. As you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plan can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone. And guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Unfair ask, but it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch
Oh,
this. He's at
Lawang
least
beats way.
managed to get the first. Looking to try and maybe just defuse this behind the box, or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already, though, it's being watched, waited for. The X1 goes his way as well. A chance for the stack. And Sign will keep them in the map. The coaching
โดน
staff
คัดเฉย
pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG their second round.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans they'd attribute to victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from Signed. The super sub sneaking up inside B main and taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They got lost in the sauce a little bit. But still, for Signed to capitalize on those opportunities, he set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do that. I don't know.
It's the smallest of lifelines, but nonetheless, it is a lifeline. It's something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically,
Deploying drone.
Gonna have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead.
โอ้โห11-13 เลย
A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto Sign.
Up the one, they're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own.
Ow.
Lovers Rock and Kreven, the ones to come out ahead. The pistols Not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from
Wait,
Rose
fucking-
outside this A
They've gone
side.
into
What?
storm.
Gonna be a crunch.
Set up
But it's
control
Concon that you're up
มัน
against.
impact นะ
And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack.
เฮ้ยบินเบิล
This
เนี่ย
wrap around, I don't think has been heard just yet, but
They've
I
figured
know
it
it's a
out.
โล
possibility.
เวอร์มัน
Yeah, no,
ไม่ไป
they've
กับเพื่อน
cleared
อะ
every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going.
ไปเรื่องไป
Gianni's
เพื่อนจ
already
บแล้ว
going
ต
to
อนแรก
drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kreven. He's still going to make this even more
Oh.
costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior,
ไปกับเพื่อนจบ
but they did.
เออเมื่อกี้เดินมากับเพื่อนได้เล่นแล้วมีปืนวะ
They need many more as this game goes on. If it goes on, feels like a matter of time for BBL. And look at how much they were able to do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG to struggle this much, to be down by this much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages.
โอ้คาบที่ชมแบบแรกหายหม
You
ดเล
want
ย
to
ตอน
see
นี้
them dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next. And ult online here and now, though, signed. The problem is looking at the map. It seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed early on. That was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
They'll at least get the
หิว
heal.
ขึ้นมา
I mean, he gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split back towards this B site again. It is being watched by Gianni, and Dart at least might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kreven's
EG มันเล่น
aggressive
หลวมจัด
positioning
อะ
is going to make this
มันปล่อย
problematic.
กลาง
In
ปล่อย
fact, it's
อะไร
going to end the
มั่ว
round in
ซั่ว
his
หมดเลย
tracks.
มันปล่อยหมดนะ
เออ
That was the main way
มัน
back
มันปล่อย
through
เกม
for
นี้แล้วเนี่ย
EDG.
ไม่เล่น
They
ละ
were bringing signed into position
ปล่อย
so he
จอย
could
ด้วย
play
เนี้ย
in
ปล่
the
อยใจ
spawn
ปล่อยตัว
and pop that
ปล่อยทุก
ultimate,
อย่าง
run back through, lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Kreven, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round. And thankfully, they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to
Yeah,
that
but
B side,
at
but
this
a save
stage,
needed.
like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing
going
into the
for it,
wind and like
yeah.
they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like they're so far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence. And
The problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for it. But when you call the save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can buy so many times. You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake. And EDG now have 1 rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
very little. Their stand-in has an ult and a rifle. Kankan, I think, will be forced to play just a headhunter into this round, and the opposing side have everything bar their ults. That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG. And, well, just look at the paciness of this early move. Kankan, he needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a gun upgrade, but I was going to say an immediate trade, a labored trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
First part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle. So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose, the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect Larocque to be crouched on that corner. That is a scummy play. The ult for sign. But they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's the problem. He's also going to take him right back to where he was, and now Gianni is all that remains. He's just seen a player die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B site. But as of right now, Spike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's 1 for 3. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found. What was a 1v3 can maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually forced to go down. With 2 players waiting on the other side, with traps set ahead of him, he's giving them information with every step he takes. every move that he makes, and eventually
Larlock.
Larrock is waiting. 13-3, a dominant final map for BBL, and one that will take them.
โคตรแบก
หรอ
Recently,
who are we?
and I'm hoping
อ่ะ ยิงแล้วกัน
เริ่มแล้ว
and we win
Okay.
gun rounds, Bucket.
Every third.
ฮะเปเปอร์เล็กแบนอะไรอ่ะ งง NRG แบนสปิด ลงคนนะ
เลือกแฟกเจอร์ครับ
แล้วคือที่แข่งอยู่แม่งคือร้อยทีมกับ RQ
แสดงว่าอีกช่องหนึ่งเป็นคาร์ไมคอฟกับวิทย์เหรอ
เหลือจะเชื่อว่ะ
โล
งงไป
ตัส
หมด
แมปก็เป๊ปได้อยู่นะ
โอ้แมปเป๊ปอยู่แล้วพี่
เ
เป๊ปได้ทุกแมปตอนนี้ แต่ปัญหาเลยคือ ตอนนี้ เข้ามาคิวยังแข่งไม่เสร็จเลย แล้วมันจะรีบเอามาขึ้นมาทำไมวะพี่
ข้ามหน้าข้ามตาตอนนี้
อืม
ถ้ากับว่าต้องรอดูคู่นี้จบเหรอ
เป็นไปได้ น่าจะ2-0 ยังติดใจเวโต้อยู่ อันนี้มันก็คอมด่านแอดเซนอะไรวะ
มันก็แอดเซนต์เหมือนเดิมไหมฮะ
คือ
อะ
มัน
ไร
แข่ง
อ่ะ
แอดเซน2 รอบเหรอ่ะ
กฎใหม่
อ๋อ รีแมตช์
the agent selected is actually what they're playing. They're going to start out on the attacking side. So I guess this just does seem to be the kind of way that they want to be approaching things for the time being. So stylistically, we're going to get very much the same thing as what we saw over on Ascent. Once again, RRQ will have to start out on that attacking side, and it's going to have to take a little bit longer. But I'm seeing Harbor Neon. Yeah, okay, there you go. The HUD has baited me for the 4th time. I'm getting whiplash, man.
I was looking at you trying to be like,
I'm getting whiplash.
You're
Okay,
fine.
let's just focus on the task at hand. RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings that takes a little bit of chip damage onto 100 Thieves, who are going for a quick flood onto this A site.
Yep, really nice execute here. Taking
What?
that backside space. Jemkin going to get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is here to trade.
Alam,
3 of
ขึ้น
those
โลกหมดเลย
players on RQ have dropped to 100 Thieves. Make it 4. And all of a sudden, Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planning for him. And Vora going to get that final pick onto Crazy Guy. And now that 100% pistol win rate for RQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from 100 Thieves, though. That's exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbor. Just a quick flood straight through middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk. Throw up the high tide and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you need to clear. And I don't think that RQ really offered much resistance. They're now back down onto an eco, and unfortunately, they've got to take a little bit of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well for 100 Thieves. And for RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're going to farm these orbs, who they're going to farm them on, the dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough, taking that A main space. The orb is going to be picked up by Cushy now. Looking for another A execute again for this side.
Yep, bang, spamming away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is up. Up goes the Blaze wall as well. Suna looking to once again try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. For silencing that for the time being. He's been tagged up, going to dash back into safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferry himself. But Cryo with the late lurk on through from middle will give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good, able to just dance around those pistols, making sure he's not over-aggressing, not over-peeking into those angles that he could get punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there. He's always rotating. He's always ready with a plan. And now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B site. And another, oh, sorry. I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD. But we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The op online for Jemkin.
Now up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime.
มัน
One
ยังไม่
way
เริ่ม
is
แข่ง
going to allow
ใช่ไหม
Asuna to kind of maneuver
เมื่อไหร่
his
จะเอา
way
ข้างล่าง
onto
ลง
something to think about actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle.
เมื่อไหร่ UI จะปกติ
Sitting
ก่อน
in
ต
a
อนนี้
1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
Yep. 2-0 again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for RRQ. Like you said, 100 Thieves understanding, adapting, not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through that nest area, the neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left. And RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there. And pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang. He's got another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak going to get punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang, bang. Sees just a little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird buy. So exits going here.
Yep. See what he's able to fashion for himself. Nicely timed pick from Jemkin. Denies any chance of catching those players darting back off the site. Nicely done from RRQ. Just a very slow 1-3-1 to open up this attacking side. Gun round. And then a really good B execute just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Cage on the site, really kind of making them guess about what his positioning was. He had double trips to kind of keep himself safe, but it was just perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, though, switching up their defensive setup, trying to fight for elbow. 3 of these players down. They run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's going to punish Cushy. Zan getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2-1. For 100 Thieves, and they're just going to re-clear towards this mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That is a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this, and 100 Thieves a little bit, yeah, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, yeah, on the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players, so I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. Zan, going to pick it up. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. It's Fro still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught across here. It's a very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw one man fake. He walks back. He walks back and get the pick. Okay. Back to B now, I guess.
Dude, this is stressing me out, but the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here. 400 Thieves. They don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough. The spike is going to go down. They're committing to playing on these trap setups, these traps towards A. But of course, RQ, they know that there's a whole Cypher setup on A. They've ended towards B on purpose. Xfero here, backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows, but Xfero gets a pick onto Vora. And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round. RRQ, good 2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them, and honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round, maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings it felt like where 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that mid line for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RRQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timotino, who had the op on the other side, was just unable to get anything. But again, another anti-eco, anti-thrifty here for RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Zan up on the line, taps the orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay pull. Counter Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy Guy gonna deny Timotino get his hands on it. It's a messy exchange that still seems to go the way of RRQ there. 100 Thieves, definitely some potential shoving their way into A main there, but now they're unfortunately going to be put in a bit of an awkward situation. It's just Cryo on this B site on his lonesome.
Really good read here from Zan to tap the orb, try to bait any of those setups, and they're out onto this B site. Cryo alone on this side isn't able to get one. 100 Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and bang in this 2v4, trying to get out on site as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind of low, 41 and 20 HP total for both of these guys. Using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero's actually creeping all the way up the side of that wall. Tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Xfero getting both those picks onto Bang and Vora.
Yeah, he was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan stopping because of that molly, but being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from A main, but they've put a hold on it because they hear Timotino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets the pick onto Timotino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Sova, trying to get as much information as possible. But Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site. So as soon as it's going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information. And the retake wall has come in from this harbor.
See RRQ just really slowing this down around down, waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Harbor roll though. Arsene has found one. Great spam through from Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy Guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the neural theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's been flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100 Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that site. Phoenix taking that mid control, trying to get a pick onto that Zan while he was falling back, sorry. And it just felt like both these players understood the aggression on the site because they took their time. They waited for Asuna to just make some sort of chaos, pull some of that pressure, pull some of that focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo getting a spam through that harbor wall was kind of crazy too because that was the spike as well. But obviously into this next round, 3-3, both teams able to get full weapons, but kind of crazy because if RQ loses this round, they might be forced onto another thrifty here unless they get those picks.
See how good of a salesman Cushy is. Applies a little bit of util pressure to that B side. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here with the paranoia. Blazewalk goes up, and it's a disengage for 100 Thieves.
Really quick rotate, but it gets punished because Cushy, he's walked all the way up mid. Vora unable to get traded by Timotino yet, but RQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these ops meeting each other. Timotino turning around at the wrong time. But as I say that, he gets the pick onto
ทำไมมันถึง
Jemkin, a
ไม่เช็คให้หมด
one-for-one
ไปเลยเมื่อกี้
trade,
มัน
and
จะ
now
สุด
all of a
ท้ายอยู่
sudden,
ดีๆมันก็เลิก
the
เช็ค
numbers are equalized.
RQ really having a tough time at finding the clean opportunities and timings that they've been looking for in the mid-round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A site to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this, though. It's just Cryo being left solo retake on that B site yet again here. While the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility. You've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with this. Up goes the fast lane. Timotino finding that opening. Big bang inside of the bunker smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Cushy tapping the spike. Timotino able to deal with him. And Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to plant. But Timotino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time. Even if Crazy Guy gets that pick. And RRQ, unfortunately, again in the mid-round, things are just really not coming together for them.
Yeah, a struggle.
ว่าแรกไม่น่า
It
เฟก
feels
เลยนะ
like 100 Thieves so quick
น่า
to
จะแผ่นๆไปเลย
collapse. Their
ได้เล่นเลยนะ
rotations have gone a lot quicker here. They're kind of just walking around through mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ either. So much mid space is
ใช่
given to them to the point
หลั
where
งจาก
they're
คู่นี้
comfortable rotating. That being said, Bora did get caught off guard, so we're going to see a little bit of a change maybe towards their clearing that mid properly before they do those full rotates. And now, still able to buy. Getting that operator on the side of Jemkin. They're looking like they're just going to go for another round of these slow peaks, but this time towards elbow.
Runner back secured inside of A main for Asuna. Full information for 100 Thieves as Cushy once again looking to try to clear the Cypher trips. One of them dealt with. Up goes the Cage. Inside of the smoke is Timotino hiding in the opposing team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of a trade back from Zan as the Hunter's Fury coming in does deal with Cryo, or at least make him uncomfortable enough for Crazy Guy to do his due diligence, and RQ will take this A site.
That's a really good zoning out from Cushy. Just being really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over the wall or take his one. The drone's going to give so much information that these players are on site, but they still don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side. Suna gets the big onto Cushy, just jumping around. He's able to get it, and Crazy Guy now back sight, and Jemkin with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but Asuna, they were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from. And now Jemkin being locked out of this round by the high tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that Cloud Burst, Asuna was ready. And this will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get themselves on a nice streak of rounds here. They've gotten very close the last 3 in a row, but every single one of them has gone the way of 100 Thieves.
Again, it's this post-plant situation for RRQ. The delay is so good on site. They're able to get at least one on the side of 100 Thieves, getting one of those picks and just delaying for long enough that the rotates are here so quick. You can see Asuna and Bora zooming, running them, holding W through that side. Of course, the flank, of course. So much pressure on both angles for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to just be really annoying in that sense, forcing RRQ to kind of
อาซึนาที่เป็น
over and over again. A to B site. So it's been working really well for them, but we're obviously jumping back in now. 100 Thieves, Timotino walking all the way down elbow.
Yep, has a decent timing here onto Zan. It's a very easy pick to kick things off for the defense, and RRQ post timeout, that's where you just throw all of your plans in the bin. The opposing team already found the opening pick and tagged your jet off the line, forced to defensively dash. So you've got no map control to speak of in a 4-on-5. It's kind of a nightmare scenario for the attackers here.
Really scary. No map control other than this elbow. They're holding this double doors, waiting for some sort of aggression. But again, 100 Thieves not giving it to them. They're not giving them those easy fights anymore. Full A main control here. They're hoping that someone taps the orb or at least walks into their crosshairs with that off angle. Timotino now trying to re-clear towards that mid. Using his op to kind of catch anyone off guard, but he's not going to find anything just yet.
Contact play in towards mid doors has to find some impact here. Xfero, if he plays this one in first, is in for a rude awakening. That's a brave TP for Crazy Guy. And we'll leave it at that. Vora turtling inside of the side, trying to play the crossfire with Bang. It's a beautiful little recon dart in from the Sova. And even if he's pinned into the corner and dealt with, Jemkin on only 50 HP has not much to do here. Timeout completely ineffective from RRQ, and 100 Thieves slapped them away with 4 alive.
Crazy Guy living up to his name with that TP into Nest, huh?
แต่อาร์เซนอลนี่ไม่เคยหลุดจากไลน์อัพเด็ดทีม
If you
เลย
don't make big plays, you don't
มัน
get
ยาว
big
จาก
results.
พัก
They
นี้
don't
เขาเป็น
Well,
หุ้
I
นส่วน
think there also was
ไม่
a
เป็น
really
CEO
good
มาเล่น
timing
เว้ย
from Timotino's part because he did just cross into Nas. But yes, this opening pick, really nice. I love that Timotino is able to go for those as well without requiring too much support. Bora's on the other side of the map. There's no one really following up with him, which could be a little scary if he does get picked off. But he's just so confident in those peaks that it's kind of rewarded them. And now RRQ forced onto this
ใจเย็นพี่ยูใจ
by
เย็น
four
เอาข้อ
streamers
มูลให้มัน
across the
แม่
board,
น
two sheriffs, and they're going towards this B main.
Oh, that Phoenix Molly
Ui,
is
lạnh chặt.
really doing them a number here. As RRQ looking to dive into the site. Beautiful little spray control from Asuna, and the curveball's even better.
ของจริง
Up
ว่ะ
inside of the dark cover. Crazy Guy has
Oi!
TP'd up,
Hey!
trying to get something done, but Asuna is all over it. Only one bullet left in his Phantom. Xfero's in the back lines. They're very much trying to give Asuna the
Reload
ace
gun.
here. Reloads the Phantom, and he'll get it done. Beautiful defense there from 100 Thieves. The Phoenix is all that's needed, really, to shut down that attempt from the Stingers on RRQ's side.
มีแต่มัน
Those
จะ
are
ยิ
the
งอะไรแบ
types
บ
of
เนี้ย
rounds that when I go home, I'm like, maybe I should play
แม่ง
on
แบบ
my
ไม่ได้ยิง
side,
เน้น
like
เน้นคลีน
Asuna
อ่ะเดิน
does,
เน้น
because
ตาย
he
อ่ะ
does it so good. He's so consistent
ยิง
with
เอา
it.
ตาย
It's kind of insane.
It was super important because RRQ with the Stingers here, if they get in the site, you get the pit down,
Yeah.
that's
Don't
actually a
give it me.
losable round for
Don't
100
kid
Thieves,
mad,
especially with the
well,
comp
die.
that they're playing. So
เน้นตายไว
cannot understate. You know, there's some anti-eco aces that you're like, yeah, that didn't
Yeah.
really matter. But that one actually could have been a bit of a problem for 100 Thieves if he doesn't put some multi-frags
แต่
together
นี่พว
there.
กโปร
Yeah,
เมาส์
he
ไว
absolutely
ๆลด
shut
ลด
down
เซน
their
กันหมดแล้ว
winning condition for that round, and we're going to see early double drone from
เมาส์
both
ไว
sides,
ผมมอง
getting
ว่า
as
มัน
much
ไม่ค่อยสเต
information
เบิล
as
เท่าไหร่
possible. Vora getting
ใช่
spotted out by the
จังหวะ
drone.
แบบ
They're
ใจ
not
เต้น
going to
แรง
get
เข้า
any
ไป
more
แล้ว
information on the 100 Thieves side now, setting up for some sort of mid-fight. 3 players here
แต่พิมมี่นี่
situated
ก็ยังไว
towards
อยู่
here.
วะ
Vora
แต่
about
ก็ลด
to
มา
get
เยอะแล้วนะ
peeked
จาก
by
0.5 เหลือ
Jemkin.
0.4
He's just
0.3
holding, playing passive. Who's going to make the first move?
And 10 on the clock here. Very
ใคร
tense
คิดว่า
stuff.
ใคร
So RQ is set up in elbow. Down goes the operator. Cushy looking for the trade as the dark cover goes in towards Ness. RQ putting a lot of pressure on middle. Oh, he's hit it with the little
อยากจะยิงรีคอนมาก
there. Nicely
เฮ้ย
done by Cushy. Hudson is really going looking for him with the run it back. This is messy
อ้าว
stuff. Zan's been able to time
อยู่
it
ดี
inside
ๆก็
heaven as he comes off the back of the ult and a big 2K
รั่วเลย
race
เราดิ
to open up B. I cannot believe that RRQ has put themselves in a winning position as the spike gets scooped up by the IGL.
That's insane. Zan actually getting all the way up into Nest when Timotino was
เกิดอะไร
opping
ขึ้นมาก
through
มายเหล่า
that
นี้
tons. It's insane how he actually got that timing to get in and punish Asuna. But a bang. In this 1v3, it's not looking too good. We have 3 of these players ready on site, and Sparrow ready with that flank peek. Kind of insane that round. I thought it was going to go down in shambles for RQ after that initial pick from Vora. Obviously, the dart, nobody was able to trade Vora, but it didn't matter because they had this mid setup. But it just didn't work. It wasn't there, wasn't flushed out because of the players that were towards Elbow.
I think this is just a round where, I mean, I've been praising
Yeah,
our
if you just
100
say
Thieves
GTA
for their patience for the majority of this game. They
how
very
they
much
format,
just try to
I
crunch
thought
middle, and sometimes that just backfires for you. They really sent it in with the run it back and
Yeah.
didn't quite find the right timing that they were looking for. Sometimes that happens.
เฮ้ยก็ไม่
But
นาน
RQ
มาก
now
ใกล้
on
แล้ว
4 attacking side of rounds, even
Ma
if the
เทก่อน
last,
ไง
however many, I feel like the last 5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, and we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're
ถูกเอาเลยเหรอ
their due diligence at least. Blaze Wall and Storm Surge gonna secure a main control. Going for the orb is bang. In goes the relay bolt. RRQ looking to punish, but unable to do so.
The A main fight coming in. Asuna getting that pick onto Zan, and he's gonna fall back, not trying to give too much
รอบแรกๆยัง
away,
ไม่มี
give
กล้องจับหัว
another
เลยว่ะ
peek for RRQ, and all of a sudden, That's their neon down, but they still have this op online for Jemkin, but he's been unable to find an opening pick so far, especially towards this B side where Cryo's just playing on site, playing patient on his cam. Vora, though,
การวางซา
uses
โย
drone early.
วาวแชมป์
Gonna have to
EWC
use
หรือ
that
เปล่า
dart at some point to get some sort of information because RRQ again slowing it down in their mid
เอา
round.
จริงวิกก็
Darts
ยังมี
back
ศักย
up
ภาพ
for
ที่
the
เป็นแชมป์
attackers as well. Xfero
Hey.
does have the pip for the afterplant.
Pip แพ้เร็ว
Jacob
ทาน
looking
เร็
for
ว
a
ทาน
pick
โห
over
ด
on elbow side, and
มี
RRQ
นะ
kind of waiting for him to get in the mix.
เร็ว
As
ทานมัน
Crazy
โห
Guy
ด
going
สั
to
ต
go
ว์
for an information
แล้วก็ทุกทีม
TP.
ที่แข่งในบ้านมันจะมีบัฟ
Asuna, here's that all being picked up. They know that there's at least 1 or 2 players for RRQ. Hold on. They're starting to get some picks. Bang able to trade one back though, and he rips his ult. Timotino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100 Thieves. Just perfection from the Neon and the Harbor to stop RRQ. Any inroads getting into 8.
That was such a nice setup from them. Really good positioning. Timotino as well, not being phased by all the pressure coming out of A main. The players knowing that Bang has his back on side, just being able to focus towards that mid doors. These are the kind of the small plays that I really like to see from 100 Thieves. But of course, these are so nice to watch. The 3K for Timotino, and now we jumped into this halftime. Looking at the scoreboard, 14-14 for the double duelists on 100 Thieves.
G2 สะบักสะบอม
Doing
จัด
quite well for themselves. As we once again have the cinematic music really egging us on in this series.
It sets the tone.
It does.
Another
Yeah.
8-4.
It does what I couldn't. As RRQ, they've got their work cut out for them once again. Down in rounds at the half, moving on to the defense. Pretty similar to what we saw over on the Ascent side, but 100 Thieves calling
เอาไงดี
has been pretty excellent today.
ไส้ไหล
And they're not
ตัวนี้
playing
มา
that different of a comp
Yeah,
stylistically.
like-
Again, double
เฮ้ย
duelists,
M8 เหรอ
couple little different bits and
เฮ้ย
pieces.
M8 เหรอวะ
I'm interested to see actually how they approach this attack side. They're going to have to get a reasonable amount of
ที่
value
ผมกดจีน
out
ทุ
of
ก
the
คู่เลย
fast
ว่ะ
lane and the
คิดว่าไง
cages, I'd imagine, because they're
ทำไม
only
ผมเชื่อมั่น
playing
ใน
the
จีนเหรอ
Harbor
วะ
as a single controller.
Yeah.
เราหิวแต้ม
Which
หรื
is
อเปล่า
not too common.
จีน
Usually
นี่
you're
เค
seeing
ย
that
ทำให้
kind
เรา
of
ผิด
paired
หวั
with
ง
a
หลาย
Viper or something
ว่า
like that a lot of the time. Or you even have Astro or Omen in the mix.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, they've switched on to the stronger sides. Sorry, the weaker sides. There we go. Because that Omen on the defensive side is really good at just delaying and using that smoke to block off those choke points instead of using them to actually execute into a site, especially when you're playing with a Viper. Once you put that wall down, it's gone. You can no longer move it. So it's almost impossible to commit to a site like B when your Viper wall is on A, and same vice versa. And then on the other side of 100 Thieves with that double
จ
duelist,
ริง
it's
ๆ
going to be a lot
EWC อ่ะ
harder to
เขาสามารถขอ
execute
ส
because
ปอน
the
ส
retakes,
ปอนเซอร์โต๊ะ
once
การ
they
แข่งได้
use a
นะ
lot of that util on that retake, or at least on the execute, they don't have that harbor wall again for quite a while. They're going to have to cycle, like you said, those cipher cages or something else that's going to help them through. Maybe the firewall from Phoenix here, but kind of crazy. I'm looking at these two double duelists to kind of keep up the synergy, but for RRQ, they're starting off with 3 players towards the safe side, trying again to get this A main pressure.
Xfero retake on B does have a wall to slow things down if possible. Spots out a couple of players on the side of 100 Thieves, but will just back his way over towards Elbow and play behind the Harbor wall. Cryo trying to keep Jemkin in check. He's having a little bit of a look in towards Elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
Post plant here for 100 Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the quick flank towards Elbow. They know Crow's holding it, but they're walking up. Timotino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto Cushy, but Zan gets 2 here, dropping 3
Zan.
players
Dio.
from 100 Thieves, and all of a sudden a 1v1 Sheriff v Sheriff. Vora versus Xfero, holding it down, tapping the spike, but Vora gets that final pick, and another pistol going the way of 100 Thieves.
It's a good way to start the
เตะบอลเย็ด
offense.
ยังไงทีมดรอปเลย
Dealt with Jemkin
Like he
inside of
was
Elbow, and despite some
Like he was
heroics
bored.
from Zan, those were some very nice shots indeed, coming
But
back in on
Mon
that
team
retake for
dot ni-
RRQ. 100
มันจะไม่
Thieves
เกี่ยวกับ
able
นี่
to
แหละ
win the 1v1 that was necessary.
มอนฟอร์มตกจ
That's
ริง
their
ครับ
second
มอน
pistol
ฟอร์ม
here.
ตกจริง
2-1 by RRQ at the first map, and 2 by 100 Thieves. Should give them a lot of confidence. They're already up 8-4 in the half. They're switching over to attack
ถ้ามัน
now.
ได้ตัว3นี่เวอร์
And
จั
of
ด
course, RRQ to once again show their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks, but I don't know. I haven't seen anything too awe-inspiring today from RRQ. I don't get really the sense that they're in fantastic form, but this is a nice big stack at least.
เฮ้ย
เคชิสกายที่ไม่อยู่
5 players from 100 Thieves opting to go for this. They're not holding back. They're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic, but Crazy Guy left in a 2v1. This is an expensive round here for 100 Thieves. But they're able to get that spike down.
2 กระบอกนี้ก็กลับ
จริง
บ้า
ถ้าน เคชิ
ได้
กายมันอยู่ด้วยแล้วพารานอย
on that site,
มันมี
high
ภาพเลยนะ
low towards this tons. The peak is in, and Cryo gets the pick onto Crazy Guy.
Yeah, nicely navigated at the end of things, but the big stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
สแต็ก4
So that's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make the economy breakable as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest kind of buying around these 2 rifles. But you don't feel too bad bringing 2 Phantoms out of things, especially when Asuna has a run it back into the anti-bonus. He's still probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves to keep the good times rolling.
ใช่พอเผลอ
Yeah,
ต้องเลี้ยวก่อน
they're
เนี่ย
grouping
รอ
up once
แป๊บจะ
again.
เริ่ม
I
มาเนี่ย
think at this point they're just taking that double duelist comp and
ช่อง
running
นี้
with
พี่
it. Trying to get
ใช่เหรอ
aggressive,
ใช่
especially in their
ช่องนู้น
post
แข่ง
plants, taking a lot of map
มีคน
control
บอกว่า
because
อีก10 นาที
like we
แป๊บเริ่ม
talked
อะตา
about,
ราง
when you have just the harbor,
อ่า
it's
แล้วอะ
hard to cycle those and prevent the retakes from flooding in. And now an A execute on the lines here. That firewall is going to go up first. The harbor wall is not the initial util that's being used to cross into sight. Asuna with the running back, trying to get one, doesn't find anyone, but Crazy Guy and Jemkin are the ones to stop the execute. I say that, but Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
That going down for
ตอนที่
100
กำลังจะได้
Thieves.
โบนัส
Man
ราว
advantage. If they win this bonus, it would be a death sentence for RRQ. As Cushy working his way in. Drone to try to read the setup here as the site is cut in half by a nice high tide from Bang. They know that the Phoenix inside of A main, but Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do here, and waiting out the high tide is probably going to really time RRQ out of this round. The Cove will further stall things. Like, this is just a nightmare to retake into for RRQ, and the curveball is where the first move will be made. Hexfero was ready for it, diving in out of the Cove there. RRQ, what a gorgeous little retake as Jemkin puts 3 together. I did not think that they were going to get back into that one. But that was very much necessary to start to close the gap of rounds here on this defense.
That was insane. I mean, every single kill felt like it could have been part of a frag movie because that was kind of crazy. But 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made sure that they had the space back site. They just struggled to fight together to trade. I think Asuna here also taking that fight solo was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the harbor util is actually the final piece before they try to do something a little bit too aggressive. And it ended up not working for them. But that being said, both teams with their guns online, and a super aggressive start here for RRQ.
Yeah, Timotino under pressure. Jemkin's dashed into the window, and he certainly wasn't ready for that. Bang. Inside of the dark cover as Vora spraying Crazy Guy straight through it. That's a nice pick back for 100 Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting. And now Asuna taking this space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy. Trying to push them away. Xfero has been scanned out under a lot of pressure here. The shot drops the Phoenix while he's pinned into a corner, and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of RRQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into A.
Really quick response from RRQ, trying to collapse immediately to help out Xfero. He did fall, but 3 of these players here towards mid, they just need to make sure that they're clearing it out because Bang here holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little crossfire here, gets 2, peeks for the 3rd, but Asuna is there to trade instantly.
That's rough for RRQ. Try to go for something a little bit aggressive on elbow side, and honestly, it kind of worked out until that spam kill came back through from Vora.
Yeah.
And I think the mid-rounding was excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid-space. They isolated where that solo A player was playing. And as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much. Great little snake by, Shock Bolt and Phoenix Molly combo. And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much RRQ could do there.
The util has been so good, especially when you're looking at a player like Asuna. We've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups, his wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see a lot of these small little things, these micro plays that they're using that ends up making them just a tiny bit cleaner, makes everything look a little bit easier for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and being able to trade and set up those crossfires. Really nice stuff, and I'm so excited to see how Asuna keeps playing on this Phoenix, especially for the rest of this competition.
Jemkin on the op. Not sure it's something 100 Thieves will be expecting. Tailwind active. Cryo, beautiful little peek on in there. That definitely needed to be where IRQ found some success, and the neural theft to follow up. They can read this setup nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in. Sad trying to chase them down with the overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for IRQ. And now with the high try across Kilo and the spam from Bang, this is looking like a series point for 100 Thieves.
They've taken all the space. They have the numbers. They're forcing Crazy Guy and Xfero to fall back. They have to save these weapons. This is not winnable for them. 2v5. They need to buy around these guns, of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with this. And man, if I was RQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't have any idea of how to stop this kind of force push by 100 Thieves. They're just running it down at some point. Still doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy. They're not just holding W all willy-nilly, but they're able to get those picks. They're able to just trade off of each other so well. It feels like they're able to speed up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect. I didn't even mind it. I think the op was something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for, but Jemkin just goes looking for information in the mid-round a little bit too early there and gets caught on the timing. If he finds an op peak, dashes away there, that could be a completely different story, especially with the overdrive and the Hunter's Fury coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. Just an instant headshot, even onto someone holding an op line, and 100 Thieves now on series point. This has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into this series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze, but Timotino going for that initial pick, demolishing Jemkin, absolutely destroying him, and now 4v5 just like that. RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map control back. They're trying to equalize these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're going to spot out Asuna here, but Zan unable to do anything with that. The drone coming in answer, and they have all this information just holding for 100 Thieves. They don't need to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed from RRQ, and 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timotino diving into the site, flushes Crazy Guy into Cryo's angle. Hunter's Fury really zoning the rest of the rotators away, blows up Cushy on double doors, and Timotino up close as the Harbor ult comes through. We'll catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the shorty, and Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13-5 for 100 Thieves. They absolutely...
การมาของไซโย
Peeking it. 3 players dead to 1 shot from this thing, but the spike going to be recovered. Trying to backpedal away. Sugetsu quickly trying to pivot, and there's the backstab.
เฮ้ยการมาของไซโยโดนแล้วครับลาวเป็นพกไซโยเป็นเวเลพี่ว่าไง
Yeah, this is just a good quick rotate from KC. I mean, they're in position nicely. DOS9 tucks himself into the corner. Has
ไม่เห็นหน้ามันนานพี่เอเนเลส
cut him off, takes some shock dart damage, but gets 2 big kills from that position and can never be flushed out
ไม่ได้เห็น
by
นานไม่ดู
Vitality.
แข่งนาน
So options. Really curious about this Vitality composition change as we go along. This is the comp that Foot destroyed them with in London. I mean, absolutely wrecked them. So kind of see that they not exactly the same. There is the Cypher instead of or the Killjoy instead of the Cypher, but very similar ideas with how you can utilize the waylay. But going to be shut down by Sugetsu through the smoke. A little bit more damage being done there, and just going to be thwarted from any long C attempt. Spray down with the Bulldog, good enough to reroute Vitality just a bit. Let's see what DOS9 can do.
Happy to play this one patiently. Know that they're going to be very favored. Even if they don't know
เฮ้ย
quite
เข้า
how
ไป
much
งั้นเลย
damage
เหรอ
they've already been able to deal. Sayonara, quick little tap at half. They never fragged out towards safety. Taps here from Avis, just barely not connecting on the ball. They had him dead with that ghost. But now it's curveball out in the garage. Narrate instantly able to find one, but will be
ไอ้ตัวแรกไว
able to take him down.
เฮ้ย
They're trying to recover some weaponry here.
แรงจัด
Found his way up in a window, is able to displace DOS9. So suddenly it is a 3v3. The Vandal recovered into the hands of Profik, who's still at full health.
Still chance now.
Swing around the back here from Avas. Some consideration going to be lent to this, but it's going to be Levin able to find the first. Sugetsu looking to try to hold his own, gets that elimination. Profik now having to do it all. Would be a 4K, and already this is an immense amount of damage dealt here by Vitality on their eco round.
ไปตก
Marshall fast lane, sprint and slide
ไม่
available.
ไม่คิดเยอะไม่คิดเยอะ
Trying to see if that rewrap has come through. Levin just staying tucked away. The C-long cubbies, the smoke will come in. 13 seconds remaining. He's going to have to make a go of this. So the scale forward now from the Neon is going to be coming in. To fully commit onto this plant in back sight. Not going to push the issue. Just wants to try to catch him off guard here, but it's going to be probably I'm not sure able to find the one shot available to be recovered, but it's one player surviving in the anti-eco.
Yeah, just able to work the map here, even after it looked like Vitality was going to be kind of shut out of a lot of this map, but a lot of the start of this. They're able to get those kills, get those gun upgrades going, and then Profik, who, you know, he's one of those players. Everybody on Vitality can absolutely go crazy on this team. Like, obviously, it's been talked about all year, right? A super team. Profik's a big part of that. I mean, I think back to the way he was playing Brimstone on Fracture, even though that gets banned here by Vitality, he's an incredible individual player in his own right. That 3K there, almost into the 4K. Very, very close. So Vitality already feeling pretty comfortable in his KC. You're going to be coming into this bonus with only a couple rifles. There is a Bucky floating in there for Nere. Durka.
Chance to do quite a bit of damage, but once again, Durka going to be slowed down to the start of the rounds here when he really wants to try to up the pace. Isn't going to get picked, though, so still 5 players strong.
Still seeing a lot of early congestion for some of the like smokes and some of that early main space by KC, at least with just the spams to try to keep Vitality honest. One of the things I really like about this Vitality comp is using the waylay to get info, to cause distractions, to make it hard for your opponent to guess. Are you actually just diving in to get info? Are you actually using this to clear space? Are you using it to sell fakes? And on the entry, Levin takes down Sayonara.
Tries to work his way in there, and Durka just cannot steady that aim fast
enough.
Able to find him, and now suddenly it's a 2-player advantage. Weapons to be recovered. Profik just TPing into the back of hell. Now trying to slowly scale his way forward out of this position. And Levin there to take down that recon dart, but a lot of this pressure now onto Yampi's shoulders, and he is able to bear the weight.
เขาจัดแต่ไม่วางสักทีครับ
Right now with a Bucky in hand. Spotted out.
เอาชิบหายแล้ว
No Chronicle. Able to find that one. Blaze wall to be situated. A curveball to be sent through it. At the ready. And for now, Yampi forced away.
กดบาร์ไปแล้วกี่รอบเรานี้
Talk about the previous round being damn good for Vitality with the damage they found. Now the very much same could be said for KC. Yampi will be able to get the 4K, get the round on the board as they deny the bonus conversion, but it's again significant damage dealt by the team with the lesser weaponry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very happy that you're able to get the clutch, but this entry here, Ava is able to step to the side into the cubby, avoid a lot of that initial util dump, finds that big kill. DOS9 there goes for the TP, try to catch Vitality off guard. Does not work at all. Yampi, Johnny on the spot, hyped up behind us. The big one. He's able to keep that in check, but look at Levin. Knows the econ situation. All but one player. Be one tapped to that outlaw.
Recon to scout this one out. Profik unable to get away from that one fast enough, but Durk is there on the scale forward. He gets himself on the board for the first time alongside Sayonara, who's able to find a rate. Levin only able to peel back that one kill. Chronicle will continue to have a little bit of a rough go of it here, but Profik now forward into that smoke, trying to scale. Ends up eating some damage, but Sayonara is taking names. He's looking for another one, but Sugetsu beats him back. It's this into a 2v2. Very winnable now for KC. Forward onto the site, the Hunter's Fury.
ตายโยมัน
going to be a consideration
ห้าวจัดเลยพี่
เด็กมันซิ่งเด็กมันซิ่ง
แม่งจะเอาเขายัน CT อ่ะ
Onto the one in the window. It's the back pedal from Durka playing this one safely. Yampi will be able to find that first fight, and Durka challenges in to take down
UI มันขึ้นก่อนเกมจบ
Vitality. Managed
ส
to
ปอย
tie it
ด้วย
up.
Yeah, and a nice, simple little execute here. It's been a lot of pressure over on the A site now that we've gotten into some of the rifle rounds. 2 rounds in a row. This time they just use the TP from Profik. Sure, he gets spotted, but that's okay, because this time your entry duelists of Durka and Sayonara get in there and get the job done. Clear the site, gets a little scrappy in there. Some good punch back from Sugetsu, from DOS9, but it's just not quite enough, and that's really what this comp is built to do. Just make it so hard to track what's going on the entries. Again, you can use the waylay to get some info, sell some fakes, and a good kill for Sayonara.
Down there. Damage suffered in exchange. DOS9
Oh.
able to scale forward. Is going to grab
Oh.
that gun. Finds himself a second as Yappy will
การมา
fall.
ของดอทไนป่ะ
Suffered has to back put
วาร์ปห
away.
นีแม่งเลย
Gonna just be taking a panic ult out to safety back into the B site.
โหเละเทะเลยว่ะวีนี้
Immense amount of damage dealt by
Lit
him though,
hitting.
and this all is the play Sugetsu forward.
Oi.
Spotted into one. Durka a double take. Can he find this kill? No.
โอ้
He
พี่
ends
ซุย
up
แม่ง
getting
ยิง
sacked
เน้น
down.
จัด
Sayonara able to find the one, but
อุ้ย
DOS9
ดอทไน
just scales it in
เชี่
mid.
ย
Finds that elimination, and suddenly KC
คนทุ่มเท
back into this. Prophet, the
ยาก
one
เลย
that needs the clutch.
So sharp early.
Ended in the previous
Well,
round, does not have that to try to commit into this to just even recover the spike.
Timing on this.
ทำไมวิท
Bad. He just
แต่ละ
missed
ราว
on
มัน
this.
ต้องเหลือไอ้โปรเฟกคนท้าย
Going
ต
up
ลอดเลย
through A lobby.
ใช่มัน
Forward the spike now recovered.
เข้าใจว่ามันเป็นส
Work
โมก
his way in onto this flank. Prophet, can he swing the corner fast enough?
Ow.
The answer is looking to be no. Does man forward towards that A connector side though.
ยากละ
Sight sees that things have been cleared out. Smoke now plays the plant to come through. But is he going to be ready for this very fast scaling from Avis, who still has a full kit available to him?
ยากมาก
Want to give away his own position though. He's going to try to play this
เอา
quietly.
แล้วเล่น
but
แบ็กไซด์ครับ
snaps on for the headshot. And now it's just DOS9, and he
Yeah.
will fall as well. A
จะคัด
massive
ตัว
clutch
คัดของจริง
vitality.
ตัวคัดจริง
Bringing these rounds together one after the other.
Oh, and man, you can see Narrate a little frustrated with that one.
มันน่าให้ดอทไนเล่นก่อน
This is such a great open. DOS9 able to scale forward, unchecked through window. It's a couple huge kills, but Prophet again. So steady in this moment. Nice turn onto DOS9. Takes him down. They getting by the skin of their teeth. And you got to kind of wonder here as KC, have you thrown some of these early opportunities on your map pick to really set Vitality back?
ไอ้ดอทไนมันไป
Obviously,
พุ่
you're
ง
still playing this one pretty damn close at the moment, but now the crunch getting ready to come through. Holding forward in the end,
Yeah,
he's able to get
oh,
11 on the retreat. Durka takes out Avis on the front lines. He's up and over
Dirk
top of the
ตื่นเหรอ
box, and DOS9 is 6 feet under. Gets to in there right now who have to try to save to hold on to these weapons. The ult economy looking good for KC, but the actual credits sparse at
เมื่อ
the
กี้มัน
moment.
ใช้อันตีแบบ
These
ไม่มี
weapons
ข่าว
will
เลย
have
วะ
to be retained. Vitality might just go on the hunt.
มันเดือดจังวะ
Either way, they're moving up 4 to 2.
มันรู้ว่ามัน
Loving
รี
some
คอน
of
ทุ
these
กราว
set
มัน
executions
กล่าว
we're
ตาย
seeing from Vitality with some of their ults in play. We saw it early with Prophet using that to tee up the duelists to make the players on A side uncomfortable. Here, another simple, setup. You throw the convergent pass, you throw the Hunter's Fury, you're rushing in behind that with Durka, and they just absolutely knock it out of the park. So I think you're seeing a lot of the early ideas from Vitality and their coaching staff being implemented very effectively by the Vitality players. And again, nothing too crazy, but it's working. It's catching the KC players in moments where they're not ready.
It looked like Vitality was a bit asleep at the start of this one, but they have certainly woken up across these last 4 rounds. All of them now built up consecutively. That's an operator lost in this for KC, who might be needing to call a decently early timeout into this map. Try to get the course correct before things really spill out of control.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think you might want to talk about this just a little bit. Sure, it is your opponent's attacker side on Haven, but it really is starting to feel like you're letting some things slip through the cracks. And especially with the ults in play, you've got Levin's ult. So you've got the overdrive, you've got an ability to kind of have a game changer where you have to buy down a little bit here, but they're going to let it ride.
Still on the table. But for their number to come up, Sugetsu just going to go backpedaling away. Avis going to be spotted. So they have heard this cipher
เป็น
just
EVA เขาซิ่งขนาดนี้ล่ะ
where he would be located.
ดู
So
EDG เมื่อกี้คืองงไปเลยอยู่ดีมาเล่นคอมเลยก็
not
ไม่
to be
รู้
found.
เลอะเทอะชิบหาย
Good damage off the
จาก
shot
เล่น
there.
ซิ่งๆอยู่ดี
Sayonara does get tagged down to 39 on this entry, but now a 5v5
เดี๋ยวพี่มาลงไปเรื่อยๆ
Hunter's Fury going to be opened up to try to catch somebody here on the side of Rate, trying to rush his way forward.
อุ้ย
but
พี่ซุย
Hunter's Fury is able to find the one. Sayonara going to be finished off now. That neural theft going to be infested. Down to these players, the drone goes out and over the top. Spotted the one, DOS9. Now the one that cannot try to go for the stick. Thrown out to the open. Yampi able to find the first, but will end up getting taken down as Sugetsu finds that elimination. Time continuing to bleed away. Chronicle going to be good for the one. Has to go for the reload. Tucks back around the corner, and he's the last one standing. And he's just completely outgunned and outnumbered.
เฮ้ยมึงรีเทคโคตรดี
Getting picked apart, and the round goes the way of KC. Finding their first here after a 4-round win streak for Vitality.
Yeah, a full 5-on-5 retake, and you've got to like the read from Vitality. They completely bypassed the overdrive early. They've shifted to the other side of the map. You know, you throw the overdrive at A main to try to take control of that space, you do, and that allows KZ to get into pretty quick position there, set up that Hunter's Fury, clear out the 2 players on site, and then they have such an overwhelming numbers.
พี่เดือก็สไนมาบุกเลยว่ะ
And with the help of the Cypher ult, kind of know where the players are, and you can just lock it down. Exactly that. Hit some nice shots too. Durka operator. Didn't have any targets early. It's just a relay bolt to thwart Vitality, and then they're looking again to try to see if Vitality was going to double down on this C hit early. But it's just a scoop of an orb.
And gets Yumpy one away from having that next Hunter's Fury online. Chronicle similarly right there, ready for that first lockdown to be coming through.
Got a good opportunity here if you can get that Killjoy ult on, because Aves just used that Hunter's Fury, so
โอ้โหแถบเชี่ยเลยวะเนี่ย
clear some space, set yourself up
พี่
for
ซุย
the plant. But Vitality's been pretty aggressive with their tempo early, been pretty high paced, but now they want to just take a breather, try to feel out the map a little bit more. I think maybe some of that early aggression from Levin previously has set them to kind of alert mode where, hey, we need to make sure that we're not giving up that space and that we're kind of clearing the map a little bit more efficiently, more effectively, get into some more favorable post-plant scenarios.
I think they're just going to go for a double dash, refract, and drone fake onto this A site. Try to bait them in.
100%.
Oh, there's the saturate, chucked in towards Hell. Sayonara dashing forward, trying to see if he can spot anything. Drone reveal onto Aves. He's already backed up quite a bit. Meanwhile, Narrate just facing forward down towards C Long. Is able to find the one now. Just
เฟกไม่เนียนเหรอวะ KC แม่งแบบเอาสุดจัด
KC just keeping their players in position. Might just the undoing of Vitality in this round, but that being said, Sayonara, filter of a shot on Sugetsu, and now on
อุซาโย
Aves.
อะ
It's getting these taps. Yumpy now running them down, is able to find another in Levin. This one standing, knows that they've eaten some damage, knows that they are going to be a bit tagged up, but try to isolate and pick them apart one by one. Both players tucked into the corner. They bolt. Try to isolate. This is going to be a jump out of the window. While he will be able to find the first, he cannot find the necessary second. Yumpy will get it done. Ravik will be thinking his lucky stars that he managed to have that ultimate online in a critical moment.
Well, this is one of the rounds that I love to see from this composition, where you have options available to you. You can sell those fakes. I talked about it earlier, using the Waylay to sell the fakes. This time, they integrate the Sova into it as well. And then you have the bailout of Profix ult, because he's been able to get into another one. Had a really good start to this. 8 kills already on the board for the Omen. So you have that little bit of extra layer to this. So now you're starting to see the playbook unfold for Vitality, the depth that they've been able to create with this new composition on Haven.
And maybe just some quick improvisation coming through.
Sure.
Felt like with that double stack, both duels still remaining on C, that would have just been the round going over to KC and things tied up with a nice little bow on top. But Vitality now out in front by 2 rounds. Hunter's Fury, King Reveal still there on Sugetsu, and he will just get spammed down. Dolls 9 at the same time, able to scale around the back, out in the mid, finding the first. Durka not quite ready for the angle, eats a bit of damage, but does manage to escape with his life intact. But Aves cannot say the same.
ที่การมาของซาโย
Intercept him there at garage window. Oh, 4v3. Low and silent approach. Meanwhile, Sayonara with a quick check back in the mid and Narrate. None the wiser, not ready at all. Caught on a timing. Falls to the wayside and Sayonara.
การมาของซาโย
It's in the name. Good lord. His lights out in these last couple rounds. He wants his ace. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. DOS 9 escaping back through sewer, re-wrapping into A. So this would have to be one hell of a quick hunt here if he wants to be able to find it. But Vitality, explosive way to move up to 6.
Well, this is exactly the player that's been promised, this young, up-and-coming superstar. And this round right here was insane. Gonna have another convergent paths already. Just takes over for Vitality. I mean, you get a bit nervous there for Vitality because DOS 9 gets so quickly into the back lines, almost gets Durka as well, but Durka able to escape, and that's huge for them. Keeps things a little bit confusing. Oh man, just sharp as heck, and okay, finally gonna get that timeout.
And it feels like this is still quite late. There's an opportunity, of course, to recover this half, but getting brutalized by Sayonara and Yumpy in those last couple rounds.
มายังครับอีกคู่4 นาทีนะไปโปรเล็กซ์เคยลงไปกินข้าว แมวร้องเหรอ
rounds ago, where you just lose 2 players on site and it's basically GG, go next. Gonna be a Marshall there for 11, Sugetsu, Bulldog. DOS9 did carry the gun over, but a couple pistols otherwise. So let's see. Looks like no early convergent path this time, so Vitality reading that KC had learned their lesson. Spread both their duelists out over. DOS9 is top of a box with a trip underneath him. Timing there. A bit tricky for him. They're leaving him, giving him a lot of trust.
Knock might just clear that trip, though. It does. Finds 2 damage.
The little things, Achilles.
That's just value for investment. And oh my God, Turka. Woo! It looked like he was asleep at the wheel. Adrenaline kicked in. He jolted awake. Managed to pump the brakes in time. Spares himself from crashing out of control.
We're able to scoop that gun up, though.
Available, but Sayonara is just going to try to play himself in here. He did not see the ponytails, but they haven't seen him. That peek, and Levin, he just doesn't have the angle for this one. Needs to jump up onto the windowsill to be able to have it, and a couple shots are not connecting Sayonara. Another fast adjustment. Cleans up the headshot. Narrate now boxed into a corner. As okay, the time will be found. Narrate able to find that elimination. Molly out, 15 seconds. They do have to commit forward into the site. Narrate absolutely needs to try to hold the line, but Chronicles here on the backstab. He's got the elimination secured. Now it is just Alves on the approach, now noted. Tagged at 15. Finds the first, the recon sent. Might just connect onto the player, but either way, he will be dead to rights as Prophet intercepts down in sewers. 7-3, Vitality confirming a lead at the half now, looking to make this potentially 9-3.
It just gets really weird in this round with everybody kind of having to rely on those instant reactions in this case from Durka. That is crazy stuff. But Sayonara staying underneath Levin's nose, and then Levin not able to find those Marshall no-scopes. No damage really done there, and then it's kind of fall apart piece by piece for KC. And then the scarier thing here is KC, you're getting into another alt cycle, but Vitality was able to hang on to those. So you got some of those big counters available.
Look at the stack here for Vitality. This could be another quick hit coming through. There's the reveal, convergent pass to intercept, and Advez. Let's get clipped by this. Tripwire to try to slow down the approach. Durka will absorb that. Meanwhile, Sayonara trying to get the scale forward, but the quick pivot arc is coming through as KC get 3 players onto this A site. Track to be taken back out towards safety. So far, no kills to be found, but Prophet has been tagged to 1.
That was a nice stall out. Able to tuck far enough back. They're looking to try to triple face him.
They know that he's in this corner. The lockdown now going to be invested, but he's able to find the first, but cannot scale forwards. The space is going to have to be respected as Narrate will backpedal away. The site able to be taken now as the spike is going to be ushered around towards long. Narrate, however, quickly can get it on an angle. So running back is going to be popped immediately. He's able to find Sayonara. The spike now down on the floor. Gets the wallbang shot. Prophet at 1. Stood no damn chance. As Narrate dropping out of heaven, able to find the kill. And now it is all down to Yampi, but he will be noted. Sugetsu, wise to it, turns back, finds the kill. Hit up to 4.
That's huge. That's so huge. I mean, the convergent pass and the lockdown using that round, and you get through it with the win. Unbelievable. Love the confidence we're seeing from Narrate there. Beautiful play. Uses that flash to drop down, get another big kill. That was exactly what the doctor ordered here for KC. Now you're going to have a Hunter's Fury available. 1 away from a couple other big ults there for KC. Meanwhile, you're not going to have any really available for Vitality. Maybe Prophet's ult comes into the mix a bit.
Widely, the ult well has run dry here, but Dirk, he's going to be able to find two there in the mid. Eventually, the Hunter's Spirit from Aves will clean him up, and they need a hell of a lot more than that, but it's going to be Aves able to find Chronicle at the same time. Flash going to go out in a rate, able to steady the spray. Prophet going to be taken down. Now, suddenly, just two players standing for Vitality. Etsu quick on this scale. Actually, if he had just peeked in towards that A lobby side of things, would have been able to get the intercept and kill off Yampi. The one player with that full health, but he's been making noise. Aves well aware of this. He's more concerned about where that second player could be, but it's going to be Sayonara now found on the opposite side of the map, but they know exactly where the last player is. The kill will be there. Aves able to get 3 as KC get up to 5, rescuing this half in a pretty big way.
Yeah, nice little bounce back, a nice little change up with some of the Cypher utility at the front of A there. Saw that stall out the convergent pass round where they tried to execute off of the catch onto Aves. That actually slowed them down enough that they weren't really able to get there and, you know, punish that catch that they had with that ultimate. But that round there as well, gonna identify Yampi, make him an easy cleanup. Don't give him any chance for that clutch. And ended up being a really close half. You're a little worried there for KC on their map pick, but they rallied there right at the last minute. Got a couple big rounds to go their way. Vitality having some absolutely explosive ones. You know, some big hero multi-kill rounds. Yampi, Prophet, obviously Sayonara was lights out there for a little bit, but recovery available. KC be coming into this attackers half, I would suspect, feeling pretty confident they've got a real shot.
I mean, this is where they should be the most favored, so as long as they can have a solid pistol, be off to a very good start. But if it goes the other way, if Vitality are able to find that win, those start to slip further and further away from their grasp, which is going to be a bit concerning, because Haven, this is the map that KC, I think, really do want to play. They're going to be very happy to have this one from the outset. It was either that or this fracture, I suppose. Probably be fine to play on that one as well, but this is where they want their bread to be buttered.
Now, still though, I mean, I think you're seeing some really good ideas from Vitality with this new composition. At times, again, some simple executes that really work to treat, but the depth, I think, in understanding how to kind of push and pull the map a little bit, not always there. We saw it in one of the rounds, but outside of that, it was a lot of pretty static hits, and that did give KC some ability to make some of those fast rotates. Did see it early in that half on the pistol round, and then beyond that as well when they finally got their footing, able to get in there and do some damage. But Vitality gonna spread the map a little bit here, pretty wide open. Eye on Kron with that turret over at Cedar. Try to hold the
ดู
line.
แค่
If
ชื่อ
this
แล้ว
just
รู้สึก
does
ไม่
turn
ดี
into
เหมือนจะ
a
บอก
aggressive hit, but Spike's
การ
still
มา
on
ของ
the
ซายโย
ground as the barrier's about to drop. So this doesn't feel like a full commit. Maybe if you get the kill on the Kron here, you can just scale forward as KC. He's
มา
trying to
ยัง
play
ว่า
off that
คู่
turret,
เป๊ป
trying
อะ
to use it to kill.
ยัง
Can't
ไม่
do it.
มา
Well, not really able to play behind that one. Not much damage going to be found either, but Sayonara eats an immense amount.
พี่โคหลังๆรุดจัด
Going to be coming in, but Sayonara now going to be finished off inside of the garage. DOS 9
พี่
able
ด
to
อท
hold
ได้
down
มันโห
this
ดจัดอะ
flank.
เชี่ย
There's going to be that second layer as
แล้วมันวาร์ปหลอกด้วยดูดิ
sprinting forward, but has no idea where this enemy Omen may have escaped to, and he has missed.
โอ้ดูมันเล่นดิ
The better of him gets himself a weapon
เชี่
upgrade.
ยมันเหนือชั้นจัดอะ
Now does Yampi in a 1v5 to try to stop this pistol from going into Casey's hands.
เอาดีดอนนาย
Hell of a way to pistol round, but
ยังไม่มาเมื่อกี้กำลังสัมภาษณ์
odds are not in his favor.
Not at all. Tripwire as well, situated outside of the garage. Getsu in that corner. Might be able to jump this, but will do so, but it's right into his demise. He still does manage to get one, so stops it from being a flawless. We'll get an extra little ult charge towards that first Hunter's Fury of the half, but that is going to be
แข่งกี่
Casey
คู่
potentially
วะ
boring
ก็
their way
อันนี้
right
คู่
back
สอง
into
อะ
this.
Yeah, like the way
เฮ้
that
ยคู่หา
KC leads with the
เดี๋ยว
drone
มี
here.
เปเปอร์เล็ก
So
เรา
that
จะ
has
สลับ
to
ไป
be
ดูเป
cleared
เปอร์
by
เล็กอยู่
Kron
เดี๋ยวมัน
first,
ยังไม่เริ่ม
and then they're
มัน
able
โม้อยู่
to avoid that, you know, early opportunity that you would normally get with that turret, and that and he's doing it. Just a really
มาละ
intelligent
มาละเป๊ปมายังอ่ะ
player
ยั
who's
ง
willing to take
มันโม้
risks,
อยู่
force the opponents into bad positions. They're kind of guessing exactly where that Omen ended up. Let's see, a couple rifles in there. 11 with the Outlaw.
Oh, Durka didn't see him on the first peak, so has to go back in for a little bit more and pays the iron price. Easy kill, but okay, high-low setup. Able to find one. Flash in, however, narrate
ไอ้
will
ดอนได
find
มัน
two.
โคตรโหดอ่ะพี่
โหดแล้วนะ
Scale
โหด
back in.
มันแบบมันดักยิงพี่เดิร์กอะแม่งให้คลาสสิก2เป็นตรงเออะเสร็จแล้วมันวาร์ปเหมือนจะวาร์ปไปเติมเพื่อนที่4แต่ต้องวาร์ปหลอกวาร์ปเข้า CT ไปไอ้โปรเฟกเดินมางงๆโดนยิงฟรี
Swings that corner,
โหด
will
จัด
end up falling, and now it is once again down to
เค
Yampi
ยดู
trying
ต
to
อน
see if
นี้
he
มัน
can
แบ
find
บ
any
ไอ้
additional
ใน
damage.
ลีกอินเดี
Simple
ย
stuff. Love the way Narrate has been piloting the Phoenix. Really impactful with those flashes. He's going to have his ult going into the next round too, so going to be a really scary bonus, assuming Yampi doesn't do too much more damage. You wouldn't think so with the trip here, even though Sugetsu pretty weak, but he's going to be making noise. Should be done. Oh no! The jumping click. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just a jump right click. We'll just chuck that bulldog over the side, make sure they can't swap the Spectre out for it. Of course, does need to die and shall do so. Aves able to find that kill. So parity found between the Sobas as far as the ult charge is concerned, but parity also found on the scoreboard as Casey tie it up.
Yeah, and again, this should be a pretty scary bonus
มาแล้วบอกเลย
that Vitality are going to be facing. Cute little high-low setup there, but again, really nice curveballs from Narrate. Been doing a great job finding value out of that. 3 players with 12 kills now on KC.
I mean, it's been a massive rebound for him. Narrate starting things off. He was down at the bottom of the barrel here for KC.
ก่อน
Last
ก่อน
few
ลงไป
rounds
ข้างล่าง
found
เมื่อกี้
4
ยังดูมันยิงอยู่เลย
on
ขึ้นมา
that
สกอร์
opening
เท่าเดิ
half.
ม
Done well to really bolster the stats. Sayonara.
เฮ้ย
Okay.
การมาของซาโย
เรียบร้อยการมาของซา
He's
โย
able to find
ไอ้
two
เชี่ยแม่ง
players
เซ
to
น
the
ส์แรงจัด
smoke.
ดูเรื่องเลยครับ
That shouldn't be allowed. Quick cleanup.
อุ้ย
Swing in
นี่
will
ไง
eventually get punished.
เรียบร้อย
He's going to be good, but
การไปของซาโยกันไป
ของซาโย
ทอนก็คืน2 คนครบ
Total of 32 health. Not exactly where you want to be on your Sova.
That's one of those moments that would tilt the Dungeon Master, to say the least. Absolutely insane. Goodness.
Supposed to figure that one out. This early into the
มันยิงทำไม
campaign.
วะพี่ สแปม
มั
เหร
น
อ
ไม่มีอะไร
3v3,
ทำ
still an opportunity for KC to make a go of this. Will get clear, just trying to instill some doubt, keep some interest on that C side of the map, so Prophet will rotate over, maintain this, and at the moment, I mean, it's a 1-1-1 fan out from Vitality. No one playing together at the moment.
You're going to have to be good for at least one here as Prophet. Smoke's about to drop. That paranoia, maybe? Yeah, here it goes.
Paranoia to go through, turns back, clears the recon. The drone now coming out. Not too much time to try to go for a pivot here, and Chronicle has reinforced this position. They know and read that TP up over the top from DOS9. Staying situated now on the drop down. Will end up losing his life. Prophet able to find one. Durka keeping him covered. Cleans up Sugetsu. Finds
ที่เดิม
Aves.
ว่ะ
And Vitality lose out on
ตัด
3
เยอะอยู่
players,
เนี่ย
but they will play
เจ๋
anti-bonus.
อยู่
This is one of those rounds where it feels like the luck is just on your side as Vitality and that you're going to have a really great round. Oh, okay, you take out the Phoenix ult off the rip, but then they're able to punch back. Being patient at the point of attack. You got to feel really good about that round as KC, though. You did a lot of damage again in the bonus round, even though you don't get the win. But Prophet's protocols really effective in the heat of the moment there to prevent them from really scaling forward.
มัน
Good
มันตัดเยอะแล้วมั
recognition
นดูเหมือนแบบ
of
ไม่ได้
what
เสีย
could be
ปืน
going on behind it. He
Buy
buys
full.
time for Durka to get there, and they can shut the round out.
Knocked out on 11 right there at his feet. Ball down to 50. Durka at the same time able to find Aves. Peek in.
Nia.
And, it looked like Sugetsu was going to be
Yeah,
dialed in for the
before-
angle, but Chronicle just a
Oh,
little bit
white
faster on the
tapped on
trigger. He's able to find that kill, and this is looking very good for Vitality as Narrate will be surrounded. Flushed out, just the 1 kill found. As they move up 9-7, the lead again now getting bolstered.
This is a great read from Vitality. I mean, the early scouting done by Sayonara doesn't give you too much information, and they're still willing to hold the line here. Kron holding the door, and then they're going to be swinging together to crunch into grass. A great call from Yampi. He is absolutely letting
ตะ
KC
โกน
know.
น้ำลงน้ำลายกระเด็นหมดแล้วจัน
I've
ปิ
got you figured out maybe now. Sayonara has another convergent paths early.
Have another timeout call. By the look of it here. Their opportunity not given over to try to utilize that, run it back. Widely can come through, but this is one of those moments where you'd really love for Levin to
มั
have
น
that
แปลกกว่านะ
overdrive
มันเหมือน
online.
ยังไม่เริ่มโปรดักชันอ่ะ
Not to be. Likely going to end up being a little bit on the weaker side of the buy. As it's a timeout.
It had time in the word. Cracked, clear in grass.
Okay, sayonara. Fancy with it, pushes forward. Nope.
Not yet.
17. Sayonara does end up going down to 5 HP, but it's going to be 2 kills found back here for Vitality as Levin's only able to clean up Profit.
คนทำ UI ต้องว่างมากไปกดอะไรมั่วซั่วหมดเลย
Not
what?
Southdowne. Okay, DOS9. What? Chronicle. In mid. Not only round win, right back on the board here for KC.
A lot of guns on the floor too, and just Durka trying to protect him.
Durka feeling like he has to try to make a play, and he absolutely has. Well, swings out a little bit too wide too quickly. DOS9 will be able to shut him down, but grabs the Vandal, the spike in hand, now looking for the TP into the back of C site. All this KJ setup meaning
กะคัดเลย
absolutely
เนี่ย
nothing.
ซื้อเกาะเต็ม
Chronicle dead on the floor. The plant
มันไม่
coming,
รีโหลด
Yampi
ก่อนเหรอพี่
in range. As a sound on this, as drone will now go out, just trying to get the spot out here. Still 2 teleports to try to reposition for DOS9. Up a bit of a caterpillar smoke, and it looks like he's not going to be spotted.
เป็นเรื่องจริง
Still think you should be rather suspicious of it, but
ไม่อินเซนจัด
มันอินเซนจริง
I
ว่ะ
think he went to the
Yeah,
other
ding dong.
side.
Now they have it confirmed, but he gets it into a 1v1. A little bit of damage going to be
Oi.
suffered. Be held at bay. Time bleeding away, getting out of his hands. The spot out, and DOS9 can just play ring around the rosy here. The spike still over at back plat. Yampi trying to swing in, trying to get there in time to shut him down. Taps the defuse. Cannot win that fight. No, it does it. In fact, we can't win the round, is what I mean to say.
Make
KC
joke.
will be able to persevere with no one left
โคตร
alive.
โหดช็อตนี้
Things tight knit,
โซ
just
ส
one
มาร์ท
round separating as they pull off a clutch.
Feels a little nostalgic.
โดนไหน
See,
ของจริง
DOS9 put clutch.exe into the command prompt here.
อินเซน
Is
แม่งจุก
very,
เป็นเด็
very
ด
good
บาย
in
เล
those
ย
scenarios. Just plays ring around the rosy, using those smokes so nicely to keep himself obscured. Again, the thinking on the fly, incredible from this man. That's going to be Durka, operator available, Blade Storm to back it up. Narrate, please, my man.
ทุกอย่างแม่ง
Gotta use this, run it
หมด
back.
เลยอะ
We gotta find an opportunity, but they've just been getting like beaten at the point of attack so often by Vitality that it's slowed it down.
Well, space is going to be given up, so we'll be able to have it here for the entry. The spike is going to be in his hand as well, so he wants to try to just get this situated while the ult is rolling, but it's going to be stunned up. Yampi on the peak, able to get the shutdown. Now the spike right back out of the sight. Paranoia going to be sent through. Levin able to find a timing. Turns
วิ
back.
ลิว
อยู่
Clean
กลาง
up
ส
Profit
ง
as
คราม
well. Quick little
วัก
1-2
โดนออก
punch,
มา
but
เล่นเฉย
Sayonara still nearby enough. Gets rid of both duelists and keeps this into a
ชีวิตมันชิว
3v3. Same time, an exploration over onto the C side, but there's no way to pivot. The time is there, but I just don't think they have the opportunity to actually try to make an exit.
แล้วพี่ซุยแบบโพซิชันแบบว่าบ้าจัด
Cracked out, burned. Not gonna have it. Chronicle a spot out onto the one. As Aves way over. The main entrance of the site. On forward. Gonna be cleared out as DOS9 goes scaling forward aggressively. Wanted to try to take the spot, but the timing is gonna be found by Chronicle. Sayonara goes diving in, gets cleaned up. Knives now gonna be popped. Chronicle
กลายเป็
able
น
to
โดน
find
เขารวบแท
another.
น
Gonna be Sugetsu. It's not planted for him, and Durka has the angle with that op in hand. Double digits established. Vitality now up 10-8.
That one's starting to make you sweat a little bit if you're a Vitality fan because you just felt that looming presence of Sugetsu. And it was just a matter of if they could clear the site in time before he showed up to the party, and they do just that. And what a read from Durka, holding that angle immediately with the operator. Sussed it out, kind of pieced it out. He's like, well, I came from Long A, and he never came there. I bet he's rapping through Link. Absolutely nails it. Finally got that Phoenix ult to go, and you don't get the round, and you're back on an eco as KC.
And have an overdrive behind this one, but Durka quickly able to take position down to the sewer, hold this line. It's going to be a faster exec now over onto the B site. Chronicle going to be forced away. Damage going to be suffered. Levin just trying to disrespect that, but does get ripped apart down to 47. Now the Hunter's Fury going to be called out as well as Yumpy. Just disrupting, stopping them from getting this plant in play. Getsu holding back on this angle because DOS9 has played here before. I think that they're a little bit more suspicious of it,
นี่
but
ไง ตกอันตราย
going to be a little bit deeper towards the spawn. So
ซายโยยังอยู่
filter of a shot. Both def now going to be invested. Sayonara an attempt to try to run
ไหว
him
ตัว
down,
ทัน
but
นะพี่
will
ซุย
not be able to do so.
ซุยเหมือน
Sugetsu
รู้ว่า
slips
ชะ
the
ตา
net.
จะขาด
Double dash around up into mid. The spot on the one. Knowing that he's
เฮ้
widely
ย ยัม
surrounded
ปี้
as Yumpy as
โห
well.
ยากอยู่นะสถานการณ์
Boxed
ตรง
in,
นี้
but swings the corner. He's able to find the headshot. Aves going to be taken down. Lockdown now out from garage. Not going to be able to be cleared as Sugetsu will fall. All of these players now having to try to make their exit over towards the A connector side. They're just going to be detained. DOS9, he's able to find the one, but they're not going to be able to win this fight. Levin is just completely isolated here in backside. They know that he's somewhere. They will suss it out. Yumpy will collect the kill. The defuse goes in and Vitality move up 11 to 8.
Just brilliant timing from Chronicle on that lockdown. Knew exactly how long it would last to give them the time. This is a great play from Sugetsu. Able to best Durka and get that big ult available. But it's an even better response, and little wry smile there from the KC players knowing they just got outdone.
I mean, at the end of the day, you do get those ultimates out. You get the lockdown. The Bladestorm was used previously. Now the Hunter's Fury out of the hands of Vitality. So for it being a thrifty attempt, it's not that bad. But Vitality now one away from locking up map point on your pick.
Exactly. It's just like too little too late. I mean, even though you're doing damage, map's kind of already slid so far in the wrong direction. Sugetsu going to try to scale up, try to use that camera, but the drone identifies him, and he's going to have to back off momentarily. Wants to maybe re-challenge it. Again, looking to see if someone from Vitality is going to try to cheat down into sewers. Can use that camera to catch them, but so far I think Vitality pretty good reads.
This drone allows for Durka to cheat forward and now cheat back with a peek into garage. Ready, scaling forward up into window. Back. Sugetsu still here in sewer. Able to find Sayonara. Walkabout. Durka at the same time. He's looking over towards his garage window. He's able to find the one, but he cannot escape. Avis is there. Finds that punish. Keeps them traded up in position as Chronicle just fishing for a bit of damage that will not be found. Spike now to be planted. Vitality to have to try to get this retake started, but Sugetsu going to be intercepted. Yumpy very patient. To shut down that potential flank. Still another layer.
Ooh.
It's narrate here in B, but they're just losing on all fronts at the moment. Vitality just finding these individual members. And then limb from limb, the curveball going to be sent in, and Yumpy is already facing away from it. Swings to the side, finds a headshot, narrate now dead, and DOS9 to try to clutch it out, but the wide swing is there. Chronicle gets the clean up, the defuse will be in, and Vitality will move up to map point.
It's so heartbreaking for Karming Corp. I like the way they play a lot of these rounds, but then some of this individual prowess from Vitality comes through and just takes them over the line. I mean, they're breaking angles. They're getting into these aggressive positions that are catching Vitality off guard. But then little moments where they can't follow up. So right here, you got a great little trap play there. You catch Durka, but Yumpy catches Sugetsu. Too aggressive. Aves wants to go explore long to set up that extra angle. The flash doesn't connect for Narrate, where he had been quite good with some of those earlier. Afik again, he has been really, really reliable. Everybody on Vitality doing a phenomenal job.
Sayonara has already found one. Levin is dead. Hunter's Fury just there around the corner. Durka not going to be given that sight line, but DOS9, he's blinded up as he works his way into hell, and Profik ensures that he rests there. Ping reveal onto the jet, but not fast enough to capitalize for the punish. Narrate is dead, and Vitality, they are looking to just run away with this second half. Convergent path stunned up, dead. Sayonara will find it, and Vitality will take
ครับดูคู่นี้
Yeah,
อ่ะ
for sure. Totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it. A few of those over in Americas. One in the Swiss stage of Santiago, which is a very, very tough game.
No stop there.
Paper X. It's a tried it to true map for them. They have been picking it a lot, and they've had some pretty good runs on it as of recently. You talked about their game over in Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they need this opening group stage win here against NRG here at EWC.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far on Arcade. First up will be Jing. Beautiful shot onto Kiko and a follow-up from Devi as well. It's gone pretty damn well for PRX, you would say, minus the fact that Jing does trade his own life. 4 versus 2 in the opening pistol.
Yeah, broken scuba. Trying to contact their way upstairs. Out comes the guiding light for Forsaken and pushes them away nicely. You had the Sky Smoke invested there for something. Just no opportunities given for NRG to be able to get back into that round.
Should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets something for his money to end this round with, but we're looking over to a PRX first round victory. Low HP here for Scuba as well.
เฮ้ย
Tapping away with the
ไม่มีทาง
bandit. See if he can farm himself
Don't be
up a neural
confident.
theft, but Imbi will put him down. A nice
คู่นี้
setup
แพ้
there
ใคร
on
ไปเป๊ป
Arcade
กับ
from
NRG
Paper
ให้
X.
เป๊ป
Jing in the perfect little off angle, tucked behind the box, and that is a very good way to start your defense.
Comfortable. PRX. A team that we expect to go very far in this tournament. Had a decent placing last EWC, but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second places
ไม่เคยหยุด
NRG
ความร้อนแรงหรอกตอนนี้
themselves really competitive from North America.
สเตเบิลสุดละ
Didn't quite
ทุ
do
ก
as
การ
well
ตายของ
as
มันไม่มี
last
คำว่า
year's
ตายฟรี
EWC. I'd like to
มี
make
คน
sure
เทร
they
ดให้
hit
เส
the
ม
top
อ
4 minimum this time, if not taking it all the way.
Soniko here for NRG. Looking to work towards Dish.
ตายวันนี้
Paper
ไม่
X
เห็น
on
อะไร
the other
ถูก
side
ต
of
ก
things have taken a main control. Trailblazer all the way through the south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening on bottom side, and Timmy the Turret has got Dish on lock.
Taking it slow, but waiting to explode here for NRG. Being stalled out by some of the utility coming through from Divide. Grenade from Jing as well. Oh, big damage actually onto Ethan. Put out the 8 HP, but they got to commit to this one. Flash is coming on through. Devi swings into a triple kill. Beautiful stuff. Brock's the only one that actually gets a kill. And PRX handling this anti-eco with near perfection.
Yeah, I mean, they cleared out all the
Man,
bottom
they
side. They had
coded
double
on him.
nanos on Dish. They dropped the nade on that exact position. It felt like they were all over.
อเล็ก
The
เจ็บมือไปหลาย
information
ทุก
game
แล้ว
knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had the perfect utility in the perfect positions. Saying that though, for NRG, not much in that one. Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards the lockdown of Divide going forward, and now Paper X into what looks like a pretty clean bonus round. They've definitely got some punching power here.
Yeah, Divide definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department. 5 and 1, 3 away from the lockdown. Let's see what kind of timing we get here first. Round of rifles coming through NRG. Going back over towards the B side. A little bit of information there from Forsaken. A big stack though from PRX.
Yeah, progression smoke for NRG over on Arcade. That'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here of Scuba as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue, but cannot find the Cypher. It's a complete disengage over on the other side of the site. Inside of this Arcade smoke doesn't go well for him. Something's found one on the site, picks up the Phantom, but Forsaken's got him covered nicely from Stairs side. What a nice pivot in from Paper X. This bonus round looks like it's theirs on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, I expected even that Envy was going to get something that he gets found early, but the rest of the players Forsaken ready to be able to trade. And so, you know, a little bit more in terms of damage being done, but mostly while they got up 2 players still alive. You take that bonus 3-0 NRG.
ผมว่าโต๊ะมันไม่เล็กหรอกแค่นักแข่งเขาต้องดึงจอมาใกล้ไงแล้วดูดิสุดท้ายคีย์บอร์ดมันก็ไม่ต้องไปอยู่หลังจอไงดูสงสารกิโกะมากเลยคือจอไม่มีขาแล้วมันก็ต้องเอาคีย์บอร์ดไว้หลังจอแล้วก็ดึงจอข้างหน้าแล้วก็เล่นไม่ถนัดไอ้ชิบ
If getting close to a lockdown as we head towards the first gun round, same for a showstopper. All of these big impacts are very much well within the wheelhouse if they can get towards round 5 here for Paper X.
He got 1 away as well, but unfortunately just doesn't quite have the equipment, and while he'll earn the ultimate, stemmed up. Forsaken taking advantage of that one. Not expecting too much here. Rifles versus nothing. Forsaken earns his ultimate, and we're just getting prepped for the next round as well. Ethan taking whatever he can out of this map.
Pep มันไม่เสียเลือดเลย
Flying around as he's often liable to do. And despite a dink in from Ethan, that is a
โอ้ยรวยจัด
flawless anti-eco for PRX. They are really running away with this game with a bit of a landslide to kick things off. But can only imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack through with a gun round.
Yeah, NRG don't want to suffer the same fate Lev did against PRX on this particular map. For that to happen, we'll need to start seeing some real life come through from NRG soon.
See what they put together. You did mention they earned the runner back at the end of that last eco round. That can really be one of these ults that helps you simplify things a little.
Open line as well. Marta wants to get something done here. You have to really get anything on board.
You will be holding that stairs line. Does seem like PRX are heading in that direction. Sky Smoke, little satchel up on in, and now you got the showstopper as a result. Does clean up Marta despite the refract. Ethan at least able to take Jing with him, but it's a good start for PRX nonetheless. And now they're trying to reposition the rest of the attackers with these Seekers.
Now, Seekers will reveal the bottom side of the map pretty comfortably so far. Scooper kind of gets away though. He wasn't one of the players that actually got revealed by the Seekers. Still 3 players alive for NRG, so work to be done here. They can get on site pretty comfortably for now, as most of these PRX players have fallen off somewhat, minus something, which is in play. What an unbelievable spray transfer towards the end, but the rest of the players, 5 and 0 and something unreal with his ability to get that 2K.
It's disgusting off the back of the breach flash, diving in through the smoke despite being at a man advantage. NRG not quite able to get comfortable. And they will take a timeout as a result. This has been a bit of a battery to kick off this game fracture from PRX, a map that they're very familiar with. And it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory over an America's team, unless you start to get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
Well, they certainly are from the north side of America, and that side in this particular game right now, 0-5 is the scoreline. But what a way for PRX to handle that aggression that we saw. Actually, Marta setting up a bit of a line there, trying to catch a player up from PRX, and the instant util coming through, the stun, Jing wanted to get in, the showstopper, completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG. You see them mostly lean towards that arcade side of the map. Mostly hitting one side. Hasn't really been working out too well for them. I feel like PRX have often been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
We saw that one round where they had an eco 5-man up dish, completely slowed down by all the utility coming through, particularly from Divide, Nano Swarms, everything else. There we go. A lot required here from NRG, starting for that run it back, which needs to be an important ultimate here, but Nightfall also earned by Ethan.
Towards the dish early on here for PRX. Once again, it's the guiding light up over the top of Arcade, but that's only really there to condition NRG, who are starting to work their way into A main and take some map control.
Yeah, first time we're really seeing anything through walls. Let's see what we can sort of find here as PRX wanting to make sure they retain control of Rogue's information found, and okay, decent kills. Marta and Kiko finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3. The first big opportunity for NRG, we would say so far in this entire half.
Fault line a jump spot from Envy. NRG finally starting to organize themselves well and punish some of this aggression in the mid-round from PRX. Puts them at a pretty massive advantage. Spike will be scooped up there by Brock to join up with the rest of NRG to have taken this A main control earlier. But Forsaken and Envy are already on this A side of the map, and Device on the rotate.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to move off, so it does still have plenty of util to relay back it towards B. Nightfall coming on in, taking no risks here. Envy will be spotted. Flash as well. He's got no chance, but a better flash potentially against NRG. Envy now will be able to at least trade his own life. 1 versus 4 now. Divide with a lot of work to do. No ultimate, and all of his util still left over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba will find his head right out of the smoke.
Yeah, nice adaptation from NRG. Punish all of that mid-round aggression and then just keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round. So a successful timeout. That will help them steady their economy going forward, because they're going to have to make their way through a lot of gun rounds against PRX, who have had a bit of a blinding start here to Fracture.
Smokes there also cutting off a couple of players from PRX, making sure that the breach of Envy was going to be isolated, despite a pretty good flash coming through from him against basically all 5 from NRG, who some around on that board. Nightfall the only ultimate spent as well, so pretty cheap in that ult economy side, you'll say, is... Let's see what we get done from NRG. Back over towards Arcade.
Yep. Forsaken on over here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Gonna throw out his guiding light, but Kiko is all over it as see the dash in from Marta. In comes the orbital from NRG, just trying to zone them away, but in the meantime, you've seen Infi be able to at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, okay, what can Scuba do here though? 2 players in front of him.
ปาได้ปะ
With PRX really off-site, it should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed to hit that. Cage should keep him alive for the time being for a little while. No support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
something
It's the one tap from something though. That does not feel particularly good for an NRG who are now getting ulti dumped on the side.
Lord.
Both the breach ult and the
โหแล้วเนตลงนี้
Brim
โอ้
ult
โห
climb one, but that's a nice
What
flash
a
to set
retake
up
วะ
something. Talk inside a tower. Very low here. The lion's share of the work has to be done by Kiko as the Brim Molly tries to delay the plant for a little longer.
Workable. 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide. Maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for
เป็นรี
this.
โพซิชั่น
First tap on the spike. Wall fades. Device are looking for targets. Something on the Brock. It's just Kiko left alive. But he just can't quite hit and something. Doesn't even matter that he's not going to do it. So find the aim. He's got the sharpness of it. So how sharp that was up against Scuba. He'll make sure he'll finish up the last 2 players of NRG. And despite the spike being planted there, no dice for the round.
Yeah, very nicely navigated by PRX. He pushed bottom side through A main right from the get-go. I think this opener was fantastic from Kiko, using the runner back just to be able to set up NRG for success. But PRX mid-rounding their way out of a bad situation. The ulti combo on that side really helped them kind of narrow it down where NRG were playing the post plant from. And then something 9 and 2, just a phenomenal multi-frag from him.
And even the utility usage, I mean, you look at the orbital strike, completely isolating Ethan. You had the nade coming through paint shells from Jing, followed by a flash as well. Now something. Just going to fire a couple of shots into holes, but here come the rest of the players. Almost had a collateral there. You know,
ดีเฟนเลย
Scuba inside of the cage.
อย่าไปตอบ
NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside, and they punished the flood so nicely. Read it with the neural theft, and they knew that PRX really wanted to try to get in and take that fight before the spike even went down. It's all down to something, and he wasn't ready for Scuba to have slipped through already onto the A site. A second round for NRG.
Seems like the 2 rounds NRG have gone so far have come through from the fact that they can find some punish early, particularly over towards, you know, that's A side of the map. Find those early picks, handle the flood coming in through from PRX, and sort of twice in a row for their 2 successful rounds. That seemed to work out for them. B, on the other hand, has been a bit more of a worrisome part of the map. But they've recovered 2 here. They can at least get 4 to 5. You'll say it's an okay half for them, but otherwise
เรียก
PRX
แซวซัมติงบีบไม่ได้แล้วดิ
7 to finish up our first half to make sure they lead.
Be a big round for NRG. Money is starting to get a little bit dry for PRX after their landslide of victories to open up this half. Starting to run out of cash here. Op picked up by Marta. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this game. He's often just been dashing in and refracting in on the entry. Ethan's taking dish here. A lot of moves being made on the map by an NRG, who is just waiting for a reaction from PRX. Forsaken looking for information with the Trailblazer.
แต่ต้องเลิกแซว
See just the one. Kiko, not really too much information there so far. A lot more movements starting to flow over from both of the teams, you'd say. Well, Forsaken wanted to make that play happen. Not going to be the case now. As time starts to run out, that smoke comes down just as Marta had the line of the op.
Jing v Scuba on the bottom of the map does not go well for the Rays, unfortunately. Scuba really keeping that A main push in check, and I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for a PRX who just don't really have any info on what's happening on the map. They've got the A info line, but that's about it.
I mean, that's his huge kill because now PRX have to commit a little bit more over to the A side, something waiting. But as time starts to dwindle, it looks like NRG will be finishing over towards A. Just something to slow this one down. Rest of PRX wanting to stack over towards B. And there's the first spot. Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt wall spot him, and they already knew he was going to be there. Conversion pass, you shouldn't expect too much from something here. A little bit more aggression though from NRG because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken's causing problems. Device on there as well. Stops the plant from coming on through, and that just isn't enough.
Yeah, Kiko really needed to win that last duel. Lockdown invested there from Divide just to be able to keep things interesting, and if he was able to win enough of those duels, could have really created some magic for PRX. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing on that nice opening advantage that they had, grouping up together, and even with the clock running down, they've thrown the kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how battered and bruised PRX's economy was, and winning that round is phenomenal for them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left, and they have to get that last kill, and Divide falls just in the nick of time here, so still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit. Is going to be NRG in first time. We're going to see PRX really in the eco. Haven't really seen their money run dry just yet, as they want to get aggressive over towards the bottom side of the map. 3 players stacked up so far, and NRG walking to the turret.
Yeah, just Defy here. Doesn't have too much help. Mollied out of position, not much for him to do. Over on the bottom side of the map, though, that's a nice opener from something. Trips now down. Rifle looking to be picked up. Guiding Light will enable that, and Paint Shells even to push Ethan away. NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just yet.
Okay, well, here it comes now. One go to Jane, guess what?
กะเอาชนะเลยไปเดี๋ยวดูดิ
Make sure that that could be a big one for this round as well. Something's also run away, but might even be playing for exits here if they're going to play this one slowly.
Soaking up on the line, tapping away. He knows kind of where Kiko is, but not quite able to deal with him. The siege is going to slow him down. PRX not really making too many moves elsewhere. Aggressive play punished. They're very much keeping NRG pinned into this side. In goes the showstopper. Molly on the spike from the attackers, just trying to buy time and time PRX out of this round. Showstopper invested. Envy is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan and Marta. With 2 outlaw shots. Spike goes off. How many NRG players will survive at the end of that round? I couldn't tell you. But
Showstopper kind of gave away a false info there as well, because I think Jing thought he had cleared tower, but not to be the case. Throw that one in there. Dealt a bunch of damage, but no kill actually coming on through. You can see how slowly PRX ended up playing that round. The fact that they were even in position to actually make a play for the defuse, though, that's got to show that they have the capability.
Yeah.
But 4 now found for NRG.
Very patient there. Money fantastic for NRG. But they've definitely made a big dent in this round deficit that they accrued early on. Slow things down on towards the bottom side. Once again, Ethan trying to create a little bit of pressure towards Dish on his lonesome.
ได้เยอะจัดตายว่ะ
Right back on A. Helped a little bit by Forsaken. Both teams not wanting to make any early moves. Last 2 rounds of this half as well. NRG looking to scoop them both if possible. Still plenty of decent ultimates on the side of NRG. First bit of information now finally coming through. Does Marta
ไอ้เจสันเล็งสูงไปวะ
the patience to get the shot.
Now comes the Seekers, going to layer in a guiding light there and recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in. Very tight line for Forsaken. Gets legged out by the op as the Prowler pushes in back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. They'll catch maybe 1 player, not quite perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time. And the rest of PRX now slowly moving on in. First duel, Forsaken wins it, Scuba down. Onto site now, Divide trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Does it going down to Marta. Some damage come through from the orbital, and NRG is still pulling through a decent number of kills. 2 versus 2. The runner back is gone.
Careful here.
Ethan needs to scoop up the spike here. 20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down. Kiko with the late wrap over through onto Sand. Deals with something. It's just Jing by himself. He knows the spike hasn't gone down. It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the Phoenix util just to be able to cross. Jing up close to the Blaze Wall here. Satchel trying to cancel the plan. Not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall. Double swing. And Jing doesn't even get a shot off. Dangerous situation, and we sort of remember the round where Divide ends up going down just before the time runs out, and Jing has to be very careful we're not just delivering his own life away before the plant comes on through. But a difficult 1v2, but yeah, we're really getting into the weeds of NRG's comeback on this first half now, because they were down by quite a few rounds.
Yeah. Look at that, 4 in a row. Very good resurgence after the tactical timeout. Got to give a lot of credit to NRG there. PRX now really being made to sweat here on Fracture. Keiko has got the Outlaw, juggling that with the Vandal. Maybe kind of rethought his purchase there, as they're really trying to isolate Scuba on top side. He's made it investing the cage, and now you're seeing NRG speeding up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Scuba's going to get crunched on, and NRG will make some moves now after hearing all of that noise. Still looking for Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scuba's about to make his way onto B, but the spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank, though, from both Jing and Forsaken that NRG have to be a little bit careful about. First up, Marta. versus something. Smoke starting to fade, and something will get that shot in first. Ethan, no response.
ปืนก็ไม่ได้เปรียบเลยนะ
It's very
แต่ก็ยังเอาไปได้
Forsaken's found another one. It's a
Oi,
bit of a
Jason.
landslide of frags for Paper X coming back in on this retake. Broad still alive inside of the site. Gonna drop the orbital. Hits two players from Paper X, but unfortunately Divide with the last second shot, and Jing ready for the flank of Scuba. It's a 7-5 here. Paper X with their nose out in front of the half.
งงมาดูไปหมดงงไปหมด
Thought the orbital might have done a little bit more, but Divide too quick on the trigger finger.
ยังไม่ได้พอก็เป๊ปยังไม่พอเลย
As we close out the half there, this will still be PRX.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves. But you got to
แสด
give
ง
a
ว่า
lot
ยัง
of
ไม่หลุด
credit
ฟ
to
อร์ม
NRG. I mean, that's
ยัง
what
เล่นอยู่ใน
we
กรอบ
know them for. Got great leadership, great coaching staff. So post-attack timeout, after they made the adjustments that were necessary, is a much more competitive half from there. They are not scared of Paper X's fracture here. They're quite happy to leave it in the veto.
And handling the aggression well as well in terms of knowing that, okay, well, the first 2 rounds NRG won largely came off the back of Paper X wanting to explore the map, wanting to take some angles, wanting to sort of fight for positions on the map, and NRG all too happy to receive that and punish.
I think NRG is the kind of team that stylistically we see a lot of the times when they play each other. They often force Paper X to slow down a little bit sometimes. Quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles, and wait for Paper X to make the move in the early to mid round that they're looking to punish. You saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to kind of work on his lonesome. Marta with the offensive operator.
ไม่ถึงดิ
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op, unfortunately. You sort of mentioned that, but Marta didn't quite have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked. Particularly on the op side of things. I mean, the first round that we saw the op, he instantly got util pushed out.
Yeah. That's just attacking side waylay things, though. You know, you're not really going to be the fragging duelist on the waylay often when you're playing. You know, Phoenix is definitely the one to be doing the majority of the fragging, to often be following up what is a dash refract a lot of the time offensively. Definitely want Keiko in this comp to be the heavy hitter, the one farming up all of the run-it-backs. But NRG, I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half. Kind of halted the momentum of Paper X as they head into their defensive half now.
Hopefully a bit better showing from America's team against PRX on this particular map. The NRG the confidence to move forward and start to get the lead in the second half if possible. That should be underway fairly soon.
Let's see what we're going to get here from NRG on their defense. Expecting a lot of waylay getting on this info line. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to mix in the op yet again. Here we go into the second half here. Paper X mostly set up on bottom side. Forsaken, I'd imagine, will just be applying a little bit of pressure here. He's got full utility on the sky. Breach on the other side of things as Marta on the line with the Sheriff Refract active. Ethan opens up the door. He's going to jiggle away. Does at least spot out Divide, and there's Marta. Oh, that is such a quick shot from Divide to get the opener.
Now we've seen that from Divide before, and Marta finds out.
โกให้ไวเลยอุ้ยไว
5 versus 4 early on, calling over.
กำลังดูอยู่ใครอุ้ยวะนะ
Ethan also Brock.
Stomping away. Ethan almost caught on the cross.
Okay. Smoke to try and slow things down. Starting to cause a couple of problems when we get the explode finally comes on through. But just the meat grinder, both Ethan and Scooping all the kills. Brock likes to dig into the kill as well, not just Divide. He has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one. Of this potential clutch, and he's got another as well. Divide versus Kiko, and Divide's got the hot hands. And I'm not talking about Phoenix here. Kiko's the one playing that.
จุดที่
Has he got the capability?
โอ้ใครมันซื้อของให้คิโกะฟูเลยดูดิ
Kiko knows
บัณ
he
ฑิต
can take
บว
his
ก
time
เกาะ
with this one. He's looking like
ไม่
a
ซื้อ
little
เชิญ
bit
นี้
of
ไป
a
เลย
raid boss with the bandit and armor. He's got a lot of util to work with as well. Curveball and a
ตาไวไม่
molly.
เล่นนะ
Divide really
ดู
waiting
แล้ว
for
น่า
a
จะรอ
mistake,
เธอเล็
but
ก
he's
ก่อน
the one who has to make the first move here. Turret's back up. I think that's what he must have been waiting for.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
ไอ้นั่นก็คิดมากว่าเขาจะดันไปเคลียร์
He doesn't know it, but he doesn't quite. Kiko is standing and waiting. Kiko just waiting for Plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through.
อุ้ย
Divide with the 4K and the clutch.
แล้วออนตีด้วย
Instant headshot. He started out with that one. On to Marta. He'll finish it onto Kiko.
เอาคุ้มอ่ะดูดิวางหนึ่งยิงหนึ่งตายอีกหนึ่ง
They rotated so well despite losing an opener onto Marta inside of A main. They were ready for Paper X's execute. They had a big crossfire on the side, but Divide very sneakily able to construct himself a 1v3 on that A side. He opens up the round for PRX and he gets it done by himself.
The smoke coming down from Brock, and then the meat grinder, Scuba and Ethan just doing work. But Divide coming on through and just diffusing the scenario. We get another early pick. It's Marta down again. Unfortunately, something is just going to make mincemeat of him. Ethan will at least get the all away. That's all that NRG will get so far.
Trailblazer does at least find the buy onto Scuba. 2 players spotted out over on that B side of the map. So you're going to get the pivot back across. Something quite happy to sit in dish side. The rest of PRX relocating to the bottom side to hang up with Kiko.
He's going to have to hide there, and that should be a little bit of info, but do they know it's the exact corner? They absolutely do. They see the hands. This will be easy. Yeah, shouldn't even lose a single player to Kiko despite the wonky shots from Jing. Now the crunch over on towards A. Brock to try and hold on to this one, but Pistol not going to do you too much good.
โอ้โหถ้าดาวไวหาค่าวินนี่ก็
Easy
โตน
ninth round here for PRX, 5 versus
2
One enemy remaining.
Might not even lose a gun. Indeed, they don't. 5 rifles brought through into the bonus is a very, very good position to be in.
What?
As PRX.
ถ้าให้ดาวไว
NRG
ฟาร์มม็อบ
once
เนี่ย
again going to have to play the opening part of this half from behind. So we'll have a look at how their first defensive gun round does look, but I mean, they were quite resilient in the first half, so have to give them the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worrying thing was the fact that PRX did convert the bonus, which is, and then that ended up being 5 rounds in a row for PRX in that first half, and for NRG, wouldn't want that to be the case again. An opportunity here, potentially for Kiko to at least drop one gun down. But honestly, when you just have the classics there, it's a little tough. See what the bonus looks like for PRX this time around. NRG really wanted to win the first gun round of this half. Prowlers will get their mark.
Yeah. Know that there's at least 1 player hanging around outside of A main. That's a Molly being prepped for tower. I do think that they're just going to try to drop off Jing up there with the Trailblazer. Keiko under a lot of pressure, pushed out by the utility, and that's an opener. Inside of A main, he's punished the push from NRG on the other side of the map when the pressure was coming through into tower, and now NRG are reeling in their first gun round here.
PRX, they can just abandon B at this time as well. If they want to go towards A, but they'll slow things down, they'll say, let's recommit. Force the rotations from NRG first.
โดนรวบ
Divide can even
มี
go
คนมามีคนมาดึง
but
คอน
on the
แท
other
ค
side of the maps, Envy and Jing, yeah, they've just completely dominated this. So we're seeing the first half Groundhog Day here for NRG.
เหลือ
Just
พี่
can't
เบือก
win that third
กับเป็น
round.
ทอมน้อยๆของเขา
I mean, they were well aware that there was a player hanging around
แล้วเรา
outside,
หน้า
confirmed by the Prowler, but Divide
โอ้
is just
เราหน้า
beyond one.
ถ้า
He's
ชนะ
having one of these
เราเก็บอัน
games.
ติไว้
In
ยาว
some excellent form as of late. When he takes over a game for PRX, there's just really not much he can do. Brock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle. Not spotted out by the guiding light.
Just wants to save, my man just wants to stay alive.
Down and out.
He's been spotted, Divide, he's going to go for a little bit more, and well, just saw the back of the player, Brock really shuts him down. Divide's got locked down either way, he'll be happy with that one. Brock's going to convert another kill.
Yeah. Don't feed him an orbital. He's only 1 off at this point. If he's able to get 1 more kill, he'll have it. And I think his respect has been earned here as PRX hitting double digits. Not able to bring as many guns out of that round, but when you win the bonus, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many rounds in the bank at the moment in terms of where this lead is going. You got Ultimate Stun to come online as well. You got Divide winning a 1v2. Oh my god, that just cannot happen if you are NRG. Would love to see if we can get a POV of that one, but NRG taking their second timeout now, and I think they need it.
Yeah, and see what they're going to construct here around this singular safe Phantom. Got to be some level of investment here for NRG to try to keep things interesting. They did manage to take some guns away from PRX. They'd love to do some more economic damage, if not give themselves an outside shot of winning this round. But if things go the way they're expected, PRX will be up 11-5 here on Fracture, and it's going to be a difficult position to come back from if you're NRG, given just how strong PRX have been looking on this map lately.
And this is the PRX off out of the starting gates and into the immediate sprint we saw them take in London in the grand finals, just dominating on the opening map. But this one is definitely more competitive, but at the same time as well, PRX are here for a reason. They know they can just take this map away and get that immediate 1-0 in this BO3. NRG looking for answers.
Can't have a slow start for either one of these teams. You would be honestly a little bit upset that this is the opening game of EWC. It's a very stacked tournament, of course, but PRX and NRG would probably be a game we'd be expecting pretty deep into the playoff bracket.
Couple of half buys coming on through. Obviously, Brock did save over that one rifle. See if he can be the hero for this particular round.
A main taken again by NRG.
Okay.
Lockdown being invested on this B side of the map. PRX playing it very slowly. Not quite rushing into B by any stretch of the imagination. Showstopper now picked up by Jing.
We'll see what they still have to clear once the lockdown has concluded. Obviously, we can see that NRG are going to be late to the party here. Jing wants to start that party. He'll go down, though. Doesn't hit anyone. The Showstopper again. It's Marta and Ethan getting on the board here. PRX are left hurting. They're the ones with the guns. And still NRG coming out ahead on that one. Not Scuba, though. Managing to land these clean shots.
They isolated him nicely. Utility invested. In comes the Nightfall, though, from NRG, trying to complete this retake in from Gen side. Envy disrupting. He's got a nice crossfire in with Divide, but that player on the site has gone down. Divide now knows something on the wraparound. Could have a really good flank timing here as we head into a 2-on-2. Kiko, that's a huge pick to be able to get across to the site. They know exactly where something is, but the movement is a little bit too good.
ได้ทุกอาวุธ
Clutch
ไม่ว่าจะเป็น
needed
แฟ
for
นทอม แวนดอล
PRX, and NRG will be kicking themselves, Kev. They put themselves in an excellent position there post timeout.
And they barely had any equipment. They came through with the lesser money, just came out of the timeout. Start with a 5 versus 3, ends up being a 2 versus 1. But unfortunately, NRG just didn't quite have eyes on where something was. So 2 players looking in opposite directions and no ability to trade something fast enough to once again dragging that crosshair over, transferring onto the secondary, cleaning up the 1 versus 2. And these are the moments that will just set PRX aside ahead of the others. And far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy of PRX, though. It was only a half buy for NRG, who now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the Orbital. I think that's just going to kill one player outright. Ethan following up super nicely. And again, it's a 2-man advantage for NRG.
So this time, you're hoping the NRG will be able to navigate this 5v3 a little bit cleaner, but Devi is still alive. Something's still alive as well. 2 of the biggest fraggers so that we've seen in this particular map, particularly Devi. So the opportunity is still there. You can start seeing some clean rounds.
Jump spot, curveball to follow up. Everything going the way of NRG until something steps into the limelight, which is a very similar story to what we saw in that last round. PRX volleyed off. Too much fire in the way, and they're going to pivot across the sand.
They burn some defensive utility away from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still left wanting here. It's something going to cause a little bit of noise, might cause a little bit more. You start to see Forsaken take the spike away, so it might end over towards B, but for the time being, something wanting to sell this one. Won't sell it for very long because of Neural Theft. As NRG themselves will start to make their way onto the opposite side of the map. Still going to get past this trip.
Forsaken still with the trip nicely. This is a winnable 2-on-3 for PRX. Ethan in a great position in a crossfire with Scuba over on Heaven's side. Ethan very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely. Out comes the run it back from Kiko, but it's not even needed. Scuba getting it done himself, and NRG capitalizing on a 2-man advantage that they weren't quite able to in the round previous.
Still a dangerous amount of players end up going down there for NRG. Just goes to say, you know, even with 3 for PRX, still very highly capable. 5 versus 3 and 2 will survive for NRG, but they get the round importantly.
Yeah. Let's see what we're going to get here. NRG have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the money's starting to get a little bit battered and bruised for PRX. Couple of rifles to mix on in here. Orbital and Seekers at the ready as well.
Rolling Thunder 1 away. It's a big round for ultimates for PRX, but not much else at the moment.
PRX grouping their way in towards A main, joined up by Forsaken here. We'll see how many ults they're going to throw at this round. Try to make their lives a little bit easier. You can see that NRG are well and truly ready for the flood. Even the B players are playing retake, leaning in spawn side.
Doors open. Kiko on to Jing first. A lot of pressure coming through from Robes, and looks like PRX still want to challenge this one, but they're just challenging into their own deaths. At least Envy is going to make his way over towards the site and get this plant. You'd imagine if he goes for it in a timely manner, but currently 1 versus 4. NRG will be able to pick up another round.
You can see the elbow. One off the Rolling Thunder. Peppered away through those smokes on spawn side, and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto Ethan, but the crouch peak is a little bit faster. That is 4 alive for NRG. And 11-7 honestly is not that crazy of a scoreline to overturn here for an NRG who is confidently finding their way into advantageous situations round on round on round. Last 3 rounds in a row, they've been up in numbers quite substantially.
Yeah, could have been a dangerous round as well. I mean, we saw the trap set up over towards Ropes, but an opportunity for PRX if they were able to make their way into sight. Well, they do nibble on that hook. that was put out there, wanting to really challenge for ropes as we get into the timeout here for PRX. Seeing what ways they can just buckle up for these last 2 rounds that they need to finish up map 1.
Feels like they're in very good form right now. Even the rounds where they're behind in numbers, they're keeping things kind of on a knife's edge. The individual players looking very sharp. I mean, that's a given when you get PRX. But still need to close here against the NRG. That can be quite troublesome once they get on a little bit of a roll, especially with this kind of comp. I feel like Keiko is in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run-it-backs together, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult prospect.
So it's about breaking that early chain of rounds that PRX have, and you see what happened in what we'll call the second quarter here, but the second half or that first half where NRG start to get it together. That time might just happen again now. 2 in a row here. Economy is starting to look a little bit safer. PRX were the ones that actually had a slightly broken economy, but those ultimates I talked about in that last round are still available now.
Absolutely. That's what I got my eyes on as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a BXQ. Marta looking to disrupt. What an excellent guiding light, though. And NRG are just bumping into each other. Curveball, as well as the Prowlers, just trying to zone PRX away. So a little bit of a standstill in the mid-round here as PRX look to pivot back to 8.
So a lot of youth being thrown back and forth, plenty of flashes, and Marta will be the one that ends up falling there. As Forsaken will keep things busy over on the B side of things, including the Seekers. Wants to really sell this one, but slowly Scuba's making his way over. Brock's sniffing something through here as well. Not too sure where the direction is, but will just cover drop for the time being. Rolling Thunder clears the sight. Scuba's first down. Trying to dodge away from the ult, but running to the hands of Divide.
Yeah, he felt like he had a timing there. Brock spamming away. As PRX have done a really good job this round. Kiko, though, applying some pressure on the flank could start to cause some problems and throw a spanner in the works for PRX.
It could have been really dangerous if something was still alive here, but now A-main controlled and taken away. NRG working their way up, still have Forsaken to clear on the top side as well.
Great stun. Honestly, still peeking down for Brock. Just jiggling away. Honestly, that's a decent haunt. They know where PRX are playing from, but killing them is another story. 1v1 here for Kiko.
Kiko versus Forsaken again, the player that was unknown for the time being, and Forsaken will run the clock down. He's going to start making some moves away, but as the spike starts to get diffused here, he's almost looking to just stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock. Still gets a headshot anyway. NRG put that one close, but the 12 is still found regardless.
Every single one of these rounds, even if it's like a 3-on-5, every XVX is so incredibly close. Felt like Scuba definitely had a decent time. He dodged the Rolling Thunder so nicely, peeking through the sky smokes. I'm surprised he doesn't even get one there, and that is courtesy of Divide just being able to hold every angle, playing patiently exactly when it's needed. 22 kills for Divide. He's got a lot of help from the rest of the boys. I mean, whenever Jing is on the raise, that's who my eyes are on, but honestly, he's not needed to do a whole lot this game.
Yeah, I mean, when Divide's killing everybody, everyone else is just kind of scrambling to see what pieces they can still get in there. Speaking of which, Marta would like one of those pieces on his side of things, Operator on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of story here for PRX. A lot of pressure in Tower. What a util combo onto Ethan. Not much he could have done there. That's an opening fit for a PRX who have a little bit of control towards A main. Kiko once again has to overturn this round in the favor of NRG, pushing Forsaken off the line straight into the open arms of Marta.
Marta's in there. Kiko's in a little bit deeper as well. Burns his ultimate, the runner back nice and early, but guess what? PRX are gone. Nobody's home. On the other side of the map now is where we got to play.
Marta scaled in. Orbital won't catch Scuba if he's going to play in that little corner there. He's dodged it nicely. This has to be
yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't get the kill just yet. Jingo wants to send out the rocket. Scuba. Still though, players looking down for PRX and NRG. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here. And this should be a good round for NRG now.
Anticipating a flank on top side, but he won't be given any reward for his patience. It's one off the paint shot with a satchel to work with here, and this is very winnable. Both Brock and Marta are a little bit worse for wear. If anything, it looks like he's saving.
Economy's not good. Look at the money. 200 in the bank for Jing. Which the players
I would have expected him to go for it. I'm not going to lie. It's Jing.
He does have a good round leading. You know, it's 12-7, but
that's very sensible for Jing.
Sensible and Jing, something we'll have to get used to. Or maybe not. We'll see how the future rounds go. NRG clawing back.
Another lockdown for PRX in the back pocket, though. 4 more needed to push us through into overtime. Definitely doable for NRG. Marta's having a tough time getting into the game, though. I feel like he's taking this arcade line a lot of the time, and he's constantly getting pushed away.
Yeah.
I think this tower side play has been very successful for PRX. Either they're catching the waylay. Last round, they caught Ethan with just utility. I'm surprised that, honestly, NRG was able to recover from that. It was courtesy of a great hold from Scuba. Pixel perfect positioning. Doesn't get caught by the orbital. That's what you want to be seeing from your anchoring Cypher on defensive fracture.
Talk about arcade. I mean, that's where NRG want to put the pressure again. It's Marta once again on that line, but Tree is where PRX going to start moving out from. That Prowler didn't get to see much, so good information for Ethan.
As he execute over towards B. Jing. Straight on in towards Canteen. I'm surprised he's even alive. Brook has found Envy in the meantime. This is just not going well for PRX, and Kiko was undiscovered. Nice reaction onto Devi, honestly, and Brook has got him back. This is just going nowhere fast for PRX.
Yeah, Jing had no HP to work with there. Now Forsaken has to do a lot, and he just couldn't land the shots or something. Doesn't have the gun. So he's here to just maybe get a couple of shots in there.
He just wants one gun. He's just jiggling in the corner. Mollied out of position. Nicely done for NRG. A great anti-eco to give them their 9th.
Chipping away at it. 3 more to go. NRG getting a string of it now as PRX desperate to find this last map. Will take their final timeout. It does seem like it just keeps slipping away from them.
Yeah. Yeah, all 4 timeouts used in regulation. Giving NRG the respect that they deserve. These two teams relatively familiar with each other, even if it's been a little while since they last played.
Goes to show that NRG not out of it, despite how behind they were on the rounds.
Totally
both halves.
I mean,
really.
PRX have had phenomenal starts to both halves, and yeah, I totally agree. I think NRG have been pretty good.
Puckett just handed me a drawing of the US flag, so he's feeling it right now. He's back in NRG all the way, and well, 3 more rounds. Puckett might just be right.
Yeah, maybe. The, I guess, onus is on PRX to close out this opening map of Fracture. It is their map pick. Left in the
EWC
veto by
ไม่พัฒนา
NRG.
เลย
Will have known that PRX
เดี๋
will
ยว
be
มันก็พัฒ
liable
นา
to
ครับ
be
ตอน
picking
ห
up.
ลายๆตอนท้าย
That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see what PRX have drawn up here. Do still think that they have the lockdown in the back pocket.
Yep.
So that's going to have to be something that they're considering for NRG. I mean, they have the orbital to potentially cancel that later on in the round.
I will find.
Don't think that's something they necessarily want to have to do, but if it comes down to it.
Last time we saw the lockdown, Devi used it quite aggressively on B side, just from the tunnel.
Again, pressure on the bottom side of the map for NRG, and conversely for PRX, very much just trying to make some noise over towards Arcade. Cypher Cam dealt with, and Forsaken going to make his way into unders.
Marta patiently waiting for Devi as well, who, as a reminder, Devi got a double kill here not too long ago. And in fact, a couple of pings going on towards A-holes. This could get dangerous for PRX.
Marta changing up his angle of approach. He is very much on his lonesome here. There's a couple of kill trips on the side, but that's about it.
Oh.
Jump spot out from Devi. Fault line onto the line is perfection. He's just being given nothing.
Yeah. Has to think about saturating that one potentially, but he has to exit regardless and throwing a shot out there, but still low HP. Nightfall coming in defensively. Ethan arriving to help out the fellas of NRG on this defense. Oral as well being dropped into smoke.
Something in the meantime. The players in Sand are starting to get in the mix.
GG.
Marta out of the side. Scuba stepping through the smoke. Checked nicely there by
จะรี
Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be the lockdown, just trying to
โอ้โห
zone
แล้ว
kick
ยาว
away.
เลยครับ
Make sure he doesn't have any chance in hell at closing out this round, and he'll have to
หลังประ
respect
มาณ
it.
ไม่ได้
Yeah, minimum. He's going to have to
ทำอะไร
wait
ไม่
this
ได้
one
นอก
out.
จากทำใจตอนนี้
I think he's got to clear
กด
absolutely
ออกเกมเลยดี
everything.
กว่า
Turret and sand.
กดออกเกมเลยเหรอ
Paul, obviously,
Oh,
Kyo doesn't have to
bye.
worry about that part.
มี
He does have to worry about walking to the high-low
ที่จะให้ถอด
and
อุป
being
กรณ์แล้ว
Forsaken, ready to go. They know the positioning now, and 3 of them will swing at the same time.
GG
No chance for Kiko.
They're by enough. They're going to have to try to get through as DOS9 tries to go scaling forward through the smokes, but on this swing, he should be dead, and he is. Chronicle has his number.
มาดูแบบ
But
ต่อ
not
เนื่อง
to find Levin. Swings in, will be able to get one, but Durka quickly rescales. Swing around that opposite side, the plant to come through. Great, a Marshal and a Headhunter. See if he can get any further damage. Been spotted out, mollied away. The swing can't quite align it. Sayonara will strike him down. Vitality not allowing for KC to get the bonus conversion. They hold him at bay. Still a 3-round lead.
It didn't feel that comfortable there for Vitality for a moment. You know, when their presence got revealed at Rubble, that's when KC starts dumping the util on them, but they're able to just hold the line there. I mean, Sayonara this time with a Vandal. He's been using the Phantom for the first half of the map. Goes crazy. Now he's like, I can do it with both. I'm comfortable either way.
Time to change it up. Operator will be brought to bear here by Narrate. The very all-in purchase for them, and if they can't find the round win off the back of this, they are going to absolutely be on struggle street. How Durka's paint shell got there. Maybe wanted to just check back Rubble. Either way, it is clear.
Toxin screen down.
Push her right to this wall. Slotted in right alongside the door, but it's a double stack waiting for them here in this angle. The Prowler will go to scout it out. Durka swings in, however, he's able to find one Sayonara, gets the other. A 1-2 punch from Vitality to try to knock out KC. Dawson tucked away behind the box, will be able to get the jump, but he similarly will get caught off guard. Sayonara just tucked in there at upper. Spot of the one, gets himself a wallbang shot, but Sayonara still alive for the moment, but Narrate with the quick draw down will be able to clean him up with a headhunter. They're outnumbered. A lot of this now rests on the shoulders of Aves. If you cannot find a kill from here, both likely need to try to go for the save, and for that reason, they just send out the Nightfall, see that trail, and Chronicle follows it to find the kill. Now backpedaling away. Cash here on the side of Vitality. They want this gun out of his hands. Yumpy with the right read. Narrate dialed in on the angle. Can he hit the shot? Swinging out a little bit wider, and no, Yumpy will get aligned, will get the shutdown. The Operator lost, and Vitality up to 10.
Just the individual form of Vitality. Chronicle and Sayonara, really damn good. This is, you know, somewhat of a fair fight there for Levin and Sugetsu, but they just get outdone. DOS9 again, taking these unusual positions, but little did he know, Sayonara already up in towards top mid there, and yep, that was basically round over, and KC needs to take another time out here to talk about it. Vitality hasn't had to use any of theirs yet.
That's the final call. Burn that first one after the 5-round win streak that Vitality accrued at the start of this map. All in gamble to try to turn the tides of this. It is still recoverable. You're only down by 4. Feels like right now Vitality kind of have every answer to every question gets thrown their way.
I mean, I will say Vitality is giving a few opportunities over to Karmine Corp, but they're not able to, again, fully capitalize on them or really kind of lock out some of these rounds where they have huge advantages early without taking a bunch of damage themselves. And you can see it in the kill count. In Narrate, DOS9, 10 kills each. That's max. Sayonara has double of both of those players. More than double. Now you're back on another eco. Got that headhunter. Sayonara going to go for the outlaw. In this corner. Keeping this very, very quiet. Our Vitality. They haven't made a peep just yet. Maybe they try to make a little noise on the way out to see if they can bait for that outlaw a little bit. Sayonara just going to do it himself. Sound. Seeing if anybody from Karmine Corp. Usual position, taking a risk.
Rays are looking for the chamber up on that position. Wow, speaking of which, just fast enough to be able to get away. DOS9 similarly, having to backpedal out, using that TP. Gets the reposition. Sayonara looking to be intercepted here, but no, it's just too fast on the draw. 11 will fall. Considering that scale forward, instead is watching for a flank that will not come through. Still be sent out. Snakebite going to be layered in, just trying to hold him in position. Narrate trying to find anything, trying to be the hero, but he will fall. DOS9 going to be taken down at the same time as now it's just Sugetsu and Aves left standing. They're here on the C site. They're trying to shut them down. And okay, pack it up. It's a flawless, and I think that this is done.
เอฟดูวิจุป่ะ
ดูอยู่ซาโยอย่างเชี่ยเลย
The bunny hop. I'm going to assume is a no scope.
โดนยิงโบะใส่
Just a little.
I mean, he's moving either way.
มันต้องเจอแต่ไม่ทุกทีมมันแล้วแต่คู่ที่มันจะ
I mean, this one right here, the quick
There's
scope.
it was a no scope when he was just midair.
ขอจอซาโยได้ไหมขอจอซาโยได้ไหม
And they're just having a little giggle about it.
Oh my.
24-9 and 4. 2 more rounds to go for Vitality. Showstopper back online. Durka says, well, maybe the operator will work when I'm attacking.
Yeah. And I've got a showstopper in case, you know.
Yep.
Oh, wait, no. Swapped over. They had enough money. Maybe they just bought both.
Get it done.
Suspicion is, but we'll see. Narrate does have the tour de force. Ong A, again, not really feeling confident right now to try to take that rubble space early. A lot of times you'll see the Chambers maybe go by the door and see if they can cheat up. Playing extremely safe. Has that rendezvous over back towards spawn to get out.
Sending it either the connector or even into tree. So this is a very passive level of play.
Yeah, I mean, you can dodge some of the early util. You might be able to catch them kind of not considering this angle, but you know, if they're just waiting for the toxic screen, you're not really going to get good opportunities, I feel like, from this spot as Narrate. Have to wait and see.
Upper out. Durka, can he find anything? Forward, nothing spotted yet. Sees there at Narrate's feet. Showstopper just going to be sent towards upper. No one there to receive the damage. Same time, making his exit, re-wrapping towards stairs, and Durka looking for a potential flank position. He will hear these rotations coming through, and he's able to find one, so gets going to be taken out as Chronicle finds 2 at stairs. It's 11 and DOS 9 now to try to prevent this from going up to to match point at that. As like a nigh impossible task, the pit is there, the spam not connecting. Except on 11. A bit there on the approach. The overdrive to try to fish is going to be rewarded for 1. Yumpy to be struck down, but the remaining players still not scouted out, still not spotted. The push forward, Chronicle will be found. Also able to find one, but Sayonara greets him with that shorty, and that's Levin now packing it up, rotating out, trying to retain his weapon. Vitality will move up now 12-6.
Sayonara goes down to the spike, but that's okay. Plenty of money there for Vitality. Just super smart, super aware stuff here from Vitality. Kind of slowly taking this space, realizing where Narrate might be. The Seas lands right at his feet. They're able to clear out the danger of that tour de force early. Get yourself into this pit. You know, kind of recognizing that there's a pretty good chance the Chamber is going to be on his own. You can scale forward off the back of that. Durka's going to send a bit of a fake towards B to gain some space that way. Just completely force KC in towards their spawn. Set yourself up for that pit. Basically lock the round down, and now you're confident, you got a steel guard, and just send it.
Yep, just storm their way forward into the B side. The trademark now going to be cleared out. The end is nigh. Okay, Paranoia will go across, will connect.
Whoa.
The 2 players are going to be taken down. Sayonara just trying to play statuesque inside of that smoke. Back across Prophet here at upper, making his presence known, but it's going to be Sayonara. Sign able to find the one as Abas will fall. Durka now getting on the scene, pushing his way forward through the connector, and Prophet just a hair off with his spam, but Durka able to still strike. Finds Sugetsu. Boombot now to try to further scout as DOS9 is going to be taken down. Levin able to pull off of that defuse, finds himself a second, and Sayonara is going to be taken down. Levin coming away with a massive 3K to keep Carmine Corp alive, just their heads barely above the water. They need 5 more off the back of this clutch to try to send this into overtime.
Well, he's had a couple nice ones today, has Levin. That's another one into the books, but again, you start to feel like it's too little too late. Who knows? Still another round where you get a huge advantage early. Yes, it's a quick plant from Vitality, but then you get 2 fast kills, and it's 3v5. You should be no problem at all, and then Sayonara, Durka, everybody's swinging around from angles they're not ready for. Levin very ready for this final layer here, though. Just barely.
That's Vitality, getting a little bit frazzled, which we have rarely seen from them, but it has cropped up a couple times in this round.
Sure.
That first death goes over to Levin. You don't need to be swinging one by one. You know that he hasn't gotten the hold up to half on that defuse.
It's true.
Could have pumped the brakes, played together, but wanted to try to bring this one to an end. Prophet now going to be overwhelmed, but Durka's there to try to peel one back. Gets that kill. A 1-for-1 exchange so far. Durka also going to be eating a bit of damage, so overall, KC still coming away favored.
You know, the rotations thought about, but no full commit here from Vitality, so
อยากเห็น KC จะเป็นโอ้
have
โห
to go into
หนัก
more
กว่า
of a
นี้
default setup. Spreading the map a little bit. Sugetsu back over to the other side. Meanwhile, one-way setup for DOS9, and he's going to be able to gain a lot of info here. So they're already cheating over is Aves. Like this from KC, they've got a really good idea of what's going on in this round right now.
They read narrate is the big question. He's playing in front of the wall. The jump peek out. He gets a headshot, and he finds himself a second, and he gets out
เฮ้ย
scot-free.
อยู่ดีมาตื่นเลยเนี่ย
Continuing to fill this space, comes away with the final 2 eliminations, and Carmine Corp still hold on by a thread. 4 players surviving helps bolster the economy as they need 4 more rounds.
A nasty stuff there from Narrate. Really good macro for KC. See this the whole way through. Use that early aggression to gain a little bit of space, gain a little bit of info, gain a little bit of map control. Now your players hit some good shots along the way. Sugetsu with that Guardian. Good for the final 2. I wonder if we're going to see a timeout. Yes. Yep. I think this is a great time to take one. Don't give them any more chances, any more opportunity.
There's enough going on that Pal's like, okay, boys.
ยังไม่มาก็ดูนี่ต่อ
I think what you might see a little bit here, maybe potentially from Vitality, is okay, let's be a little bit more cautious at the start of the round. Let's not let some of the neon chicanery get into us and just do anything. But you know, I think that's some of when Vitality's at their best, is when they're kind of reacting to what their opponent's doing to them, when they can rely on those individual protocols, the team play that has really gotten them over the line in a lot of these rounds.
1 from a Nightfall, 1 from a Showstopper. Have a bit of a half investment here from Vitality. Pulls a Sheriff, a Bandit. Chronicle just going to be sticking with the El Clasico. Evan looking to take some forward space, and that is an instant headshot as Prophet will fall. Nightfall having them both contained back around the corner, but Levin not looking to overstep. This is great restraint being shown at the moment here by Carmine Corp.
Trying to use the boombot against him. Trying to drag it out, make them think they can swing that angle. Trying to set up a bit of a firing line. Cute little play from Levin. Find too much value. Still, though, another nice start for KC.
Now 4 players clustered here on B. Just leave 11, watching that angle into A main. Carmine Corp, from this point, should be feeling pretty confident to at least just give up the space and get a solid retake onto the C side. But tap of the door in the rain, able to backpedal away fast enough, clears that corner. Only a minor amount of damage going to be suffered. And he's reaggressing. He's looking for more. It's quite unfortunate that he's not able to find anything off of that.
And now you got to worry about the Showstopper. What in the world? Nary doubles down.
Oh, and he just keeps going back in. Just tapping the door over and over again, keeping it revolving. Finds that elimination. Sugetsu going to be traded at the same time, but so it's still a player advantage. Now expounded upon us. DOS9 with a critical shot. He's able to find Chronicle. Happy now, dead. Durka, the last one standing, and what a clutch this would be. Finds the first. It's the up and over. The drop down onto the side. DOS9 just trying to play with his food, but Durka locks in for that shot. Swing in the corner. Cannot find that 4th because he'd be damn certain that Showstopper would have been flying. A solid effort, but a solid enough retake here by Carmine Corp. We're now just 3 away from overtime.
Okay. I mean, they're getting there. Still never feels quite comfortable, but do find their moment. Narrate plays that nicely around that door, keeping Vitality guessing. Is he not? This first shot from Levin. Woo.
This has been Prophet dead. What? The start of the last 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Able to have those added smokes, not being able to have those paranoias, but oh, good Lord, Durka.
That was absolutely ridiculous. All right.
Still has the Showstopper. Still have this Nightfall.
Big ults here. Profik has his as well. Could be one of those ones where you try to use this nightfall to TP.
Looking for just a 3-2-1 here, but will be held at bay as the paranoia goes out. Durka looking for a target.
Yeah,
turns
Dirk.
back, finds DOS9 in the corner. It's him with the rocket. Profit now trying to go for this TP, but ends up getting caught, so gets it with that shutdown. Durka's looking to do more work, and he has.
GG.
Joining the fray, finds Levin, and now they are overwhelmed. It's just Narrate left. Joining the squad now, put into a 1v3 scenario to try to keep this map going.
มันจบคู่นี้คู่มันมาพอดีเลยพี่
Finds the first.
มันนี่แบบว่า
Down to 47.
Dugan
The
Lewa.
shield is there. Both players playing stacked together behind the boxes there at water, but Narrate none the wiser. Has no idea where they could have fanned out to. It's going to be a 3-2-1
GG.
as Yumpy will collect it. 13.
ติดเลยนี่ดูนี้เดียว
Even back in the day, they loved playing the sky on this map. I remember screwing them on this map and just getting
ทุกอย่าง
bombarded by guiding lights and things like that. But I think the fade for
เห็นนะมันจบคู่มันมาอีกคู่เนี่ยทามมิ่งมันเกินไปปะ
most teams is probably a better inclusion, and I think I like the fact that they're
เรา
playing it
เราไม่ได้
here,
หยุดพัก
particularly
เลยอะ
into the Vice Viper.
เรา
You're
คือเรา
going
ไม่
to be
เรา
kind
ไม่
of
สามารถ
denied a lot of
เข้า
info,
น้ำ
and you're going to have to be put through your paces working the map a little bit more.
Well, let's kick this one off. Lotus map 2. Obviously, lots of pressure over
แล้ว
towards
ดี
B
เจ
as
มันมีทามมิ่ง
expected.
ปิดเพลงไหม
It's NRG on the
Maybe
attacking
DJ
side of
มันก็เปิด
things.
แล้วเข้าน้ำ
Something
อะ
waiting
กลับ
on
มา
the
แล้ว
other
ก็
side.
ปิดเลย
Plenty of teammates.
Oh, there are 8 people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward. Marta
Oh
straight
my
into the
God.
side.
Ui.
What a disgusting right click. But Jim
เป็นไป
able
ได้
to at
ช็อ
least
ต
trade
นี้
back the raise. So no smokes now for the defense, and NRG will slow this one down.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot. I mean, I think a lot of the times you probably don't make that one. You just sort of die in that moment, but not here, not today, Marta. Like I said it in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here, and he has, at least for that opening pick. But what do we want to get over here with something versus 2, Kiko?
แล้วพี่ติงเป็นเจ็ด
And
เนี่ย
also Brock taking, or he already had a little bit of damage taken from a little bit earlier on.
NRG going back for second helpings. This is a bait setup for the player behind the double stack, as something is just diving and dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the ghost. Starting to run out of ammo here with by Kiko, but can Envy be the savior of this round here for PRX?
Yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got one backstop kill, catches Kiko out with his hands on the smokes, but it's Brock and Scuba with the door open, able to get those trades. just Divide left alone now in the 1v3, low HP for Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We've seen Divide already get a clutch on that previous round, a map of Fracture rather.
You cannot lose another 1v3 pistol to Divide. He's just going to be living rent-free in your head as NRG. 2 of these players are one tap to the Sheriff. Spike going down courtesy of Ethan, yet Arkrose is back up as Divide. Not sure if that's something you might want to place to try to find some information here. Ethan, first up to bat. Does try to pepper down Divide, but he's been allowed to cross into the site, completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around through Waterfall side. It's probably not something you'd be expecting. Arkrose has been invested onto the site. Divide creeping forward, but surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock. Not quite.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arkrose already used.
มันเอาชัวร์เลยขนาดนั้น
Open
นาที
here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem. A double peek will, in fact, come through Ethan for that kill. No clutch this time. Marta happy with that opening.
Yeah, perfection there for NRG, just giving Divide
ได้พกร้อย
absolutely nothing. I mean, his respect has been earned well and truly by that 1v3 he put together in the second half. Pistol of Fracture. Explosive start to this round for Saker.
Still
Not
can't get
going to be
over that
happy
kill.
with that one. But look, NRG, they win themselves a pistol, and we said they needed to start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Kind of bad for something there as he saw a lot of heads, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound, and Envy probably would have liked to have gotten one more kill than just as sorely he found it at Kiko. Rubble side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Marta, once again, first blood, 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, dealt with over on Rubble side, picking in with the Horde, similar to what you saw from Ethan in that last round, but none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing this anti-eco away. Divide with the Sheriff in hand, rotating in through spawn side, wants to try to trim down the numbers.
Oh my god, you cannot be doing that. Okay, that's a problem. Especially if he gets another one here. But disgusting shots so far and something in there as well. They've just turned this one around.
Good pick from Brock or something.
Timing.
That's ridiculous with the bandit.
อยู่ดีๆก็ว้าว
are committing daylight robbery right now to complete an eco win in what that was a 2-on-5.
Yep.
That was a 2-on-5.
พ้พกเฉย
Kev.
I cannot believe that. Oh, the stars lined up. Couldn't have had a more perfect situation.
เขาเรียกว่าวัด
Something receives the last two players who have no idea that he's there. I mean, he was about to get one freebie, and the second freebie was like, yeah, thank you, yes, I will.
That is brutal, man. I feel bad for reacting because we're right in front of the players. I'm sure they probably...
Mate, we are the only audience they've got. I mean, I just about lost myself with dividing those two shots in a row.
I almost fell to my knees, I'm not going to lie. Regardless, though, Forcebyte does come in here for NRG. Prowler going forward, and Paper X are very much fighting for this ball control.
Two casters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these two teams have got themselves. A nice TP in. Oh, Envy, you should have hit that one. That was almost free. 5 versus 4. He'll want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees players, sees a spike on the floor, and Jing. Okay, looking for number 3. He's got it. Oh, PRX styling on him.
ดุดันไม่เกรงใจใคร
Much work to do. Spike dropped
ซายโย
outside
มา
of
เจอน้ำจริง
Mount.
นี่ไหวปะ
NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force buy into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat.
สีอยู่
Or anti-eco defeat, rather. But I just don't know there's anything that Kiko can really get done here. Paper X with a gorgeous shutdown, and this is what we were talking about. We wanted to see a little bit more from Jing on the raise
We
compared
also
to
said
Fracture.
sensible Jing. He's not just running knee deep in to try and get the ace. Respecting the fact that still early days here, I want to secure the economy, not do anything too silly.
Yeah.
Kiko just wants to save the rifle, and the hunt is on for what it's worth. So maybe Jing will, in fact, get the ace.
We'll see if he's able to do that. Making a lot of noise coming over here towards Heavenside. He's the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen, though. There's no way you check this as Jing.
Head, okay. Kiko probably dies anyway, but Jing would have loved to have been the one getting that kill.
Paranoia out, but Forsaken jumps straight on top of him. 2-1 for Paper X. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken for NRG.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an emotional roller coaster for them.
Look at this again. The opening 3 coming on through. Mata just couldn't quite land it. And Jing ends up getting 4 off the back of this. Pretty gross, but more so than that.
That was a gorgeous arc rose from Divide, by the way. Blinds 2 players after they make contact with Jing and sets him up so beautifully.
Team play, perfect. And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory here. Something judge in hand. Plenty of NRG players in front. All on pistols, so let's see where the cleanup happens.
Aggressive dash on in. Something very much just kicking his feet, running around with the judge, trying to get a bit of an anti-eco on. Envy inside of the site has a dark cover for safety. He knows that NRG are kind of halted up in tree for the time being, and the attackers once again will slow this one down. Not much to work with. Just classics and abandoned on Scuba.
Low HP on Martyr as well. Paper X, a bit of chill. See what Energy are going to do here. Share covering over towards Mound. B is mostly open, but Divide will be checking that one in terms of his own contact.
Deep sheer wall towards C Mount, as well as a one-way. Paper X, even if they don't have anyone invested over on that side of the map, are quite happy to just lean towards B and A until it at least gets tripped here. Wall goes back up for NRG.
Through the wall is going to be Forsaken, spamming his way in. And whereas you find one, you shall find more. You know, with all the classics in the eco, that all of NRG are just going to be waiting around the corner. Forsaken gobbles all of them up. Run away from the ultimate. And a nice clean round.
Yeah, Paper X, excellent position now, taking no economic damage on this defensive side. Going to start running away with things. NRG once again going to have to take the hard road here. And just gun round by gun round, work their way into this attacking half of Lotus. This is their map pick, though.
And the real disappointing thing is, you know, you would have liked to have seen NRG get off to a bit of a rolling start, pistol, anti-eco. Maybe you lose the round 3. Maybe you don't. I know we've seen PRX on Fracture. multiple rounds in a row to start things out with post pistol and see what happens over the B side again for NRG.
Front B cleared out. They want to try to sandwich Mount, but PRX are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the raise is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out, not judged well enough by Forsaken, who goes down and something pushed away. In goes Jing with his own rocket, looking for Ethan, but denied outright. Ethan doubling up nicely, and this is looking very good for NRG.
Jing doesn't even get a shot in there. That could have been at least one kill coming on through. A little something more for PRX to work
มัน
with.
จะอะไรนักหนาวะ
NRG now should be able to get themselves onto site. Still something to deal with here as the paint shells will just push them off. Haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with the numbers in 2 versus 5, how badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
I think you just want to min-max the money. It's only early days, a lot more legs left in this half. NRG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly. Spikes down, Scuba on the off angle. Might have a good timing here onto something, and if he could take the operator away, that's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for PRX, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward, though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible. So 2 teams will handshake this one away, I believe, as you're not even really playing for exits here if you're PRX. You just want to hold on to what guns you hand. I say that, but Devi and Brock and Ethan will meet.
That trade actually gives 2 ults over to NRG. Both Brock and Ethan were one off. Brock goes down, gets him the Steel Garden. Ethan earns himself the Nightfall and will unfortunately fall to the spike at the end of that round. Not ideal, but still good enough from NRG, who now go into yet another gun round, knowing that they put a pretty big dent in PRX's economy and they've got great ults to work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor of Mata and not quite in the favor of Jingers. Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round.
มีความ
The
สุข
pain
พี่เพื่อน
on to PRX. I mean, that's the 3 kills that puts PRX on just the 2 members, including Op, which something this time around.
เดี๋ยววันนี้ก็ไม่เดี๋ยววัน
Is
นี้ก็ไม่มี
ready
ความสุ
for
ขหรอก
NRG coming through pillars.
Yeah, over on front B, that has been a pretty big point of contention here. You're going to have to have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push something off the line here. Rubble has been kind of soft cleared by PRX, who will play the Vice over with a deep wall on 8. Something on the line here. The fade is over towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a dark cover. A Prowler will set him up on the line, courtesy of Envy, and NRG just going to respect it.
Heading over towards their side of things. Only Devi here. Sheer wall being played in as well. As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see where NRG want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give PRX a little bit of pause for thought where their setup is concerned? 45 seconds, and the attackers are not really budging an inch. Kicking off the B split now. No scope misses from something. He's able to pick up Broad. Hit by the Paranoid. Faded out by Kiko.
Would have been gross if you got Kiko, but Kiko's happy with that kill. 4 versus 4 now. B is going to be the ending of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX coming through the door. And a big TP as well. Forsaken gonna have the off-angle potential here. Now he doesn't actually commit to the TP. Ethan onto Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. And it's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Devi needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven side. Only marked by Ethan. Kiko continues to jiggle here. Jing. And they're taking a long time to get back into the site, but PRX have at least got some trades on in.
Well, Jingle, if we hear the sounds of victory, and we do from Mata. Big shots in, Ray's going well. Celebratory paint shells, we lock in. 3-3 now. Finding some real success on to B, where, hey, PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value on this operator. And the no-scope just is, unfortunately not, it still gets the kill, mind you.
Well, it's just a bit of an awkward exchange at the end of the day, unfortunately. And Brock, even though he does go down,
มันน่าจะเหลือมาจากเราอีกแล้ว
onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the Steel Garden. Wrap around from Mata was perfection. PRX, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with running back into that B side on the post plant.
See if this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet. NRG not feeling too rough from that second round so far has been the one to talk about, with the eco win coming through from PRX really setting the table. NRG saying, it's fine, lose that one. On our way back on the future rounds and not going to let this one go as far into a
ว่ากิ
deficit
โกะมันเซ็งปะ
or deficit at all
เซ็งเรื่องอะไร
compared to where Fracture was.
I think
Sing
they're doing
divi.
quite well for themselves, working their way through this attacking side despite a
Nah,
massive
that's
slip
all
up
right.
in round 2. Honestly,
Yeah.
they've just picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and it's only courtesy of the
An-
eco
an
being one that
banana.
PRX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
เป๊ปยังไงนี่
Can't afford an operator for something.
Maybe
That'll be
we
one
have-
thing gone off the table. Brock Odin is back in play. A lot of youth being exchanged here. Forsaken tucked away. Has to get, unfortunately, revealed the fact that he shoots the haunt, but
Jason,
Jinx is the one
man,
that actually
don't
gets the
die.
kill through the smoke. Martyred down.
Great open up for PRX, who dominate that mound control.
เรารอดเฉย
PRX going to be put through.
ว่าจะนั่ง
oh,
กัน
sorry,
ตาย
NRG going to be
โด
put
น
through
ส
their
แปม
bases. They don't have any more prowlers to deal with any of
Fam,
these
but Odin,
aggressive
the
plays for
fourth
PRX.
yeah.
This spam onto something does at least equalize the numbers, and Scuba ready for the follow-up peek from Jing
เขาเรียก
there.
ว่ามี
ทาน
ตัวแทนนะผม
สแปมสุดจังอะ
Understanding that something or somebody will be
สแปม
behind
ผม
that
ตั้งใจ
box
ว่า
and
มีอ่ะ
rewarded.
เลื่อนตั้งแต่กระเด็นเล
But
ย
now
วะ
look at this.
Ui,
Forsaken nearly
minute
had the
or so.
secondary. Ethan a little bit too sharp.
กดไว้
Paper X, Envy still in play though. 2 versus 2. Nightfall ready to go, and he wants to rip that one through. No issues. Brock now behind that same box, and he's going to take him down by
อิน
Defy
วี
Envy.
จะเอาไว
Doubling up here for PRX's fourth.
Yeah, good recovery from
พอเจอ
PRX
จังหวะ
there.
อย่างนี้คือเข้าแก็บเป๊ปเลย
NRG not quite able to keep the streak of rounds going there. See Mount fight. Well navigated by PRX. Had a lot of cheeky positions. You saw Forsaken up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround for Ethan and
Come on,
Scuba
what?
when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were ready for that
Fam.
mid-round aggression. Honestly, if Forsaken doubles up there, the
Fam,
round would
madap,
have been
ไม่ค่อย
done
ดี
outright. But the
ที่
rest
แล้ว
of
ก็แย่
PRX pick up the pieces. It's just a very back and forth game of Lotus here.
Close margins as well. Obviously went down to a 2v2. Nightfall doing some work there, and Nightfall nearly ready again, but a Scuba onto something who doesn't
Ow.
get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
ใช่แล้วหมด
Not
สำรับ
ideal.
เลยครับ
If he pushed off by the Viper wall. Well aware that he does have Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG are scared of it. Maybe they should be. Nice off angle. Pain shells and the paranoia not really connecting too
สุด
much,
จั
but
ง
at
อะ
least
นี่
making Envy uncomfortable
โอ้
enough for
ถอยบ้าง
NRG
ก็
to
ได้
claim the
แม่ง
site.
เน็ต
Do some damage on a Brock, or even get a kill, but not quite there as Marta converts onto Forsaken, 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX win a 2v5 before, but Divine and Jing gonna have to do a little bit more than that. It's only Divine left,
Rom.
1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do here? We know he can certainly get some shots in, but look at the money situation.
Yeah. NRG being very disciplined here. Both teams a little bit lower on the cash, so they want to maximize the guns and not give Devi any chances of completing this clutch, let alone taking more guns here.
Does Divine even want to go for it? That's my question, because he just doesn't have the
Yeah.
money to play with.
Fall back into spawn side. Hold on to the Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this round with 4 guns surviving. It's a very nice clap back to even things up 4 apiece.
Early shut down against something's Blade Storm. Everyone winning their ones. Well handled. 4 versus 2 there, making sure the clutch is not going to be possible. So once again, we find ourselves all evened up 4-4 on Lotus. By the only gun in the hand. See what the rest of the economy looks like for Paper X after this.
Too much for Envy to do that. Especially after something goes down right at the start of the round.
Oh, that is not the economy look you want to see for PRX.
Yeah.
Quite a bit better for NRG. No blades for something, obviously, and a TP that could have been a death and will end up still being a death for
เจสั
Forsaken.
น
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression
Okay.
smoke play with the Hort to try to scan somebody going across to Rebel. It is a Paper X classic to throw out those dark covers and try to dive into them with the Omen or the Raze. In this case, though, as mentioned before, NRG very, very familiar with Paper X and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Jing desperate to find that gun there, dropped by Forsaken. And the hand-me-down will not be passed over.
This is going to be a very, very good half for NRG, especially after they get E-Code round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. Like, I'm very, very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attacking side of Lotus, given how this started.
I mean, the same situation on Fracture would have led PRX to quite the lead, but here on NRG, they're about to find the 5-4 here, especially with that kill into Envy, and still 1 gun left in the hands of Devi, and at the end of this one, he has to start asking the question again. Does he just go for the save?
30 seconds left.
Potentially so.
Last player
Not much for something to do there. NRG starting to really condition this A site. They've been kind of battering down the door in this part of the map a couple of rounds in the row here. Seen PRX with a very, very quick opening towards A. Has been pretty unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something's Blade Storm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach, maybe, especially with the Steel Garden, move the Vice over to play retake A. It's definitely a viable option. PRX have had a fair bit of success kind of fighting in the middle of the map and dominating C Mound.
That'd be an okay time for a timeout for PRX as well, as they will recover some of their economy for that next round. And a couple of ultimates to play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at. Both our Vices looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found, Divide. Okay, he's happy with that one. How much of a chase do NRG want to go on?
They've got really great money, so honestly, they can throw as many guns at this as they want to. So as it stands, don't want to go through all of the effort and the trouble of digging of a Divide out of a fully set up C site. And NRG claimed the lead here, 5-4. Only a couple of rounds left to play, and NRG have got plenty of money. They've got plenty of ults to play with. Really, the onus is back on PRX to try to conjure a little bit more magic, because they've been falling flat in the last couple.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there. Something, like you said, not much to do, but maybe a cheeky headshot would have landed in a kill. So no timeout, but PRX still, again, really needs something out of this. Their economy is in the dumps and something back on the up. Half armors across the board for everybody. Can't even quite afford everything now. There's something would like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Saken peppering down at least one player outside of A there. Scuba a little worse for wear, but the regen shield will help him come back up to a little bit more of a healthy status as NRG looking to pick up the pace towards C here with the Nightfall.
Haven't seen much out of C for NRG so far, so this time they're going to really commit into it. Shit will slow things down. With the Nightfall in play, PRX fully respecting something is ready once again. Paranoia will be pushing players off slightly, but just no one in the sightlines. He will reveal the operator once more.
Yeah, Steel Garden's getting traded, waiting for the Raze ult to kick this one off in combination with the Paranoia. In goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. It's a pretty deep one to try to zone Waterfall away and make things difficult for PRX.
กลางไวเปอร์พิทเรียบร้อย
Here we go, Showstopper Jing. That's the opening he was looking for, but doesn't see Marta.
โอ้กำลังดูมินิแมปเลยที่มาดามไม่เนียนจัด
So there is still a 4 versus 4 and against something.
แล้วพี่ติง
Wanted that operator kill for so long, gets on to Kiko. Opportunity now.
กระโดดดูพี่เบือก
2 left, Scuba and Ethan to hold on, and they can't do it. Scuba needs to do a lot of work here.
แม่งเซตอัพอย่างดีโดนรีเทคเฉย
Back to evens, 5-5.
Yeah, I'm surprised PRX was able to put that retake together, given that the Showstopper had 0 impact on the retake there. The pit ends up kind of working against NRG. I understand they were really trying to dig their heels into Waterfall and give themselves an avenue to play towards long, but unfortunately, it just ends up being a big smoke to obscure the fact that PRX are on the spike.
Well, the flash here is on, makes it easy for Divide to be able to get that trade.
Good stuff inside of the pit from something. It's not easy to retake into a pit with an operator, I'll tell you that.
Like I said earlier, PRX needed to make that one work, and okay, let's just get this one underway, because Jing he wants to take some early control, playing off that smoke.
That's a classic set play from PRX, going fishing for a pick outside of C, but unfortunately not able to get it. Scuba lurking outside of A here. Has Defiant something to contend with. Not sure if something caught a whiff of it. Indeed, you see the ping come out, but with the wall going up for Scuba, he's going to be able to skulk away as NRG start to work mound control.
Okay, here, clearing rather, and Forsaken doesn't TP out in time. PRX dropping their members over towards C. Now the long rotate has to happen, Jing. Late to the party, unfortunately. All this Vice util stuck on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. PRX are so far out of position here. Have to take a long way back on into it. That is ridiculous from G. Waits till the last minute and Marta not respecting the boom pot.
Yeah, if he shoots the boom bot, unfortunately he just dies to Jing's swing there. So lose-lose scenario and perfectly played by Jing. Makes the retake a little bit easier now. 4 versus 4, no ultimates though. On either side, Prowler in first. CT clear so far. And Scuba, like you said, on for the long flank. Wait for that activation, but he needs to get in position. Something big shot into Ethan. Divide gets a kill to block as well. Okay, 1 versus 1. Does he have the shot? So, oh, Scuba's got to come in. Door's closing. Door is closing, brother. No, he's just got to give that one up, I'm afraid. He's gone. Can't even leave the site. That door timing's wild.
It's perfectly played there by Scuba. Just tapping the door. Divide just endlessly waiting for him to peek, but never quite gets the peek that he was looking for. And NRG, nice open plant for them. I think Scuba was so far away, I was getting a little bit concerned he wouldn't have a chance to get involved in the round, but plays it perfectly in the 1v1. Forsaken, fortunately, out on an island there. I mean, yeah, that was fantastic from Jing. Honestly, PRX, it's crazy that they keep making some of these rounds so competitive because they were so far behind positionally after they lost Forsaken there. NRG was basically given a free C site.
There
we go, once again, making similar plays here, but this time it's Mata going in on the 1 HP, he survives. Takes down Forsaken once again. Big trades happening still on Mount 3 versus 4. Paranoia doesn't get as much as you would have liked, but Kiko will find Divide regardless. Now something has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away, and 3 members from NRG is too many for him to handle.
Not much for MB to do there. Well traded by NRG. What a resurgence to get 7 rounds on the attacking side, given the fact that they get eco'd after the pistol. Really, really nicely worked. Could see why they picked Lotus into this series. And I'm feeling good for them, man. They're going on to defense now. They're playing Senti double controller. I'd imagine that they're going to be quite pleased with themselves.
Starting to really over towards that mound side of things as well. Those last 2 rounds, winning these controls. And something, he had a couple of the op kills, but not really dominating the map or controlling the spaces he would have wanted to. Like you said, the big recovery from that second round is really the story for NRG. And we already saw their ability to recover on Fracture. Unfortunately, the deficit ended up being a little bit too big for them, despite the fact that it took a couple extra timeouts from the PRX side to even dig in for that 13th round here on Lotus. Finished that first half with the lead. Feeling a lot better about their chances. Feeling like we can definitely go to a map 3.
It's up to PRX here. Another pretty close half. More than serviceable, swapping back over onto this attacking side. But they have had a change of Enit. I think that does kind of help them in some regard. The fade over the sky will help them, as I mentioned before, kind of work the map. It's why it's a very, very popular choice of initiator on Lotus in particular, on a lot of 3-lane maps, because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a Prowler. You need to take B main, throw a Prowler. You need to take C mount, throw a Prowler. Clear rubble, throw a Prowler at it. Use the Haunt on cooldown. The sky will allow you to be a little bit more explosive, you know, which is how often, I mean, PRX do like to play. And I think a lot of teams like to play that mimic this kind of Raze Jet burst comp, because the guiding light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to guiding light, satchel, dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than a fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyle as well. Double duelist, explode on with some flashes coming through from your sky.
I mean, the problem is, though, that as you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into a slower comp from NRG that has a lot more soul and a lot more util. You're fighting into a Vice that's going to give you some problems on the dive, less problems than if you're running something like a Neon. But even, you know, going to be troublesome regardless, though. We're going to have fisticuffs here over A Rubble right off the bat.
We'll see how PRX manages this situation. 4 members for NRG on their side, and one scan already out onto Martis. That location has been revealed. Wall's going to slow things down somewhat, and Martis is taking util damage from all angles. So is Brock.
PRX not liking the way that A is feeling right now. They've taken a little bit of a chunk out of Brock and Marta, as mentioned, so I feel like they kind of win that exchange to some regard. Taking a little bit of a risk, looking for information, punished by something to give PRX the opener.
And PRX slowed down, walked back a little bit, then re-entered. Now NRG are interested once more again, so the wall to play off. Door tagged as well. Brock, reminder, one of the low HP members.
All of NRG are here, though. PRX ready for the swing with the Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for PRX. Very much fighting for control of Rubble here. This will definitely decide the pistol round. Scuba with 2 into a 1v1. Can Divide clutch yet another pistol for PRX. Swing in from Scuba is beautiful, and a 3K to give NRG yet another great start to a half.
A big celebration from NRG as well from their side of the stage. Second pistol picked up in this map, and Question now will be, can they actually convert that into a string of wins? That second round eco from the first half still in the back of everyone's mind here. But obviously, massive trades back and forth over towards Rubble, the re-entry from PRX as well. But a 1v1, Scuba takes away from Divine, who's been so sharp today in the series. And Scuba showing, okay, I'm still good.
PRX with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the eco. Divine can't do much against an outlaw on an angle like that. Up inside of the progression dark cover here. PRX wait for the door to close before they make their next move.
Yeah, Marta's already basically cleared over towards Mound, relieves pressure away. NRG starting to rotate. Now the opening coming through. That is going to be Paranoia. Dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. And now they're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't quite manage to get a shot into play. Jing cleans up. Scuba gets Jing down. Now over towards the drop. Just back and forth. 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose the round. But will they lose the round? Now they probably will.
Yeah, brute flank from Brock and Scuba. It's coming in tandem. I mean, the Lemmings made it into the site. And they had teeth, man. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They're in pretty good positions to just shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening pick over on Mount side. But well, PRX do a good job keeping it interesting. Put themselves in very annoying positions. I mean, you can see them kind of tucked in under drop here. That's not easy for Ethan to clear.
Yeah, frustrating death for Ethan on that one. The rest of the players in a good position to finish things out. No shenanigans from Forsaken or anybody else. The last couple plays alive for PRX. One of the biggest deficits that PRX has seen for quite a little bit.
Very close on the C's laid there. Almost had multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind their Viper wall, and now an immediate pivot back towards Mount for PRX. But that's where I'm having a look at this Vice wall.
แล้วไว้เดี๋ยวนี้มันชอบซื้อเชอรี่2 ลาวก็มาซื้อการ์เดียน
So Boombot Prowler Claire coming through from NRG.
ขอ
Make sure
มี
no
แบบ
one's
อะไรติด
on
ไม้ติด
Rubble
มื
that
อไง
allows now Kiko to move over.
มันมีก็มีทีมทำอย่างนี้อยู่
They've
แต่
got
ค
the
นหนึ่ง
paranoia in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre, a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the site that I was talking about, the TP up on top. Not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some awkward duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but PRX finally break through.
Okay, Ethan Amado. Okay, they're really getting some good damage in. There's something on basically 1 HP here.
ความตกในซ้ายอีก
Just a big flank. PRX weren't ready for it. And now something is just going to end up potentially saving this one. He's just... Well, he's a 1 versus 2, but the HP situation is rough. He's got everything on flank. Still got just barely enough time. I
mean, that could seriously work out. I don't know how tucked behind the box Marta is. Ethan's ready for it, though. Very much clued on. And that's a 10th round for NRG. Bonus converted. They are running away with Lotus right now.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for NRG. As honestly, before the flank from Marta and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's where you look at NRG, not only the Vice tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being for PRX to kind of isolate and hunt down inside of the site is exactly what allows for that door open to be so impactful on the flank. If PRX had made it safely into the site like 5 seconds sooner, that's probably their round.
PRX facing the pressure now will be taking a timeout. They are quite in the hole in terms of the round deficit.
Getting shot down more often than not by NRG, who are playing an excellent game here. Very well-rounded performance from pretty much everyone in the server as well. Like, no one is really lagging behind.
From both teams, really. No one's, as you say, really running super far ahead like Devi was on Fracture. Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall. Seen him do some magic on that before, but here we go. Omen versus Open first and foremost. Does that Prowler actually get a bit of a sightline? Maybe.
Nah, Forsaken tried to dodge it, and Kiko saw his cape going inside of the dark cover. Unfortunate. Disgusting off angle here from Brock. This is what we know him for.
And that Prowler certainly will be able to see
ครับ
Divide
ปืนคู่ใจ
revealing the Odin through that wall as well. Bit of a clear coming through. The rubble side from Envy.
Right up. Outlaw out yet again, looking to farm himself up a showstopper. He's halfway to it. Little taps on in will make a big difference in getting a rocket going a little earlier on. Something over on the other side of the map. Sees the sheer wall. Dash active.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay, tap the wall.
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait this one out. Slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through. End on C.
ภาพคือ
Playing pretty
ไม่
far
ได้วาง
back is
โดน
going to be
ที่เรือส
Scuba
แป
and
มโอ
Rock.
ดินตาย
Yeah, quite happy to let Paper X come to them. Only Sheriffs and
ภาพ
Marshals in the
แนว
mix here
ใกล้
as the
ที่
paint
จะ
shells
เกิด
tries
ขึ้
to
น
clear out pillar side. They will be able to at least make it up onto the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as Paper X?
Well, they got to go for that plant sooner rather than later. Big damage. Brock finds his mark onto something inside the smoke. No problem. Scuba on the divide as well. Now Jing. Yeah, just see if we can get a kill here or two. Hope the
ผมว่ามันจะยิงคนวางไว้
Nice tap.
เมื่อกี้ไม่ใช่
Also, able to get himself
ต่ำ
that
ไป
showstopper one off now,
ต่ำไป
courtesy of those two sheriff
มัน
shots,
รู้ว่า
but
จะโดน
NRG
ทะลุ
will
สโม
complete
ก
the retake nonetheless.
11 found. Remember that 11-5 that we saw on Fracture the other way around? Well, PRX on the 5 end of things. NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX, after that tack timeout, will need to think about where this gun round's gonna go.
Going into their attack timeout, there definitely would have been more so chatting about the adaptation and heading into this gun round. So let's see what they've prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially when you're considering the orb control. You're now one off two pretty big ults here for Paper X.
Yep.
It's up to NRG to kind of deny those orbs.
Operator in hand. Something. Really keen for it. Kiko a little bit more. Good spot on the
แน่นอน
Forsaken.
จริงๆตัวนี้
เจสันมันไม่ได้เล่นหรอก
Knows where he's going to end up being with that
วันนี้
TP.
เจสันไม่ค่อย
Just
ได้
a
เล่นไหม
flick one tap. Devastating to lose your smokes on the attacking side 5 seconds into the round. Just a
ไม่มีสโม
disgusting
กเล่น
shot
แล้ว
from
ไง
Kiko.
คอนแทค
And
เข้า
anything that you discussed on Paper X is very quickly getting much more difficult for you.
Yeah, it's going to have to end up being relying on the Cloudburst smokes or relying on that Nightfall now as Divide is under pressure. Oh, he's lucky to survive that scenario. In fact, he was looking for that
มัน
kill.
ไม่ตายเฉยสวยจัด
Surprised he almost got Mana there. Honestly, had no business doing anything
ตายแบบ
at
ยาก
that
จัด
point. 3 on 5 here for Paper X. Off angle from Scuba is looking pretty dirty.
This round is...
A dumpster
hate to
fire.
say it, but kind of in the bin at the moment. As Scuba just drops something from behind his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, what you can do here now? 2 versus 5. You don't feel good about giving up the round. It's about to be 12 for NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This was terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. All picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock. I feel like I'm watching the Masters Grand Final all over again. Like a stop map for Paper X. Oh no, we're so back. We're so done. Hopefully on Breeze we're so back.
We just speed ran Fracture straight to Lotus from that Grand Final. Really, we skipped the other 3 maps in the middle. Time this one out. PRX. It sucks to be in a position where you got to save on this round to give the 12 over to NRG.
Especially after your attack timeout. Brock entering with the Odin. A little bit of a jiggle for Ethan there. They're well aware of where Envy is, and he won't make it away with the operator, so something will be a little bit more empty-handed. And Paper X, they've got all of the ults, but none of the money up against map point here for NRG.
That round went from bad to worse with no recovery on the op. It just starts, like you said, you lose Forsaken like 5 seconds in, smoke's gone. Something trying to make something happen over on towards B and just gets dropped from behind. No chance to recover there. And they're basically on 5 ults.
I mean, that's the kind of round that NRG does, though. I remember that America's lower final, I think it was, against MIBR, where every round just feels hopeless. You get spammed.
Okay.
In goes that showstopper for Jing.
Let's see if we can find some hope. Jing really looking for it. Just going to have to throw that rocket out. Lots of ultimates being played in, and something, again, just doesn't really add anything as Ethan drops him almost immediately. Brock on the other side of that door, spamming on through. Jing made his way onto site, but they're just losing members. They're just continually losing more. NRG are going to make this one look easy. 2 left, down to 1. Forsaken versus the world. And despite the rocket going sideways, NRG is the world. Forsaken can't even run. 13 and 5. NRG clap back.
เดินแบบหน้าครับ
Really, really nice recovery from NRG. I felt like they were
แบบ3นี่ไม่แน่นะเนี่ยต้องรีเซ็ตให้ไวอะเนี่ย
ต้องรีเซ็ตเครื่องให้ไวตื่นแล้วเหรอตื่นแล้วเหรอ
Let's make some noise.
ตื่นแล้วเหรอโดน NRG 2-1 เอ้ยเป็นเรื่อง
Match found. Let's make some noise.
Fight.
Smoke's resonating.
Got him.
อุ้ยเลน่าไม่แจม
Teaming up. Smoke's resonating.
Buckle out.
Reloading. Get healed.
Making cover. Stage change. Stage 2.
Fight down.
Reloading.
Teaming up. Here's the heal.
Destabilizing.
Smoke's up. I can work with that. Pairing up.
It's you and me.
Smoke's up. Done. More is better.
Get out of my way.
โอ้เฮ้ยเอา
Get here.
Fire in the hole.
My time. That's it.
5 kills remaining.
Smoke's resonating.
แบบสามนะครับโอเปรี้ยมีแข่งเรื่อยๆแข่งทั้งปีกี่นาทีวะเนี่ยไม่มีบอกถ้าไม่มีบอกก็กดอีกตาเลยถ้าแม่งมาค่อยออกเกมไม่มีบอกใช่ไหม3 นาที
Match found.
ตลกคลิปไม่กล้าไอเกมวาดรูปแบบไฮไลท์แต่คลิปมันชั่วโมงกว่า
ไฮไลท์
แล้ว
แบบไห
ไฮ
นเนี่ย
ไฮไลท์เยอะจริง ไฮไลท์เป็นชั่วโมงเลย
Let's make some noise.
นอนดูยาวๆ มาแมป2ตะกี้ประมาณ15 นาที โอ้โยนานจัด กดได้2 ตาเลยมั้งเนี่ยเฟอ
What's up? What's up? And they're off.
Smoke's up.
ไอ้สัตว์ไม่รอเซ็ตรอเลย
Teaming up. Ludilla. Reloaded. Here's a heal. There. Focus up. Good. More is better.
DOS 9สุนไม่ไหนอะสุนนะสุนเอเลสเนี่ยเอเลสระโบโอ้ย
Three's good.
เพียง130เดี๋ยวรีบอย่า
I'm up. Dead enough. Inside. 10 seconds until stage change. Gotta go. Stage 3. Smoke's resonating. Effective. Nice one. Done.
It's you and me.
Pairing up.
Oh my goodness ไม่มาแล้วนี่ว่าไม่ทันปะวะ
Smoke's resonating. Up there.
My territory, my rules.
Three's good.
My ultimate's ready. Get up. Come on, let's go.
Four's better. Down.
New stage in 10. Triple, baby. Final stage.
Go, go.
My time.
That's it. Here's a heal. My ult's ready. Four's better. Smoke's resonating.
เฮ้ยเกมจะเริ่มแล้วรีบจบเร็วเอ้ยสปีดบูท
Get out of my way.
My time. Up there.
Don't mind the fact that it says RRQ on the top. That is in fact PRX defensive side first, NRG attacking. Kick it off over towards Shops.
Is it the third and decider map here, opening up the group? Winner will go on to take Vitality, I believe, in a qualification game for the playoffs. Loser will play Carmine Core in the elimination. NRG creeping their way in towards A main. Viper wall goes up, dash on in, and they've been given an open A site here. Divide trying to spam one down before the plant goes down, but NRG with the forward high tide will take all control here, including yellow.
Massive coverage. It's going to be Divide hiding behind the high tide and seeing a couple of shots come through on the opposite end as well. The rest of NRG, rather, PRX finally arrive.
Kiko up close and personal here. Not too much utility left over. Just the pistols here for NRG as PRX start to make their moves.
Envy took a little bit of damage early on. Hiding away is going to be Kiko, and he completely shuts down two members of PRX. As soon as they spot in, 4 versus 3 now, Brock. All the way in the back, Forsaken doesn't even get to move, and Jane, nothing in response either. Falling apart as PRX, NRG, another pistol, 3 pistols in a row going their way.
Yeah, really nicely worked there from NRG, just keeping things simple. Creep up in towards A main, throw up the Viper wall, Sova dart, and the dash on in, and when they recognize that it's a retake setup for PRX, they choose to even take a step forward. That is a big strength of the Harbor in combination with the Viper. Originally, we used to see this over on Icebox, where you're kind of segmenting the walls. But the Harbor gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you actually want to control in terms of the site. So being able to kind of further extend that control gave PRX a few more troubles on the retake going forward.
All right, Nightfall probably getting for 2 players. Forsaken and something is potentially got the sniper out, actually.
Yeah, 2 marshals. I mean, this is pretty common on Breeze, but PRX in particular here do have a couple of upgrades to try to keep this one interesting.
Okay, Kiko there as well. Moving up through mid, walking into something. He's been waiting for this opportunity.
Yep.
Buying up as well, given that what was the pistol going towards the NRG side of things? A very slow round. Look at the trappers well on the door side of things. Jing and Envy dodging out from the Viper molly as well. This could be very interesting. Should get checked though. 2 players there. Envy is the only one that actually gets somebody from the PRX side of things.
Yeah, both of the marshals here. Divide on the rotation over. Something not really able to do too much as the Viper wall goes up. Takes a chunk out of Kiko.
Unfortunate.
But look, not much to be done here as the wall gets dropped on PRX, and Divide not even able to take one more with him. Only Martyr to go down here for NRG, and a pretty nice anti-eco.
Yeah, but PRX would have liked to see a little bit more coming through from the marshals. No one really biting over towards mid. The trap setup. Now the mid doors only delivering the 1 kill. That's after the fact that they dodged out from that molly as well. Once more, Ethan, the rest of NRG, diffusing that situation. The device body shot Kiko not landing a kill either.
Fair bit invested in that round for PRX. He's going to hamstring the opening gun round a little bit. Couple of sets of light armor. Full buy up for NRG, who were kind of cutting corners there. Initial contact. Going the way of either one of these teams. Forsaken well aware that there's a couple of players over towards B main. That's the second time that Kiko has picked Forsaken on the jump spot. And this is a landslide for NRG.
Yeah, Forsaken's first deaths just keep going up, unfortunately, as the light armor gets a little bit lighter now, not in a good way for PRX. 5 versus 2. You know, a map and a half ago, I would have said maybe still winnable for PRX. Divide can certainly do it, but now the way this is going, looking like 3 in a row for NRG.
Yeah, they are all over this. Just keeping things pretty simple here, using the double E-net just to be able to take control of the mains and springboard into these quicker executes. PRX having a really tough time dealing with it.
So those first deaths, man. No trades either. Heavy investment on that second round. Double marshals being brought in. Doesn't allow every single member on your team to have a full buy on this round 3 rifle. Now you have to walk out, tail tucked between your legs for PRX. They even hold on to a couple of rifles here.
It's the best possible start for NRG, honestly. Like, the cash is already like 2+K on all of these players. They're about to win the bonus round, up 3-0 on the attacking side of Breeze. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare to navigate for PRX.
Similar to what we saw in Fracture, but the opposite side around, right? I mean, we just saw the fact that you get those 5 in a row, bonus converted as well. After PRX wins the pistol, they got both the pistols on Fracture now. 3 pistols in a row. Haven't seen anything come through from PRX. The timeout coming through super early.
See what they want to kind of construct around these two rifles that have been kept through from the opening gun round. Might be some marshals or sheriffs to be invested in. Maybe throw a shotty in the mix, especially if they want to contest a main or something like that. Up to PRX to kind of pick themselves up. This has been a false start here on Breeze so far. NRG are looking pretty locked in, really running through with all of the momentum they garnered from stomping PRX on Lotus, and Breeze looks like it's heading in much the same direction.
I mean, it really did say it earlier on, but it kind of feels like we're speed running the London finals in a way where get a very resounding win on Fracture that this time around actually kind of gets a lot more competitive, and then slowly but surely.
นี่คือมันทำเอาเหรอ
Tim from PRX, confidence seems down as well. Some of those magic moments you get out of Fracture, you're just not getting anymore.
I'll see what they come up with here. Got a lot of work to do. I think the objective starts to move, especially when you have this good of a start on the attacking side from, you know, being able to string rounds together, being able to break the money to how many can we kind of chip in early on here. You got to kind of adjust your expectations. Forsaken really going to go for a Guardian here. Down to $400. Indeed, he is investing quite a lot in this round. He feels like PRX have a good chance to win it.
Two players with just the pistols out there as well, including something who's super far away from the Blade Storm, and PRX getting nice and active early on. Couple players wanting to move a little bit deeper into the mid. As NRG, full respect, they want to be prepared for the potential PRX doing something here.
Yeah, something very much saving for an operator heading in towards the next round. Ethan jiggling for the mid push, and he it's courtesy really of this deep wall from PRX. Makes NRG a little bit nervous that they will be taking some space over there, and sometimes they even just throw down that wall and then just play towards the mains. In this case, NRG really doing their due diligence, working their way through the map up. Elbow drone goes into middle.
Drone sees nothing. Smoke ends up being pretty useful there for PRX just to hide inside the
เปลี่ยน
cove.
เป้าอีกแล้วพี่ยังไง
They don't see anything on the opposite end either. Time is
หมด
running
แล้ว
out.
ความ
NRG
มั่น
have
ใจ
barely made moves. It's confusing PRX a little bit.
I think they're making the right call here, though. Just dropping off Scooper in middle for the late lurk. He's able to play in front of this Viper wall, so it's not really troubling NRG too much as they group back up towards this A site. Similar to the pistol, it's just going to be Divide retake. The rest of PRX have cleared all of B, but the Execute's going to get in a little bit faster.
Oh, full flash, and Divide isn't able to get anything. Forsaken once again. First death, very unfortunate. Brock will convert onto that lone player, Divide, who can't respond at all. Divide, one of the only
เกมเริ่มที่เรา5พี่
Yeah, something with naught but a classic. Oh, there you go. He's picked up the Vandal. Wants to try to make this one a little bit more interesting. Two players cripplingly low on the side of NRG.
Three players off-site here as well. They do get smoked off. Gives a little bit of opportunity for PRX, who with their guns available, one being picked up by something. It's playable, but it's not anymore. They're just leaving, aren't they?
Yeah, they got to save. You really got to min-max your money when NRG has this much cash. Like, you've got to be able to guarantee yourself as many gun rounds as you can get access to, because there's no breaking the attacking side economy anymore. Forsaken looking for some damage here at the end. Oh, sorry, Jing. Some damage here at the end of the round. Stand out by the KO knife. I do imagine he's probably just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't feel the need to force the issue. He's trying to keep NRG interested so that... As it stands, NRG really just passing the test with flying colors. 5 alive heading into round 5. They're going to have like 7K on each of these players, something like that. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of cash for the attackers.
And they played that round so slowly as well that PRX, like I sort of mentioned, they got really confused towards the end. Didn't really know where to go. Leaving Divide just to anchor A alone, and we'll see what happens with that. And just couldn't even trade 1-for-1 there. Leaves Marta, I believe, on 5 HP.
I think this changes plans for PRX as well. I was pretty sure that something was saving for an operator, but as he picks up a Vandal to save into the next round, instead it's going to be rifle-centric game fate for PRX.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Opener with the utility here. Keiko gets sent in, then wrapped back into middle here for NRG. Not going particularly well so far. They've really tried to cause a little bit of reaction and a rotation in the early round for PRX, but they still end up a man down.
Haven't seen PRX get in the first spot in some time now over the course of these rounds. Keiko trying to dive on in on A and being punished for it. Divide onto Brock as well. Okay, Sun to look really comfortable for PRX. Will still be a plant coming on through, but a 2 versus 4 now. No ultimates in play. Plenty of money though, so NRG happy to get it done.
We're on the front foot. Nice placement of the Viper Orb here. Ethan could set him up with a nicely timed flash to try to start to even off the numbers. Scuba going for a little bit of a play here. Something well and truly ready for it. Just down to Ethan. trying to do some damage to the economy of PRX. Fragment got to keep something at arm's length. Forsaken's made it up onto the site, and Forsaken just something rather just pushing straight into the fragment. PRX getting themselves their first
ไม่เกรงใจ
gun round
แฟกเมนต์พี่อีธานเลย
that'll be needed.
แรงด้วยนะแฟกเมนต์
Until Ethan wasn't ready for that. Something pushing into the fragment. Leaves with 6 HP. One of the few times now that we're really starting to see PRX getting that first blood, converting onto secondary kill, getting really heavy numbers in their favor. Starting to bite their way back into this map a little bit.
Be a long road back in, but that round was fantastic, really. NRG trying to go for one of these set plays where they set up the jet for success in the early round with a little bit of the double E
มีอีกเรื่องนึง
utility
ที่มันควร
and
จั
have
ด
a
การ
wrap into middle in the mid round to catch
เรื่อ
some
ง
of
อง
those
ศากล้องที่
rotations.
ตั้งอะ
Well, you want to see the op come through for something that
ปกติ
will
มัน
now
ต้อง
be
มี
the
แท่น
case back over towards
ให้
mid.
ให้กล้อง
Has to be a little bit
ระหว่าง
concerned about
ตั
the
วหรือ
dart.
ถูกกว่าใช่ไหม
Same for Keiko though, and he's holding this line
รอ
nicely.
มองมุมสูง
PRX punished in the opening kills department yet again, and NRG with a man advantage.
Really expensive there, unfortunately for PRX. Jing now playing off of Forsaken together. Hey, main's good. No command is going to cause a little bit of issues here. Jing really would like a kill. He's got one, but instantly Kiko responds with no flash is decent, but Kiko doesn't care. That's going to be A taken care of. 4 versus 2 again. Once again, you have to look at the money side. Divine and Envy, how much do they want this?
It's locked out of it, really. The high tide only just went down. Envy's going to give it a little bit of a sniff, but Devi is just sitting in nest. I don't think he's interested in this 2-on-4 at all.
Just got around for PRX. It's already going the wrong way now. Not a bad shot from Envy.
Really just going for damage, though. I don't think he's particularly interested. Dart on in to keep NRG at arm's length. And nicely done. Yeah,
actually, not bad.
That's what he was going for the whole time. Really, really well worked. Heads up play from Envy. He'll be able to hand that to something in the next round. And with 2 guns saved over, PRX will be able to put together another buy here.
Small play by Kiko at the start of that one. Out dueling something and then converting a little bit later on as well.
Wouldn't be surprised to see NRG go for this quick mid to A yet again here. They do have some good ults to be doing it. You see often Keiko has been wielding the operator in the last round or so, but he could rip the Blade Storm here, pick up the pace. You can get the Hunter's Fury on through with the dart up over the top. Something that could go quite well for NRG. They did just condition the mid to A though with the pick on mid doors and the null command. So we'll see what they want to go going for here. It does seem like they are going to choose to go to the other side of things. Back to B.
B's open. Nobody home. Late Storm, you called it. Will be popped this round as well for Kiko. And yep, full retake on B, I'm afraid, for PRX. Something might catch a little bit of a whiff of a player. Oh, it doesn't quite land the shot, though. That would have been a hard one to land for sure. Kiko on the other side would just completely rip away Envy. 5v4.
Yeah, awkward exchange. Tried to go for the drone. Envy under a little bit too much pressure there. Drone from Brock does spot out that the flank will be coming through from PRX as he meets up with the rest of the team on site. And NRG have flipped the map. They are in defense. It's going to be a very difficult retake for PRX.
PRX now got to execute like they're the attacking side instead. At least their smokes are still online. Brock has a decent line and a decent shot onto Divine. Numbers are now looking sad. And something is just going to peel off. 1v1. Marta. Nice. Okay. Makes things slightly better for them. Maybe just playing for the exits now.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to hold on to these 3 rifles, but at some point you've got to stop saving and start getting some rounds. Jing covers that smoke push from Scuba well, but that's where the good news really ends. 6-1 for NRG. What a brutal start to this map for the Pacific fans.
Yeah. NRG can just close out the 1 more round. They get the 7. And I think for PRX, recovering up to 4 would be pretty good for them at this stage. Because this kind of deficit is rough to make a comeback from. They are still going to have the weapons to play through, but I hear you, man. At some stage, you gotta stop saving. And I think this next round coming up might just be that one. Another timeout coming on through. Plenty to talk about for PRX to recover in this half.
Yeah, second time. Just as many rounds here on Breeze have not had an answer for what NRG's been throwing at them so far. This has been a very well-constructed attacking side of Breeze. The double E Harbor is something that can be really difficult to play around, especially when the other team is so well organized. The attacking side op has been having some pretty serious impact. Like Keiko has been finding opening picks like it's nothing on the jet, causing a big problem for PRX thus far. Needs Forsaken to start to turn things around here. He hasn't had any impact on the
been quiet,
Neon.
yeah.
It's usually a pretty good agent, pretty good map for him.
It's been a rough couple of maps. Like I said, that first death stat line is a bit haunting. When you look at a guy like Forsaken, you certainly expect more. And a massive turnaround for everyone on NRG. I mean, Marta had a rough go of Fracture, but now that's feels like such a long time ago. For NRG winning this the way they are is pretty shocking for PRX and a shocking day for Pacific in general if they can't pull through.
Deep ball on mid here once again for PRX. One way thrown into A main, very much trying to play disruptive. And there you go, wall dropped on Kiko and something gets the opener. Marta replying with the operator picked up from the chat though. He is pretty good at wielding this gun himself.
Yep.
แล้วไม่มีโอเมนตั้งแต่เริ่มเกม
Familiar territory, the op for Marta.
ยากเลย
Reckoning available here as NRG will play this one quietly. Let's take a look at Elbow.
ไปอย่างไว
How much does PRX want to move up?
And NV knows he's kind of just in the Goldilocks spot.
ไว้ซัด
Not
ดิ
too hot, not too cold. He's just
แต่ว่า
sitting
ดาวไว
tight.
ยังไม่ได้
To
ใช้เนี่ย
disrupt this pivot to B if necessary. Something on the other side of things has still got this A main info line with the operator. And Ethan got to spot that out. Well aware that the jet is sitting right there.
เรียบร้อยเจอพี่ติง
Drone
ลุก
goes into
ยัง
middle
ไง
here for NRG. Courtesy of that wall being put up by Devi, it's drawing out
มา
a
ว่ะ
lot of utility.
นี่มันต้องซัดดิวะ
Simplifying things back towards A main.
Well, they got
อยากรู้ว่าคมจริงหรือเปล่า
is there based on the knife coming through from Ethan. How they want to defuse the scenario. They have still util to play through. Box got recon in there as well. Okay, there it is. Just play the ultimate. That'll be enough, more than enough to push off our jet from the line. Devi will so clean Ethan up. Something wanted more of that Blade Storm. Smarter and Brock. The operator changes hands once again. High tide coming on in. 3 versus 2. 17 seconds left to play through 2v1. Envy. He's not been spotted just yet. Might have a brilliant timing here, but needs to be able to get through undetected. And he can't do so. NRG again. Big celebration from their side of the stage. Collecting that 2v1 victory, extending their lead even further.
Yeah, nice work there for NRG. Finally, when PRX are able to find an opener, immediate reply from Marta. And NRG just able to simplify a lot of these rounds and use the double E-Nit to the best of its abilities. The KO knife spotting out where the operator is, and then they're just placing the utility right where it's needed. They got to put themselves into a winnable post plant.
7-1, massive difference in rounds, and PRX have really burned through the timeouts as well.
ขออะไรบ้างขอ3ก็ได้ตอนนี้
All alone now. They got to figure this one out. Back over towards mid. Something and Devi playing together. That is big information. Ethan, they're looking for him. They want him. Devi's got it. Secondary as well. Onto Scuba. Not too bad. Sphere was used in that exchange as well. Kiko onto Devi. For the exchange, 3 versus 4 now as Rifle will be recovered by Kiko.
Yeah, drone out onto the middle line. Hunter's Fury ripped by Envy, looking to try to further extend the numbers, but dodged out nicely there by NRG. The rest of PRX all swinging into middle. Kiko and Brock hitting the deck. It's all
เดี๋ยว
on
พอพี่เอ้ย
Marta.
GG ปุ๊บมาแล้ว
Spike in hand. It's trying to curve towards B to try to draw attention
เอาลุก
away
ไป
from
ฉี่แบบเดียวหายไป
PRX.
4
Jing cutting the map in half.
Ching onto Marta. Yeah, he sees him, but he doesn't land the shots. Marta cleans him up.
GG เป็นเรื่อง
ไม่เป็นไร
At least they know where Marta is now. That's the good news. 30 HP as well. Something up next. Doesn't get the opportunity to make the shot happen. And this is unbelievable. Marta.
That's so
ไอสัตว์มันหลุด
perfectly
ว่ะ
off the
เขาเล่นนีออน
Forsaken.
แล้วมันหลุดจังวะพี่
Avoided something with the perfect high
ทุกตัวตอน
tide.
เนี้ย
I mean, if he had a little bit more HP, I thought he would have put together a
แต่แมตช์แรก
1v4
ก็
there.
เอาอยู่แล้วสกายหรือว่า
Starting
นี
to
ออน
look
ไม่
dangerous,
คอม
that's
ฟอร์
for
ตสำหรับ
sure.
เจสัน
Hit
ต่อ
low HP, but just the ability to get past the early 2 plays and get those kills.
I mean, we're past dangerous for PRX. They're getting cooked here.
Considering that was a 4v1, that's still rough for PRX. Dropping 2 members in that 4v1.
Yeah. Makes their money quite breakable here. Couple of ults to work with though. Overdrive and the pit ready to go here for PRX. It's a slow round.
Again.
I mean, 2-1-2 here for NRG. Deep wall
หรือว่า
across
ควร
middle.
พิจารณา
Keep
เลิก
on the
เล่น
line.
นีออนวะ
Should be an easy one, but I don't think Forsaken's got a bite. Something has been playing through mid multiple times now, using that Viper's wall to tuck himself in, and I lied about Forsaken. He does want to do something here, or perhaps that's actually just Kiko pushing in himself. In either case, another first death for Forsaken doesn't help PRX yet.
Something's pretty deep in middle though. Could be a great position to be leveraging in towards the mid to late round, but with that deep wall again, I mean, you just continue using the initiator utility. Something able to actually dash out nicely. Updraft dash with the cloud burst keeps himself
แต่
alive.
มันก็กลับมาใหม่
Might
แล้ว
have pulled that through a little early. Didn't even see the drone yet. Just kind of preempted the drone. Assumed the drone was going to spot him, but
ไม่ขอเยอะ
in the
ขอ
case, the
4
drone did its job. As the rest of NRG grouped together, ready to finish on B. It's going to be essentially playing for a retake here. Envy pretty back in terms of his positioning on site.
Yeah, he pushed back into the site. Dart just came back up off cooldown, but at the end of the day, it's a Sova by himself against an entirety of a B execute, and they're really kind of narrowing down the options. They know his front side sight, flash flying on through, and he only goes 1-for-1. TP towards the back side of the site. Paranoia out from G, but they're more than ready for it.
I saw the lineup there for Envy, but unfortunately just couldn't land the second kill. Would have been pretty insane. 4 versus 2 pinned down. Paper X's chances dwindling here as something sees just a little bit of a shoulder of a player. And that shoulder converts into a Brock kill. Divide will be good for 1, but not good enough to do anything else.
หลุดเหมือนกันวะ
He goes all over it. Another 3K. Having a blinder of a game on the jet. Fantastic attacking side here for NRG. Really putting Paper X under the pump. If they want any chance of picking up Breeze here, they need probably both of the next 2 rounds, let's be honest.
Don't need that. No need to win the pistol anti-eco in the second half. I mean, the fact that Emmy gets 1 here, look at the possible lineup. Nearly had the secondary, but just couldn't quite get the head of Brock.
There's just too much to do, though. Like, you're playing as a Sova against a full execute.
Yeah. Look at the double outlaw into the operator here as well. Just trying to clean up these low HP Sheriff players coming through the
เฮ้ยมาแล้วเจสัน
overdriving his way through to victory. That'll make things over for NRG.
เทรดไววัยรุ่นเทรดไว
Numbers actually going the way of Paper X here, and they've recovered at least 1 outlaw.
พอแล้ว
Brock still on the line here. If the wall gets dropped, something would have gone down, but he's able to slip back through onto that nice off angle. Drone through towards elbow, confirming that NRG are still kind of hanging around in spawn side.
ได้ข่าว
PRX
นี้เรียกว่าได้
definitely
ข่าว
want to be slowing this round down, not giving away this man advantage.
ยังห่วง
With a
ปืน
minute
อยู่
on
ตอน
the
เนี้ย
clock, though, NRG need to
ยั
get
ง
a
ไง
bit
มัน
of
ก็
a
ต้อง
rig along.
ต้องเฝ้าอ่ะ
The other thing is, like, if you abandon this position, start giving away the guns, something Divide looking for those pickups. Oh, and Brock gets a shot. That
โดน
is
สะกิด
gross.
ตะแรงเลย
HP left.
เบือก
Yeah, something sliding out onto the line. 1 share of shots, all that's needed to catch
ตาย
him.
เบือก
Down goes the spike. Ethan now trying to pick up the pieces.
โดนสไนอีก
Completes the thrifty for Paper X. That is a classic
มันบ้า
from
ผมมัน
them.
มีทั้ง
The
เอาโหลดทั้
elbow
ง
play
โอเปอ
with
เร
the
เตอร์
paranoia overdrive
เดี๋ยวจะเชื่อ
ripped. It's a recipe for success when you have no money to work with. Now if they could just pick up this gun round towards the end of the half,
ถ้าได้สัก
it's at
4
least
นี่โอเคป่ะ
doable.
ถ้าได้4
The sheriff's in charge
แล้ว
of
ได้
this
พกด้วย
town.
ฮะ
ได้6ด้วย
Shaken overdriving through, delivering a couple of nice early kills, starting to give some weapons over.
ไม่ขอเยอะ
ยุทโธปกรณ์เต็ม
HP and
สอง
no
ออฟ
numbers at all for NRG to play. That is a
ขอ
well
4
put
วิน
together
เท่านั้น
round for Paper X to start this campaign of a potential comeback back in again, but really shot now. By the way, something did steal away that operator, but it's pushed off the line.
ตาที่แล้วก็อย่างเงี้ยแล้วพอ
Drone
บุก
at
ไอ้
least spotting out where the op is playing.
โดตายบุก
Goes the harbor roll, as well as the null command.
Đây
But
là một
something still picks 1 on the cross straight through the Viper wall. That is illegal. Divide out, waiting for further aggression, and he's going to find it as well. Nice multi-frag on in. Ethan trading 1 back. The high tide zoning Paper X away for
สอง
now.
แล้วใจเย็น
Ethan looking for more with this null command, but Marta's the one that will actually find this kill. There's not a lot of members left to play through. Just 1, just Ethan. Taps the spike. Reels in the last 3 members. Forsaken is the one that bites, but Jing is the one that actually gets to chew up the last player.
เฮ้ย
And now suddenly 2 rounds in a row. Paper X building back the confidence, building back the economy, building up the potential of a comeback.
Big whiff of the Hong Tai at the end of things there. For Envy, that's the SEA power right there. So we head into half-time. He's going to need all of the energy possible. No pun intended. That's a really nice hold from Paper X, though. Something, despite 2 ults being thrown at him, and a Viper Wall still fights a pick, and Divide, who has only had a couple of little moments so far in this game of Breeze. That's a very key multi-frag. Like I said, Paper X needed both of those rounds towards the end of the half.
Yep.
And now it's at least doable, but I think NRG are still going to be feeling confident here.
Paper X still in it to win it. Need to see those magical moments. Saw the kind of insane rounds, insane kills that Divide got in the first 2 maps. Clutches he had on Fracture. Insane sheriff shots he had. Top of A on Lotus as well. Now late in the day, what an incredible eco they win.
ไม่มีกล้องให้
With
โค้ด
only a couple rounds left to play through.
โอ้จริง
Forsaken showing up when it counts as well.
Yeah.
Overdrive and
กล้อง
play
ให้
to
โค้ดไม่
sort
พอ
of deliver that one over.
เริ่ม6 โมง
But otherwise, NRG in full control of this map and in the position to win the entire series.
ขนาด
A little
2-0
bit
นะ
of
ฮะ
momentum in towards the tail end of that last half, though, for PRX. They need to really embody that. They'd love a pistol here. Start to close the gap in towards
อ
the
ย่างเงี้ยละ
second
วันแรก
half.
ปัญหาเต็มไปหมด
Start kicking things off on the attacking side. This is where, particularly playing into the comp that NRG is piloting here on Breeze, you're really going to be put through your paces. Harbor, KO, very disruptive comp. It's going to be coves, you know, one-ways, things like that. The Storm Surge to try to deny that kind of A main space. The KO knife really directing the flow of traffic and gathering information. Ethan is a bit of a master on this agent.
He's thinking deep. Man, the screen there, leading the charge for NRG. After a rough start in the series, game is in their hands, ball is in their court. Did say, though, for PRX, they would like to finish the first half with at least 4. They got that, and now I think pistol basically required here.
Yeah, here on the B stream, we've already had one victory for Americas over Pacific. We are staring down the barrel of another. It's up to PRX to change that narrative. Both teams kind of peppering shots down range in middle, and I'm surprised no one walks away dead from that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Complete disengage, and PRX pick up the pace again.
Some damage done to players, something, and Marta, the ones that actually get shot there, and Brock.
มันไม่คิดจะแบบว่าคิด
See if
ว่า
he
อยู่
can
บี
find
อะไรอย่าง
somebody
เงี้ย
through
มั้ง
that smoke. Not going to be the case, but everyone's basically arriving now, just waiting for Scuba to come through from spawn as well. Something up first. He's half HP, but it's MB and Jing onto Marta. And let's get the PRX. Spike plant to come on through. Now NRG. Let's see what else they can do. Nothing so far. 5 versus 2 now. Kiko doesn't even get divided either.
เข้าแก๊ปเข้าแก๊ป
Scuba. A little bit late to the party here. Never even got a chance to get involved. A flawless pistol for PRX. Full momentum coming in from the end of that last half, and they are very much in this game of Breeze now.
Get that anti-eco in there. That's another round. 6 and 8 now starts to feel, if they get that round, a lot more doable. Then we're seeing the danger they can have on the bonus as well based on what Fracture is. Let's see if NRG has anything to say about it though. This round though, happy to just let it go economy-wise. Classics abroad. Something is potentially also making that save towards the op as well. Let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, for sure.
โอ้มัน
I
นั่ง
mean,
ทำอะไร
it
วะ
is
ส
just
กูบ้า
pistols with the outlaw divide. Knows that NRG have taken that A main space courtesy of the KO knife from early on.
ฉีกเป้าอยู่คนไม่อยู่กันเต็มเลย
Scuba maybe found the side of Forsaken for a moment, but it's all down to Marta to see if he can fashion even one kill. Nicely timed Storm Surge, but that's where it ends. Another
Fallen.
win
มันจะรวยอ่ะนะ Fallen รวย
PRX
นะ
as they win their 4th round in a row.
Kiko showing off his dance moves there as PRX walks in. Double flawless as mentioned, plenty of money in the bank. They could afford to really buy up here, given the amount of players on PRX that still had pistols for that round. Could be a very dangerous looking bonus coming on through in terms of economy.
See what NRG come up with. Gap has closed quite substantially. Cannot afford to let a team of PRX's caliber back into a game. It's going to be the flash to set up the jet for the pick here early on in combination with a little bit of a shocky onto door. PRX just pinging out the map. Triple swing to try to re-clear that mid space. And it seems like they want to group up back towards A. They're in 2 minds about what they want to be doing this round. I guess it's back to B here.
It's double rifle plus Guardian. Outlaw Bulldog, so somewhat reasonably competitive buy in terms of this bonus.
For sure.
A little bit of exploration coming through, mid under control for NRG. As NRG start to sniff the fact that it could be a B, and that's exactly what it looks like under pressure now. Scuba, he's paranoid out, but hiding behind a box. There's no contact just yet to be found. I mean, this is a scary moment for Scuba. The rest of the troops are still yet to arrive. Starting to come through from spawn now. As Marta and Brock will be up. A couple of kills here looking good so far, and Brock is really delivering now. PRX not getting as much out of this push as they would have liked. But Divide into 1v1. Viper versus Viper. It's Phantom versus Outlaw, but Scuba's already tagged down.
วบตรงไหน
See if Divide can find that shot.
เฮ้ยสกูบ้าไม่เต็มด้วย
But kind of dance around.
มันยืนหน้าโดนมากเลย
well
จากเม
aware
น
that he was anchoring the side initially. He was spotted out early on. Wall going up for Scuba here. Divide. Sheriff in hand creeping up on the line.
Oh,
Doesn't
yeah,
have a
yeah,
primary
yeah,
weapon
yeah,
to be
yeah,
using.
yeah.
15 seconds on the clock, and Scuba is all over this tunnel flank.
Oh,
reading this one very well.
Is he? He is. Managed to get back in there, timing extremely well, as mentioned. Thought for a second there that he might have turned away at the
เมื่อกี้ดาไว
wrong
น่า
time,
จะ
but
ทะลุให้มัน
Divide just
จบๆไป
had
เลย
not even a single shot to say in that round. But like I said, a
เป็นไงกับข่าว
dangerous
แพทเป็น
bonus
ไง
coming
ฟอ
through that
ยัง
could
ไม่
be
รู้
very
ความจริง
competitive. Ends up in a
ไม่
1 versus
ไม่
1. So
ออกมาจากปาก
despite
เจ้า
winning
ตัว
that one,
ที่แท้ทรู
very
นะ
curious about the money situation for NRG.
ตีความเลยไม่
เดิ
ได้
นดีอ่ะว่า
Yeah, definitely a lot of guns taken away from them.
มันอยู่ตั้งแต่คนแรก
Will
แต่
at
คน
least
สุดท้าย
deny that
ครับด้วย
bonus. You have a judge on in here for Kiko. So just trying to scrap together a buy. Both teams started to run out of money early on. As once again you have a similar opening to the round here. Shock dart in towards doors, got a lot of damage there to open things up. Something looking for a pick with the Outlaw over towards this B side of the map. And indeed, Scuba is
ไอ้
low
ที่เจอ
on
ฝั่งตรง
armor.
ข้ามชอบมารอออกประตู
There it
เด็ก
is.
ชาร์จแจกเลยว่ะเรียบร้อย
Scuba
ครับ
down, that
Tickle
is
peak.
B. Almost
ข
open,
อ
still
ติ๊ก
play
เกอร์
there
หน่
in
อย
Brock.
ก็ไม่ได้
Just putting the pressure on numbers-wise to keep
But
things
Diva
interesting
wouldn't
here
he?
as we go back over towards mid for PRX.
He'd be taking space on B.
ไอ้
Causing
นี่
a
แฝง
lot of
ตัวเข้าไป
problems.
แล้วค
The
รับ
judge is still here towards mid doors. That should be an easy
โอ้ย
opener
เหี้ย
for
ลูก
Kiko.
ซอง
Under a little bit of
no
pressure. Tentative now from Jing, pushed away by the fragment.
Paranoia. But Amada still gets Jing, and now Brock as well.
Oh, they
Envy,
beating,
we talked
yeah.
about him exploring over towards B.
Yang
That might be
Beat
the
back.
opening now to play on through. And
นี่แล้ว
NRG
เขาแห่
now
มา
as
กันหมด
well.
แล้ว
Trying to cut off something here, and not going to get the time to get that cut off, actually.
Yeah, NRG on the wraparound.
โอ้โห
ว้าว
โดน
Through
นี่เล่นได้ไหม
elbow. Spike has not gone down yet for
Wow.
PaperX. Envy is on the push all the way through spawn.
Okay.
Something planting in a safe location here as Marta creeps up on him, caught by Kiko as well. Ethan is ready for this flank from Divide. Great read on this round from NRG. Envy last player surviving, and they know that he was deep on B. Cove onto the spike. Marta taps it.
มีโคบอีก
And they're giving him nothing. Nice opener here. 20 HP. Half has to come through. He's going to get a little bit of chip damage onto Marta, but it takes way too long to go through that cove here. Marta's off the spike. Gonna start defusing it. Swing on through from Keiko. Gets it done for NRG. Double digits.
มันก็กลัวอยู่นะกลัวโดนตัวแปม
Two
ตาย
players there from PaperX. Really far away from helping something, unfortunately, as Envy that is deep exploration all the way in enemy spawn, but doesn't quite have the HP or the time to do much more.
เกินไป
Now,
ว่ะ
starts out okay. We talk about the one kill from something onto Scuba, but beyond that, that mid doors causing issues for PaperX as they couldn't make their way through that at all.
The NRG very much on top of the rotations here, especially in a pretty complex round. PaperX with a little bit of a mixed bag by here. Divide feeling like a hero with the hero Vandal.
I have the spike.
Very close towards a pit. If he ends up in a post plant, this could be problems for an NRG whose money is still
ไอ้สัน
very
ล่าง
much
ยืน
shaky
ไปไหน
at
แล้ว
this
วะพี่
point.
Which means that maybe the low buy of PaperX can still find some value here
ล่าง
for
นี่ยืน
Sink
ทุก
on
ราว
the shotgun
พวกนี้
Neon.
ไม่
He's
ค่อย
on
ได้
the
ฟิ
wrong
ตเนส
patch
หรือ
of
เปล่า
that, but
ทำไมไม่ค่อยยืนเลยวะช่วงนี้มัน
ไม่ค่อยได้ฟิตเนส
มั
ในช่วงนี้
คี
Very
บลุกอะ
dangerous buy
ไม่ค่อยได้ฟิต
for NRG to be dealing with here.
เหนื่อยง่ายเหนื่อยง่าย
PaperX with a lot of weapons that could do some serious damage. This Outlaw is the main crux of the issue, though, and this is a fantastic angle for Keiko.
see if PaperX are ready for that one. No, not quite. Oh my god. Doubling up. Exactly what you want to see out of the Outlaw player, and now PaperX left hurting. Didn't even fast lane, didn't even really do too much in terms of utility, or otherwise I guess Kiko just sees over the top of everything either way.
Yeah,
ไป
I mean, it's
โอ
just
กา
a
สสุด
dirty
ท้าย
off
แล้ว
angle over
อี
the
โค
top of
วัน
the
นี้รอบ
Viper
สุดท้าย
wall.
แล้ว
Not
หลั
much
งจาก
really
นี้
to
ห้าม
be
พลา
done.
ด
These are great positions for NRG.
But
Like,
then
they're
Matt
really
Cook
just out positioning
ก็ยังมีโอ
PaperX,
กาส
preempting
แต่
any
NRG
kind of
ลั่นจัด
aggression.
ตอนนี้
Spike dropped out in the open. Outlaw is still on the line if it's even needed. And something on double doors, cleaned up by Marta. A flawless round for NRG. And it's looking like back-to-back stomps to reverse sweep this series here.
And we're looking at an okay early half for PaperX, double flawless. Really closing the gap slightly, but after that third round bonus of the half, things start to go back the way of NRG massively. I lied about the fast lane, but in either case, doesn't really help Forsaken towards the end there. Finally, you get to see 5-4 rifles on PaperX.
See what they come up with here. Very much starting to run out of time. Two players on light armor. It's a glass cannon Vandal here for Divide. Quick moves into middle for PaperX. Backed up by a little bit of elbow control.
It's fully taken here. Drone to re-clear potentially. That gets removed, but the information gained. Now Jing on the line here. Brock trying to get flashed out and something just
Yeah,
takes him
top.
off the table. As
up.
we set the table now for A as well, it's going to be Scuba up first. Double poison orbs being played on in, but something has already made its way on site. He snuck away and finds an opportunity to just shut Kiko down. 5 versus 3 now. Seems like NRG are not quite ready for this one. Scuba has to drop off.
เดินมาแบบ ชิว
Finds a really nice timing for those two openers. Open plant for PRX who are playing this from yellow side, and I think NRG are just forced to save.
I mean, they have the money for it, but the numbers don't look good. Mata's already on the other side of the map.
แก๊ปอย่างนี้มันแป๊บเดียวเองนะมันก็ยังพลาดกันเลยนะ
PRX clinging on.
ใช่
Now this map in the series so far, 7-11.
รอบครอบหมดไปได้
NRG still though in control. 2 more rounds required. Still got 3 guns.
แต่เมื่อ
Everyone's
กี้มัน
still
ถื
got
อว่า
plenty of
อ่าน
money.
พลาดนะถ้าบอกว่ามีมีทามมิ่งถ้าพูดอ่ะเพื่อนต้องถอยเมื่อกี้หรือไม่เจ็ดก็ต้องดันเข้าไปเช็ค
I
อ่ะ
cannot believe PRX are exiting
ถือว่า
here. They do not have much money. It's a big lineup for Ethan that takes 2 guns away from them. Scuba on the off angle now.
เพื่อนอาจจะทำอีกอย่างเมื่อกี้น่าจะเงียบเลย
แล้วทำไมถึงเลือกไปล่าวะเราก็ไม่ได้รวยปะ
Yeah, it's NRG that have plenty of money. Even if NRG die here, look at their bank. It's good. PRX are like throwing their lives and their guns away for not a lot of gain.
I don't know why they exited spawn side there. I got to be honest. Maybe they were concerned about the flank towards A main, but the dart confirmed that NRG was playing on spawn there. So definitely not ideal, especially when you're trying to come back from such a deficit here on the attacking side. These are weapons that you very much need.
Ethan happy with that. Doubles up with the Bulldog and doesn't even care if he dies because 4 ultimates online. Money
แต่
still
เข้าใจในสิ่งที่
amazing.
เวลามันเข้าใจในสิ่งที่มันคิดจะทำกันนะเวลาแบบเกมเสร็จเปลี่ยน
From the side of
เหมือน
NRG.
พยายามแบบเปลี่ยนให้ได้มาก
And
ที่สุดอะ
something got some magic to play with a what?
ผมกล้าเล่นกล้าอะไรเผื่อโมเมนตัมมันเปลี่ยน
Brock to
เพราะว่า
respond.
ถ้ามัน
Don't
เล่น
even
แบบ
know if
เดิ
he
ม
gets
ก็
a
เหมือนเดิ
tag
ม
there. Doesn't look like it so far. Just completely whiffs on the Hunter's Fury and on
มัน
site
เลย
we
ดู
go
เหมือนเล่น
now.
โยน
What
ๆ
can
แต่
Scuba do?
แค่
He's
พยายามเปลี่ย
alone
น
at the
โมเมน
moment,
ตัม
playing on the other side of the wall. Does he have the opportunity to burst on through?
ไม่เนียน
Just finds him. Reveal the barrel or something.
ระดับ
And
ตัว
something
โรเทตครับ
has the freebie on to
เรียบร้อย
Brock. Goodbye, good night.
ไปแจ้ง
5v2.
เพื่อนเปล่า
Give him
มี
a
แก๊ปมีแก๊ป
PRX.
หลุด
That's 2 rounds in a row
เอ
when
อ
something just
เพื่อน
multi-frags.
เพื่อนนั่งไอ้นี่แหละ
And puts a
นั่ง
round
บนอยู่เลย
together. Kiko come in on the lurk, but that is a gorgeous little high-low for
น่าจะได้ยิน
PRX,
ปะ
who are very much on the
ก็
warpath
ติ้งหันไป
here.
มองอยู่
Still a lot of work to be done, though. You
Do
can see
they
the
want
money.
to run after Ethan
No,
again?
probably not.
เฮ้ย
Something
ไม่
wants
ไกล
it.
นะ
The money's a little bit
ไม่
better
ไกล
this
นะ
time
ตอน
around.
เนี้ย
Something's keen.
ไม่ไกลพี่อยู่ปากซอย71เนี่ย
ไม่ไกลนี้มีทุกปากซอย
PRX recovering. They got 4 ultimates now as well. Forsaken one away. They're about to have the full stack. The Christmas tree online. Early Christmas with something in PRX on that round. Even though it's only July.
เฮ้ยไม่ต้องถึง
It's like a
5 ดิ
timeout here.
เรามอง
I'd
ไปที่
imagine
เส
that's
มอ
from
ก่อน
NRG.
น้อง
This
เบ
is
ฟ
getting a little bit too close for comfort. See what they can come up with. Still with plenty of cash in the back pocket to be able to put a buy together. They've got a null command, I believe, for one of these retakes. Them out quite a bit. Is this man? Something has finding these openers for PRX, and this is exactly the player that you need warmed up here. Make a comeback on attack.
Look at the confidence. Well, he doesn't care. He's just going to run after Ethan. He needs to. The terms are not dying, but whatever. Run after him. For some of the U-tools as well. And we saw that 2 rounds ago. Timing versus Kiko. And then it felt like on that last round, kind of a similar story. All these opening trades on the rest of this map for the majority of the.
Very slow start for them. Into things now. Still more work to be done. This is where all eyes are on NRG post their timeout to make times this series. They've already been in some rougher positions, and at least this time they're front running before the timeout's needed. 2 very big ultimates here. Both Mata and Ethan have got the Reckoning and Null Command respectively. Could give PRX a lot of problems here, but the pick could be fantastic to set up one of these post plants. Device been holding on to it for quite some time.
Big shot, Kiko. Makes his mark found. Shut down the big carrier PRX. That'll cause some problems.
Absolutely. Scuba on the line that he's played in multiple situations here. Going to drop himself the snake bite. Both teams just trading out a little bit of utility, a bit of pressure on this big side. Destroy out a big rotation here for NRG, and Ethan on the other side of things
เดินเข้า A ไปเลยไหม
playing
แกล้ง
very
แกล้ง
safely,
แบบ
not a
แกล้ง
toe
มึ
out
น
of
เดิน
line.
เข้า A ไป
Even
เลย
if PaperX make their way into A, the KO knife has scouted exactly
ร
where
อ
they're
รีเทค
headed.
แล้ว
And
ว่ะ
like I said before, there's some very big ults here for NRG with a man advantage to close this round after an excellent opening pick onto something.
It's going to be playing for a full retake now because you don't really see the rotation just through yet. Jing's going to rip his ultimate out just to reposition on site itself.
Should be the pit going down here, and indeed it is. It's a pit for
เราไป
Brick
ปิดตรง
side
นี้
though,
เลย
not actually on the site. I think they very much understand that the reckoning is going to be a problem here.
No command as well. I mean, you got both ultimates that can sort of defuse the Viper's Pit in due time, and they should both be used here as well. Hunter's Fury coming in. Envy shoving away NRG ever so slightly, and I don't think he actually got a tag there, unfortunately. Here comes our reckoning push in. The entire squad right behind it. Jing goes down for second trays on the Brock, and Envy as well on the Scooper. It's looking fine for PaperX so far, but Ethan has something to say about it. 2 versus 2 now. Ethan low HP. Kiko, operator on this retake, doubling up his PRX together. Time is starting to run out now, and Envy with 4 this round will deliver the 9th for PaperX.
Yeah, that's very clever pit placement there from Divide, making all the difference. Both of the ults burned through for NRG there. Post timeout, still not able to walk away with the gun round, even after something gets picked early on. It's been a big difference maker in a couple of these gun rounds. They're still able to navigate their way into a 4-on-5 where NRG had all the information, numbers advantage, all the ults, post-tack timeout, and they still lose the follow-up gun round. That is rough.
5v4 as mentioned, but they gave up sight. Full retake. You'll say they've got ultimates for the retake, but they ended up not really getting rid of the pit at all. And Hunter's Fury from Envy as well to slow down that retake. And at the end of the day, 2v2 goes the way of PaperX, and NRG starting to feel the pressure of PaperX nipping at their heels now.
Yeah, this is another timeout here for NRG. 2 rounds in a row. This is very problematic indeed. I think whatever was said in the initial timeout hasn't really come to pass, and the coaching staff of NRG are really trying to hammer home the point. They need to close this game here. I mean, honestly, at the end, so your hard days, but life easier by not going into the lowers here against KC on home turf.
Lack of an armor buy for NRG as their money situation has finally dwindled down. They still can't afford weapons. Notably, you do have that off on the Kiko and on the line early, but look at his HP already destroyed.
Yeah, great shock there from Envy to kick things off. Scuba very much on his lonesome. NRG set up heavily inside a middle. Have to wait for the mid to late round to try to go for a flood here. How much work can Scuba get done? If he does get a pick and cleanly is able to get away here, he can potentially drop a pick and buy some time. The PaperX diving into the site.
ไม่จะโดนอะไรมันก็คือไม่
good timing coming to Ramada as well. That'll buy time for Brock to arrive as well.
แต่มันเล่นเซฟมากนะมันควรเล่นเซฟมาก
Kiko to follow through.
มันกลัวโดนลัด
Going PaperX is trying to make their way through the back left side. Still haven't found Scuba yet, by the way. Forsaken though gets Marta out of the way, and Scuba finally activates alongside Brock. Bring this one down to a 4 versus 3. Still no plant to be heard of at the moment. 50 seconds left to play through at PRX. Are they committed to this?
Yeah, for sure they are. This is a localized 3-on-3. Ethan's inside a middle. Envy gives them the advantage, at least on the B side for the time being. Kiko down to 50 HP right since day dot. Something's found.
แพ้เสียงในหัว
Hiding inside of his poison orb here. Trying to be a little bit cheeky.
30 seconds left.
And Kiko sliding through the cover. PaperX with 2 frags to get themselves double digits. How many rounds in a row is this, Kev?
อย่าโดดนะจริง
To find on out.
แต่
It
เล่น
was
กัน
starting to
เฉียบ
look like a nightmare for PaperX before, but in the last 5 or so rounds, they have been waking up. Opportunities here
จุด
abound.
เริ่มต้นเลยไอ้เบือกเดินไปตายฟรี
The last 2 plays in the 2v2s. I mean, this is like the magical number.
Yeah.
2v2. PRX winning those.
I mean, pretty consistently, NRG are up in numbers, but then when we head into these awkward post-play situations, PaperX are just making the right moves in the mid-round to be able to kind of outmaneuver NRG, who are now out of cash.
That's it. This is like the first time NRG are really out of cash for this side as well. They're making some moves now. Led by the flash coming through from Ethan in mid. Forsaken and Envy.
โอเคทิ้งไซด์ไปเลย
What they're
ไป
really
ก็ไป
going
เอง
for is a free sight on A Scuba.
สวยมาก
Have to play retake here,
ส
buddy.
กูว่ามันยังดื้ออ
Not
ยู่
much
เลย
should be done. They've been kind of hammering his sights more often than not. I think he's probably getting pretty
ว่า
sick of it
มี
at this
ปืนคนเดียว
point.
มันอยู่ A
Phantom in hand.
ขอร้อง
As
เลย
the
นะ
drone
อย่า
goes forward for PRX.
อย่า
He's
มี
going to
เรื่
tuck
องราว
himself into the
แปลก
side
ๆเกิดขึ้นนะวิน
forsaken.
เนี้ย
Very much hot on his heels.
Oh my God,
Coming
okay.
away with two.
เรื่องราว
There's
แปล
really
ก
not
ๆ
much left in this
แล้วไม่
buy
เกิด
fear
ขึ้น
for
จริง
NRG despite yet another man advantage.
It's about as well as you can do. Getting the double up there is pretty nice. And overdrive from Forsaken now
เออ
to
เนี่ย
clean things
กดไว้
up. Something on Takiko. 3 versus 3. But again, the
เหลี่ยม
money
นี้
and
ต้อง
also
มี
the
ศพ
guns
บอกเลย
all the way in PRX.
อุ้ย
That's
ยิง
not a
มี
bad
จริ
shot
ง
from Ethan, though. You respect it. Now you're on for the retake for
ตี
real.
แม่งเลยว่าอะไรพี่
3 versus 2. And Vic still has an ultimate to play through, but not positioned for it at the moment. Despite the lack of guns here, NRG moving together as a team, and Envy doesn't quite land the shot. Bit of a whiff here, Envy another opportunity, and Brock finds him. Gets a double, and NRG, despite having like no money at all, they get 12.
Yeah, both of the rounds you expect them to be putting
ทำ
together.
ไม
They're not
ผม
quite
น่าออก
able
ไป
to
เล่น
do
เมน
it,
เลยนะ
but apparently they don't need coach intervention. Retake complete, and that series point here for NRG. PaperX very much under the pump now. Need 2 in a row to push us through into OT, and that's where the comeback is just going to need to continue chugging along. Much better looking buy here for NRG heading into the last. The pit wasn't even needed. Good double up from Scuba. Just sliding into
Really?
the pocket with the Phantom.
I mean, really does a lot. I mean, that shot was gross.
Yeah, that
Ethan
was-
hitting that one is probably the round winner, but I think that
sure.
wouldn't have mattered as much if Scuba didn't get that first 2. So the combination of there, if it's
Bro, the presence of mind to know that he's on the off angle up on top of Bricks. Quick one to start here for PaperX. Trying to be shut down by Ethan's KO knife, but PaperX going to push the issue into A.
Yep. Flashing on through. What can we find here? Mata on the Jing, but not really seeing much else from Ethan's POV. Doesn't matter though, because it's still a 5v3. Mata's making good work of this defensive so far. My God, Mata. Making a triple here. Envy taken down as well. This might be the end. PaperX have got 1 left. 1 versus 5. Divide with all of the work to do. But NRG will not be undone here. You feel like the 13 is there. He's revealed. Divide with the secondary.
ปฏิหาร
And a 1v3 here. This has to be an ace
Yeah,
clutch, buddy.
me,
It's
boy.
not going to be anything less than that. NRG can taste the victory. But can they get this one cleanly here without Divide walking out?
He's trying to slip away. Putting the
ก่อน
wall
จะ
up
เกิด
and
ปฏิ
down
หาร
to
ดาวไว้
keep
ต้อง
them
รีบหลบก่อน
interested.
ตอนนี้
Been able to
ผม
pinch the
ว่า
spike, but Scuba trying
โอ้
to
ไม่
stay
ได้แล้ว
one
มั้ง
step
ผม
ahead
ว่า
of this pivot back
มัน
over
วิ่ง
to
ไป
the
บี
big
มันก็
side.
ยังเสีย
Gets himself nice and safely into elbow with 40 seconds on the clock.
Viper versus Viper. Might have just made a little bit of noise there. Scuba calls the troops into action. Here's the footsteps for sure by now. Planner's got to come on through, and the timing should be good. 1 HP goes down as zero, and NRG clean things. Today, PaperX.
อ่ะนอนดีกว่าแชทเจอกันตีบ้าจัดแม่งเริ่ม6 โมงเพิ่งจบตี 1:30เดี๋ยวจะเชื่อ ไปครับเจอกันฝันดีราตรีสวัสดิ์นะครับผม เจอกันสายล่างนะสำหรับเปเปอร์เล็กนะครับ ไปปลายเจอกันครับ